The Artist's Secret by Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was an artist once, and he painted a picture. Other artists had colours richer and rarer, and painted more notable pictures. He painted his with one colour. There was a wonderful red glow on it, and the people went up and down saying, "We like this picture, we like the glow." The other artists came and said, "Where does he get his colour from?" They asked him, and he smiled and said, "I cannot tell you," and worked on with his head bent low. And one went to the Far East and bought costly pigments, and made a rare colour and painted, but after a time the picture faded. Another read in the old books, and made a colour rich and rare, but when he had put it on the picture, it was dead. But the artist painted on. Always the work got redder and redder, and the artist grew whiter and whiter. At last one day they found him dead before his picture, and they took him up to bury him. The other men looked about in all the pots and crucibles, but they found nothing they had not. And when they undressed him to put his grave clothes on him, they found above his left breast the mark of a wound. It was an old, old wound that must have been there all his life, for the edges were old and hardened. But Death, who seals all things, had drawn the edges together and closed it up. And they buried him. And still the people went about saying, "Where did he find his colour from?" And it came to pass that after a while the artist was forgotten. But the work lived. St. Leonard's-on-Sea. End of The Artist's Secret by Olive Schreiner.
Clair de Lune by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Clair de Lune by Guy de Maupassant. Abbé Marian's martial name sullied him well. He was a tall, thin priest, fanatic, excitable, yet upright. All his beliefs were fixed, never varying. He believed sincerely that he knew his God, understood his plans, desires, and intentions. When he walked with long strides along the garden walk of his little country parsonage, he would sometimes ask himself the question, "Why has God done this?" And he would dwell on this continually, putting himself in the place of God, and he almost invariably found an answer. He would never have cried out in an outburst of pious humility, "Thy ways, O Lord, are past finding out." He said to himself, "I am the servant of God. It is right for me to know the reason of his deeds, or to guess it, if I do not know it." Everything in nature seemed to him to have been created in accordance with an admirable and absolute logic. The whys and becauses always balanced. Dawn was given to make our awakening pleasant, the days to ripen the harvest, the rains to moisten it, the evenings for preparation for slumber, and the dark nights for sleep. The four seasons corresponded perfectly to the needs of agriculture, and no suspicion had ever come to the priest of the fact that nature has no intentions; that, on the contrary, everything which exists must conform to the hard demands of seasons, climates, and matter. But he hated woman, hated her unconsciously, and despised her by instinct. He often repeated the words of Christ, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" And he would add, "It seems as though God himself were dissatisfied with this work of his. She was the tempter who led the first man astray, and who since then had ever been busy with her work of damnation, the feeble creature, dangerous and mysteriously affecting one. And even more than her sinful bodies, he hated their loving hearts. He had often felt their tenderness directed toward himself, and though he knew that he was invulnerable, he grew angry at this need of love that is always vibrating in them. According to his belief, God had created woman for the sole purpose of tempting and testing man. One must not approach her without defensive precautions and fear of possible snares. She was, indeed, just like a snare, with her lips open and her arms stretched out to man. He had no indulgence except for nuns, whom their vows had rendered inoffensive, but he was stern with them, nevertheless, because he felt that at the bottom of their fettered and humble hearts the everlasting tenderness was burning brightly, that tenderness which was shown even to him, a priest. He felt this cursed tenderness, even in their docility, in the low tones of their voices when speaking to him, in their lowered eyes, and in the resigned tears when he reproved them roughly. And he would shake his cassock on leaving the convent doors, and walk off, lengthening his stride as though flying from danger. He had a niece who lived with her mother in a little house near him. He was bent upon making a sister of charity of her. She was a pretty, brainless madcap. When the abbe preached, she laughed, and when he was angry with her, she would give him a hug, drawing him to her heart, while he sought unconsciously to release himself from this embrace, which nevertheless filled him with a sweet pleasure, awakening in his depths the sensation of paternity which slumbers in every man. Often, when walking by her side along the country road, he would speak to her of God, of his God. She never listened to him, but looked about her at the sky, the grass and flowers, and one could see the joy of life sparkling in her eyes. Sometimes she would dart forward to catch some flying creature, crying out as she brought it back, "Look, uncle, how pretty it is! I want to hug it." And this desire to hug flies or lilac blossoms disquieted, angered, and roused the priest, who saw, even in this, the ineradicable tenderness that is always budding in women's hearts. Then there came a day when the sexton's wife, who kept house for Abbe Marignan, told him, with caution, that his niece had a lover. Almost suffocated by the fearful emotion this news roused in him, he stood there, his face covered with soap, for he was in the act of shaving. When he had sufficiently recovered to think and speak, he cried, "It is not true! You lie, Mélanie!" But the peasant woman put her hand on her heart, saying, "May our Lord judge me if I lie, Monsieur le Curé. I tell you, she goes there every night when your sister has gone to bed. They meet by the riverside. You have only to go there and see, between 10 o'clock and midnight." He ceased scraping his chin, and began to walk up and down impetuously, as he always did when he was in deep thought. When he began shaving again, he cut himself 3 times, from his nose to his ear. All day long he was silent, full of anger and indignation. To his priestly hatred of this invincible love was added the exasperation of her spiritual father, of her guardian and pastor, deceived and tricked by a child, and the selfish emotion shown by parents when their daughter announces that she has chosen a husband without them and in spite of them. After dinner he tried to read a little, but could not, growing more and more angry. When 10 o'clock struck, he seized his cane, a formidable oak stick, which he was accustomed to carry in his nocturnal walks when visiting the sick, and he smiled at the enormous club which he twirled in a threatening manner in his strong country fist. Then he raised it suddenly, and, gritting his teeth, brought it down on a chair, the broken back of which fell over on the floor. He opened the door to go out, but stopped on the sill, surprised by the splendid moonlight, of such brilliance as is seldom seen. And as he was gifted with an emotional nature, one such as had all those poetic dreamers, the fathers of the Church, he felt suddenly distracted and moved by all the grand and serene beauty of this pale night. In his little garden, all bathed in soft light, his fruit trees in a row cast on the ground the shadow of their slender branches, scarcely in full leaf, while the giant honeysuckle, clinging to the wall of his house, exhaled a delicious sweetness, filling the warm moonlit atmosphere with a kind of perfumed soul. He began to take long breaths, drinking in the air as drunkards drink wine, and he walked along slowly, delighted, marveling, almost forgetting his niece. As soon as he was outside of the garden, he stopped to gaze upon the plain all flooded with the caressing light, bathed in that tender, languishing charm of serene nights. At each moment was heard the short, metallic note of the cricket, and distant nightingales shook out their scattered notes, their light, vibrant music that sets one dreaming without thinking, a music made for kisses, for the seduction of moonlight. The abbe walked on again, his heart failing, though he knew not why. He seemed weakened, suddenly exhausted. He wanted to sit down, to rest there, to think, to admire God in his works. Down yonder, following the undulations of the little river, a great line of poplars wound in and out. A fine mist, a white haze through which the moonbeams passed, silvering it and making it gleam, hung around and above the mountains, covering all the tortuous course of the water with a kind of light and transparent cotton. The priest stopped once again, his soul filled with a growing and irresistible tenderness. And a doubt, a vague feeling of disquiet came over him. He was asking one of those questions that he sometimes put to himself. Why did God make this? Since the night is destined for sleep, unconsciousness, repose, forgetfulness of everything, why make it more charming than day, softer than dawn or evening? And does why this seductive planet, more poetic than the sun, that seems destined, so discreet is it, to illuminate things too delicate and mysterious for the light of day, make the darkness so transparent? Why does not the greatest of feathered songsters sleep like the others? Why does it pour forth its voice in this mysterious night? Why this half veil cast over the world? Why these tremblings of the heart, this emotion of the spirit, this enervation of the body? Why this display of enchantments that human beings do not see, since they are lying in their beds? For whom is destined this sublime spectacle, this abundance of poetry cast from heaven to earth? And the abbe could not understand. But see, out there, on the edge of the meadow, under the arch of trees, bathed in a shining mist, two figures are walking side by side. The man was the taller, and held his arm about his sweetheart's neck and kissed her brow every little while. They imparted life, all at once, to the placid landscape in which they were framed, as by a heavenly hand. The two seemed but a single being, the being for whom was destined this calm and silent night, and they came toward the priest as a living answer, the response his master sent to his questionings. He stood still, his heart beating, all upset, and it seemed to him that he saw before him some biblical scene, like the loves of Ruth and Boaz, the accomplishment of the will of the Lord, in some of those glorious stories of which the sacred books tell. The verses of the Song of Songs began to ring in his ears, the appeal of passion, all the poetry of this poem replete with tenderness. And he said unto himself, perhaps God has made such nights as these to idealize the love of men. He shrank back from this couple, that still advanced with arms intertwined. Yet it was his niece. But he asked himself now if he would not be disobeying God, and does not God permit love, since he surrounds it with such visible splendor? And he went back musing, almost ashamed, as if he had intruded into a temple where he had no right to enter. End of Clair de Lune, by Guy de Maupassant.
Dymchurch Flit by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Addison. Just at dusk, a soft September rain began to fall on the hop pickers. The mothers wheeled the bouncing perambulators out of the gardens. Bins were put away and tally books made up. The young couple strolled home, two to each umbrella, and the single men walked behind them laughing. Dan and Una, who had been picking after their lessons, marched off to roast potatoes at the oast house, where old Hobden, with blue-eyed Bess, his lurcher dog, lived all the month through, drying the hops. They settled themselves, as usual, on the sack-strewn cot in front of the fires, and when Hobden drew up the shutter, stared, as usual, at the flameless bed of coals spouting its heat up the dark well of the old-fashioned roundel. Slowly he cracked off a few fresh pieces of coal, packed them, with fingers that never flinched, exactly where they would do most good. Slowly he reached behind him, till Dan tilted the potatoes into his iron scoop of a hand. Carefully he arranged them round the fire, and then stood for a moment, black against the glare. As he closed the shutter, the oast house seemed dark before the day's end, and he lit the candle in the lanthorn. The children liked all these things, because they knew them so well. The bee-boy, Hobden's son, who is not quite right in his head, though he can do anything with bees, slipped in like a shadow. They only guessed it when Bess's stump-tail wagged against them. A big voice began singing outside in the drizzle. Old Mother Laiding-Wool had nigh 12 months been dead. She heard the hops were doing well, and then popped up her head. There can't be two people made to holler like that, cried old Hobden, wheeling round. For, says she, the boys I've picked with when I was young and fair, they're bound to be hopping, and I'm... A man showed at the doorway. Well, well, they do say hopping'll draw the very deadest, and now I believed 'em. You Tom Shoesmith. Hobden lowered his lanthorn. You're a hem of a time making your mind to it, Ralph. The stranger strode in, 3 full inches taller than Hobden, a grey-whiskered, brown-faced giant with clear blue eyes. They shook hands, and the children could hear the hard palms rasp together. You ain't lost none of your grip, said Hobden. Was it 30 or 40 year back you broke my head at Peasmarsh Fair? Only 30, and no odds 'tween us regarding heads neither. You had it back at me with a hop pole. How did we get home that night? Swimming? Same way the pheasant come into Gubb's pocket, by a little luck and a deal of conjuring. Old Hobden laughed in his deep chest. I see you've not forgot your way about the woods. Do you do any of this still? The stranger pretended to look along a gum. Hobden answered with a quick movement of the hand, as though he were pegging down a rabbit wire. No, that's all that's left me now. Aid she must as aid she can. And what's your news since all these years? Oh, I've been to Plymouth. I've been to Dover. I've been rambling, boys, the wide world over. The man answered cheerily. I reckon I know as much of old England as most. He turned towards the children and winked boldly. I lay they told you a sight o' lies, them. I've been into England fur as Wiltshire once. I was cheated proper over a pair of hedging gloves, said Hobden. There's fancy talking everywhere. You've cleaved to your own parts pretty middling close, Ralph. Can't shift an old tree without it dying, Hobden chuckled. And I be no more anxious to die than you look to be to help me with my hops tonight. The great man leaned against the brickwork of the roundel and swung his arms abroad. Hire me, was all he said, and they stumped upstairs laughing. The children heard their shovels rasp on the cloth where the yellow hops lie drying above the fires, and all the oast house filled with the sweet sleepy smell as they were turned. Who is it? Una whispered to the bee-boy. Dunno. No more'n you, if you dunno, said he, and smiled. The voices on the drying floor talked and chuckled together, and the heavy footsteps moved back and forth. Presently a hop bucket dropped through the press hole overhead, and stiffened and fattened as they shovelled it full. Clank went the press, and rammed the loose stuff into tight cake. Gently, they heard Hobden cry. You'll bust her crop if you lay on so. You be as careless as Gleason's bull, Tom. Come and sit by the fires. She'll do now. They came down, and as Hobden opened the shutter to see if the potatoes were done, Tom Shoesmith said to the children, Put a plenty salt on 'em. That'll show you the sort o' man I be. Again he winked, and again the bee-boy laughed, and Una stared at Dan. I know what sort o' man you be, old Hobden grunted, groping for the potatoes round the fire. Do ye? Tom went on behind his back. Some of us can't abide horseshoes, or church bells, or running water. And talking o' running water, he turned to Hobden, who was backing out of the roundel. Do you mind the great floods at Robertsbridge, when the miller's man was drowned in the street? Middlin' well. Old Hobden let himself down on the coals by the fire door. I was courting my woman on the Marsh that year. Carter to Mus Plum I was getting 10 shillings week. Mine was a Marsh woman. Wonderful odd gates place, Romney Marsh, said Tom Shoesmith. I've heard say the world's divided like into Europe, Ashy, Africy, Americy, Australy, and Romney Marsh. The Marsh folk think so, said Hobden. I had a hem o' trouble to get my woman to leave it. Where did she come out of? I forgot, Ralph. Dymchurch under the wall, Hobden answered, a potato in his hand. Then she'd be a pet, or a Whitgift, would she? Whitgift? Hobden broke open the potato and ate it with the curious neatness of men who make most of their meals in the blowy open. She growed to be quite reasonable like after livin' in the Weald a while, but our first 20 year or two she was odd-fashioned no bounds. And she was a wonderful hand with bees. He cut away a little piece of potato and threw it out to the door. Ah, I've heard say the Whitgifts could see further through a millstone than most, said Shoesmith. Did she now? She was honest innocent of any nigromancin', said Hobden. Only she'd read signs and significations out o' birds flyin', stars fallin', bees hivin', and such. And she'd lie awake, listenin' for calls, she said. That don't prove naught, said Tom. All Marsh folk has been smugglers since time everlastin'. 'Twould be in her blood to listen out o' nights. Naturally, old Hobden replied, smiling. I mind when they were smugglin' a sight nearer us than what the Marsh be, but that wasn't my woman's trouble. 'Twas a passel o' nonsense talk. He dropped his voice. About Pharisees. Yes, I've heard Marsh men beliefed in 'em. Tom looked straight at the wide-eyed children beside Bess. Pharisees, cried Una. Fairies. Oh, I see. People o' the hills, said the Bee-Boy, throwing half of his potato towards the door. There you be, said Hobden, pointing at him. My boy, he has her eyes and her out-gate sense. That's what she called 'em. And what did you think of it all? Hobden rumbled. A man that uses fields and shores after dark as much as I've done, he don't go out of his road except for keepers. But settin' that aside, said Tom coaxingly, I saw ye throw the good piece out at doors just now. Do ye believe, or do ye? There was a great black eye to that tater, said Hobden indignantly. My little eye didn't see 'un then. It looked as if you meant it for any one that might need it. But settin' that aside, d'ye believe, or do ye? I ain't sayin' nothing, because I've heard naught and I've seen naught. But if you was to say there was more things after dark in the shores than men, or fur, or feather, or fin, I dunno as I'd go far about to call you a liar. Now turn again, Tom. What's your say? I'm like you. I say nothing. But I'll tell you a tale, and you can fit it as how you please. Passel and nonsense stuff, growled Hobden, but he filled his pipe. The Marshmen, they call it Dymchurch Flit, Tom went on slowly. Hap you have heard it? My woman, she've told it me scores of times. Dunno as I didn't end by belief in it, sometimes. Hobden crossed over as he spoke, and sucked with his pipe up the yellow lanthorn flame. Tom rested one great elbow on one great knee, where he sat among the coal. Have you ever been in the Marsh? He said to Dan. Only as far as Rye, once, Dan answered. Ah, that's but the edge. Back behind of her there's steeples settin' beside churches, and wise women settin' beside their doors, and the sea settin' above the land, and ducks herdin' wild in the diks. He meant ditches. The Marsh is just about riddled with diks, and sluices, and tide gates, and waterlets. You can hear 'em bubblin' and grummelin' when the tide works in 'em, and then you hear the sea rangin' left and right handed all up along the wall. You've seen how flat she is, the Marsh. You'd think nothing easier than to walk end on across her. Ah, but the diks and the waterlets, they twists the roads about as ravelly as witch yarn on the spindles. So you get all turned round in broad daylight. That's because they've drained the waters into the diks, said Hobden. When I courted my woman, the rushes was green. Ah me, the rushes was green. And the bailiff of the Marshes, he rode up and down as free as the fog. Who was he? Said Dan. Why, the Marsh fever and ague. He clapped me on the shoulder once or twice till I shook proper. But now the dreening off of the waters have done away with the fevers, so they make a joke like that the bailiff of the Marshes broke his neck in the Dyke. A wonderful place for bees and ducks 'tis too. And, old Tom went on, flesh and blood have been there since time everlasting beyond. Well now, speaking among themselves, the Marshmen say that from time everlasting beyond the Pharisees favoured the Marsh above the rest of old England. I lay the Marshmen ought to know. They've been out after dark, father and son, smugglin' some one thing or t'other, since ever wool grew to sheep's backs. They say there was always a middlin' few Pharisees to be seen on the Marsh. Impident as rabbits they was. They'd dance on the naked road in the naked daytime. They'd flash their little green lights along the dykes, comin' and goin', like honest smugglers. Yes, and times they'd lock the church doors against parson and clerk of Sundays. That 'ud beat smugglers layin' in the lace or the brandy till they could run it out of the Marsh. I've told my woman so, said Hobden. I'll lay she didn't belieft it then, not if she was a Whitgift. A wonderful choice place for Pharisees, the Marsh, by all accounts, till Queen Bess's father he come in with his reformatories. Would that be a Act of Parliament like? Hobden asked. Surely. Can't do nothing in old England without Act, warrant, and summons. He got his Act allowed him, and, they say, Queen Bess's father, he used the parish churches something shameful. Just about tore the gizzards out of I dunno many. Some folk in England they held with un, but some they saw it different, and it ended in 'em taking sides and burning each other, no bounds, according which side was top, time being. That tarrified the Pharisees, for goodwill among flesh and blood is meat and drink to 'em, and ill will is poison. Same as bees, said the Bee-Boy. Bees won't stay by a house where there's hating. True, said Tom. This reformatories tarrified the Pharisees, same as the reaper going round a last stand o' wheat tarrifies rabbits. They packed into the Marsh from all parts, and they says, fair or foul, we must flit out of this, for merry England's done with, and we're reckoned among the images. Did they all see it that way? Said Hobden. All but one that was called Robin, if you've heard of him. What are you laughing at? Tom turned to Dan. The Pharisee's trouble didn't touch Robin, because he'd cleaved middling close to people like. No more he never meant to go out of old England, not he. So he was sent messaging for help among flesh and blood. But flesh and blood must always think of their own concerns, and Robin couldn't get through at 'em, you see. They thought it was tide echoes off the Marsh. What did the Pharisees want? Una asked. A boat, to be sure. Their little wings could no more cross Channel than so many tired butterflies. A boat and a crew they desired, to sail 'em over to France, where yet awhile folks hadn't tore down the images. They couldn't abide cruel Canterbury bells ringing to Bulverhithe for more poor men and women to be burnded, nor the King's proud messenger riding through the land giving orders to tear down the images. They couldn't abide it no shape. Nor yet they couldn't get their boat and crew to flit by without leave and goodwill from flesh and blood, and flesh and blood came and went about its own business the while the Marsh was swarving up and swarving up with Pharisees from all England over, striving all means to get through at flesh and blood to tell 'em their sore need. I don't know as you've ever heard say Pharisees are like chickens. My woman used to say that too, said Hobden, folding his brown arms. They be. You run too many chickens together, and the ground sickens like, and you get a squat, and your chickens die. Same way you crowd Pharisees all in one place, they don't die, but flesh and blood walking among 'em is apt to sick up and pine off. They don't mean it, and flesh and blood don't know it, but that's the truth as I've heard. The Pharisees, through being all stenched up and frighted and trying to come through with their supplications, they naturally change the thin airs and humours in flesh and blood. It lay on the Marsh like thunder. Men saw their churches ablaze with the wild fire in the windows after dark. They saw their cattle scatterin' and no man scare 'em, their sheep flockin' and no man drive 'em, their horses latherin' and no man leadin'. They saw the little low green lights more than ever in the dyke sides. They heard the little feet patterin' more than ever round the houses, and night and day, day and night, 'twas all as though they were bein' creeped upon and hinted at by some one or other that couldn't rightly shape their trouble. Oh, I lay they sweated, man and maid, woman and child. Their nature done 'em no service all the weeks while the Marsh was swarvin' up with Pharisees. But they was flesh and blood and Marsh men before all. They reckoned the signs signified trouble for the Marsh, or that the sea 'ud rear up against Dymchurch wall and they'd be drownded like old Winchelsea, or that the plague was comin'. So they looked for the meanin' in the sea or in the clouds, far and high up. They never thought to look near and knee high where they could see naught. Now there was a poor widow at Dymchurch under the wall, which, lacking man or property, she had the more time for feeling, and she come to feel there was a trouble outside her doorstep bigger and heavier than aught she'd ever carried over it. She had 2 sons, one born blind and t'other struck dumb through fallin' off the wall when he was little. They was men grown, but not wage earnin', and she worked for 'em, keepin' bees and answerin' questions. "What sort of questions?" said Dan. "Like where lost things might be found, and what to put about a crooked baby's neck, and how to join parted sweethearts." She felt the trouble on the Marsh same as eels feel thunder. She was a wise woman. "My woman was won'erful weather tender too," said Hobden. "I've seen her brush sparks like off an anvil out of her hair in thunderstorms. But she never laid out to answer questions." This woman was a seeker like, and seekers they sometimes find. One night, while she lay abed hot an' achin', there come a dream and tapped at her window, and "Widow Whitgift," it said, "Widow Whitgift." First, by the wings and the whistlin', she thought it was peewits, but last she arose and dressed herself and opened her door to the Marsh, and she felt the trouble and the groanin' all about her, strong as fever and ague, and she calls, "What is it? Oh, what is it?" Then 'twas all like the frogs in the dikes peepin', then 'twas all like the reeds in the dikes clip clappin', and then the great tide wave rummelled along the wall, and she couldn't hear proper. 3 times she called, and 3 times the tide wave did her down. But she catched the quiet between, and she cries out, "What is the trouble on the Marsh that's been lying down with my heart and arisin' with my body this month gone?" She felt a little hand lay hold on her gown hem, and she stooped to the pull o' that little hand. Tom Shoesmith spread his huge fist before the fire and smiled at it. "Will the sea drown the Marsh?" she says. She was a Marsh woman first and foremost. "No," says the little voice. "Sleep sound for all o' that." "Is the Plague comin' to the Marsh?" she says. Them was all the ills she knowed. "No, sleep sound for all o' that," says Robin. She turned about, half mindful to go in, but the little voice grieved that shrill and sorrowful she turns back and she cries, "If it is not a trouble of flesh and blood, what can I do?" The Pharisees cried out upon her from all round to fetch them a boat to sail to France and come back no more. "There's a boat on the wall," she says, "but I can't push it down to the sea nor sail it when 'tis there." "Lend us your sons," says all the Pharisees. "Give 'em leave and good will to sail it for us. Mother, oh, mother!" "One's dumb and t'other's blind," she says, "but all the dearer me for that, and you'll lose them in the big sea." The voices just about pierced her through, and there was children's voices too. She stood out all she could, but she couldn't rightly stand against that. So she says, "If you can draw my sons for your job, I'll not hinder 'em. You can't ask no more of a mother." She saw them little green lights dance and cross till she was dizzy. She heard them little feet patterin' by the thousand. She heard cruel Canterbury bells ringing to Bulverhithe, and she heard the great tide wave ranging along the wall. That was while the Pharisees was workin' a dream to wake her two sons asleep, and while she bit on her fingers she saw them two she'd bore come out and pass her with never a word. She followed 'em cryin' pitiful to the old boat on the wall, and that they took and run down to the sea. When they'd stepped mast and sail, the blind son speaks. "Mother, we're waitin' your leave and good will to take them over." Tom Shoesmith threw back his head and half shut his eyes. "Ay me!" he said. "She was a fine, valiant woman, the Widow Whitgift. She stood twistin' the ends o' her long hair over her fingers, and she shook like a poplar makin' up her mind. The Pharisees all about, they hushed their children from cryin', and they waited dumb still. She was all their dependence. 'Thout her leave and good will they could not pass, for she was the mother. So she shook like a ap's tree, makin' up her mind. Last she drives the word past her teeth, and 'Go!' she says. 'Go with my leave and good will.' Then I saw. Then, they say, she had to brace back same as if she was wadin' in tide water, for the Pharisees just about blowed past her, down the beach to the boat. I'd done 'em many of 'em, with their wives and children and valuables, all escapin' out of cruel old England. Silver you could hear chinkin', and little bundles hove down dunt on the bottom boards, and passels o' little swords and shields raklin', and little fingers and toes scratchin' on the boat side to board her when the two sons pushed her off. That boat she sunk lower and lower, but all the Widow could see in it was her boys movin', hampered like, to get at the tackle. Up sail they did, and away they went, deep as a rye barge, away into the off-shore mists, and the Widow Whitgift she sat down and eased her grief till morning light. I never heard she was all alone, said Hobden. I remember now. The one called Robin, he stayed with her, they tell. She was all too grievous to listen to his promises. Ah, she should have made her bargain beforehand. I always told my woman so, Hobden cried. No, she loaned her sons for a pure love loan, being as she sensed the trouble on the marshes, and was simple good willin' to ease it. Tom laughed softly. She done that. Yes, she done that. From Hythe to Bulver Hythe, fretty man and maid, ailin' woman and wailin' child, they took the advantage of the change in the thin airs just about as soon as the Pharisees flitted. Folks come out fresh and shinin' all over the Marsh, like snails after wet. And that while the Widow Whitgift sat grievin' on the wall. She might have believed us. She might have trusted her sons would be sent back. She fussed no bounds when the boat come in after 3 days. And of course the sons were both quite cured, said Una. No, that would have been out o' nature. She got 'em back as she sent 'em. The blind man, he hadn't seen naught of anything, and the dumb man, naturally, he couldn't say aught of what he'd seen. I reckon that was why the Pharisees pitched on 'em for the ferryin' job. But what did Robin promise the widow? Said Dan. What did he promise, now? Tom pretended to think. Wasn't your woman a Whitgift, Ralph? Didn't she ever say? She told me a passel o' no-sense stuff when he was born. Hobden pointed at his son. There was always to be one of 'em that could see further into a millstone than most. Me, that's me, said the Bee-Boy so suddenly that they all laughed. I've got it now, cried Tom, slapping his knee. So long as Whitgift blood lasted, Robin promised there would allers be one o' her stock that no trouble 'ud lie on, no maid 'ud sigh on, no night could frighten, no fright could harm, no harm could make sin, and no woman could make a fool of. Well, ain't that just me? Said the Bee-Boy, where he sat in the silver square of the great September moon that was staring into the oast house door. They was the exact words she told me when we first found he wasn't like others. But it beats me how you known 'em, said Hobden. Ah, there's more under my hat besides hair. Tom laughed and stretched himself. When I've seen these two young folk home, we'll make a night of old days, Ralph, with passing old tales, eh? And where might you live? He said gravely to Dan. And do you think your pa 'ud give me a drink for taking you there, missy? They giggled so at this that they had to run out. Tom picked them both up, set one on each broad shoulder, and tramped across the ferny pasture where the cows puffed milky pups at them in the moonlight. Oh, Puck, Puck, I guessed you right from when you talked about the salt. How could you ever do it? Una cried. swinging along delighted. Do what? He said, and climbed the stile by the pollard oak. Pretend to be Tom Shoesmith, said Dan, and they ducked to avoid the two little ashes that grow by the bridge over the brook. Tom was almost running. Yes, that's my name, Mus' Dan, he said, hurrying over the silent shining lawn where a rabbit sat by the big white thorn near the croquet ground. Here you be. He strode into the old kitchen yard and slid them down as Ellen came to ask questions. I'm helping in Mus' Spray's oast house, he said to her. No, I'm no foreigner. I know this country, for your mother was born. And yes, it's dry work, oastin', miss, thank you. Ellen went to get a jug, and the children went in, magicked once more by oak, ash, and thorn. End of Dymchurch Flit by Rudyard Kipling.
The First Kiss from the New Heloisa, Letter 14, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ah, Eloisa, Eloisa, what have you done? You meant to reward me, and you are the cause of my ruin. I am intoxicated, or rather, I am mad. My brains are turned, all my senses are disordered by this fatal kiss. You designed to alleviate my pain, but you have cruelly increased my torment. The poison I have imbibed from your lips will destroy me. My blood boils within my veins. I shall die, and your pity will but hasten my death. O immortal remembrance of that elusive, frantic, and enchanting moment, never, never to be effaced so long as Eloisa lives within my soul. Until my heart is deprived of all sensation, thou wilt continue to be the happiness and torment of my life. Alas! I possessed an apparent tranquillity, resigned myself entirely to your supreme will, and never murmured at the fate you condescended to prescribe. I had conquered the impetuous sallies of my imagination. I disguised my looks and put a lock upon my heart. I but half expressed my desires, and was as content as possible. Thus your billet found me, and I flew to your cousin. We arrived at Clarens. My heart beat quick at the sight of my beloved Eloisa. Her sweet voice caused a strange emotion. I became almost transported, and it was lucky for me that your cousin was present to engage your mother's attention. We rambled in the garden, dined comfortably. You found an opportunity, unperceived, to give me your charming letter, which I durst not open before this formidable witness. The sun began to decline, and we hastened to the woods for the benefit of the shade. Alas! I was quite happy, and I did not even conceive a state of greater bliss. As we approached the bower I perceived, not without a secret emotion, your significant winks, your mutual smiles, and the increasing glow in thy charming cheeks. Soon as we entered, I was surprised to see your cousin approach me, and with an affected air of humility asked me for a kiss. Without comprehending the mystery, I complied with her request, and, charming as she is, I never could have had a more convincing proof of the insipidity of those sensations which proceed not from the heart. But what became of me a moment after, when I felt my hands shook, a gentle tremor, thy balmy lips, my Eloisa's lips, touch, pressed to mine, and myself within her arms. Quicker than lightning, a sudden fire darted through my soul. I seemed all over sensible of the ravishing condescension, and my heart sunk down oppressed with insupportable delight. when all at once I perceived your color change, your eyes close. You leaned upon your cousin and fainted away. Fear extinguished all my joy, and my happiness vanished like a shadow. I scarcely know anything that has passed since that fatal moment. The impression it has made on my heart will never be effaced. A favor? It is an extreme torment. No, keep thy kisses. I cannot bear them. They are too penetrating, too painful. They distract me. I am no more myself, and you appear to me no more the same object. You seem not as formerly chiding and severe, but methinks I see and feel you lovely and tender, as at that happy instant when I pressed you to my bosom. O Eloisa, whatever may be the consequence of my ungovernable passion, use me as severely as you please. I cannot exist in my present condition, and I perceive I must at last expire at your feet or in your arms. End of The First Kiss from the New Eloisa, Letter 14, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
Frau Fischer by Catherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perori. Frau Fischer by Catherine Mansfield. Frau Fischer was the fortunate possessor of a candle factory somewhere on the banks of the Eger, and once a year she ceased from her labors to make a cure in Dorschausen, arriving with a dress basket neatly covered in a black tarpaulin and a handbag. The latter contained amongst her handkerchiefs, eau de cologne, toothpicks, and a certain woolen muffler very comforting to the Magen, samples of her skill in candle making, to be offered up as tokens of thanksgiving when her holiday time was over. 4 of the clock one July afternoon she appeared at the pension Müller. I was sitting in the arbor and watching her bustling up the path, followed by the red-bearded porter, with her dress basket in his arms and a sunflower between his teeth. The widow and her 5 innocent daughters stood tastefully grouped upon the steps in appropriate attitudes of welcome, and the greetings were so long and loud that I felt a sympathetic glow. "What a journey!" cried the Frau Fischer, "and nothing to eat in the train, nothing solid, I assure you, the sides of my stomach are flapping together. But I must not spoil my appetite for dinner. Just a cup of coffee in my room." Bertha, turning to the youngest of the 5, "How changed! What a bust! Frau Hartmann, I congratulate you." Once again the widow seized Frau Fischer's hands. "Kathy, too, a splendid woman, but a little pale. Perhaps the young man from Nuremberg is here again this year. How you keep them all I don't know. Each year I come expecting to find you with an empty nest. It's surprising." Frau Hartmann, in an ashamed, apologetic voice: "We are such a happy family since my dear man died. But these marriages! One must have courage, and after all, give them time, they all make the happy families bigger. Thank God for that. Are there many people here just now?" "Every room engaged." Followed a detailed description in the hall, murmured on the stairs, continued in 6 parts as they entered the large room, windows opening upon the garden, which Frau Fischer occupied each successive year. I was reading the Miracles of Lourdes, which a Catholic priest, fixing a gloomy eye upon my soul, had begged me to digest, but its wonders were completely routed by Frau Fischer's arrival. Not even the white roses upon the feet of the Virgin could flourish in that atmosphere. It was a simple shepherd child who pastured her flocks upon the barren fields. Voices from the room above: "The washstand has, of course, been scrubbed over with soda." Poverty stricken, her limbs with tattered rags half covered. "Every stick of the furniture has been sunning in the garden for 3 days, and the carpet we made ourselves out of old clothes. There is a piece of that beautiful flannel petticoat you left us last summer." Deaf and dumb was the child. In fact, the population considered her half idiot. Yes, that is a new picture of the Kaiser. We have moved the thorn-crowned one of Jesus Christ out into the passage. It was not cheerful to sleep with. Dear Frau Fischer, won't you take your coffee out in the garden?" "That is a very nice idea, but first I must remove my corsets and my boots. Ah, what a relief to wear sandals again! I am needing the cure very badly this year. My nerves! I am a mass of them. During the entire journey I sat with my handkerchief over my head, even while the guard collected the tickets. Exhausted!" She came into the arbor, wearing a black and white spotted dressing gown and a calico cap peaked with patent leather, followed by Kathy, carrying the little blue jugs of malt coffee. We were formally introduced. Frau Fischer sat down, produced a perfectly clean pocket handkerchief and polished her cup and saucer, then lifted the lid of the coffee pot and peered in at the contents mournfully. "Malt coffee," she said. "Ah, for the first few days, I wonder how I can put up with it. Naturally, absent from home, one must expect much discomfort and strange food. But as I used to say to my dear husband, with a clean sheet and a good cup of coffee I can find my happiness anywhere. But now, with nerves like mine, no sacrifice is too terrible for me to make. What complaint are you suffering from? You look exceedingly healthy." I smiled and shrugged my shoulders. "Ah, that is so strange about you English. You do not seem to enjoy discussing the functions of the body. As well speak of a railway train and refuse to mention the engine. How can we hope to understand anybody, knowing nothing of their stomachs? In my husband's most severe illness, the poultices—" She dipped a piece of sugar in her coffee and watched it dissolve. Yet a young friend of mine who travelled to England for the funeral of his brother told me that women wore bodices in public restaurants no waiter could help looking into as he handed the soup. "But only German waiters," I said. "English ones look over the top of your head." "There!" she cried. "Now you see your dependence on Germany. Not even an efficient waiter can you have by yourselves." "But I prefer them to look over your head." "And that proves that you must be ashamed of your bodies." I looked out over the garden full of wallflowers and standard rose trees growing stiffly like German bouquets, feeling I did not care one way or the other. I rather wanted to ask her if the young friend had gone to England in the capacity of waiter to attend the funeral, baked meats, but decided it was not worth it. The weather was too hot to be malicious, and who could be uncharitable, victimized by the flapping sensations which Frau Fischer was enduring until 6:30? As a gift from heaven for my forbearance, down the path towards us came the Herr Rat, angelically clad in a white silk suit. He and Frau Fischer were old friends. She drew the folds of her dressing gown together and made room for him on the little green bench. "How cool you are looking," she said, "and if I may make the remark, what a beautiful suit." "Surely I wore it last summer when you were here. I brought the silk from China, smuggled it through the Russian customs by swathing it round my body. And such a quantity! 2 dress lengths for my sister in law, 3 suits for myself, a cloak for the housekeeper of my flat in Munich. How I perspired! Every inch of it had to be washed afterwards." "Surely you have had more adventures than any man in Germany. When I think of the time that you spent in Turkey with a drunken guide who was bitten by a mad dog and fell over a precipice into a field of attar of roses, I lament that you have not written a book. Time, time! I am getting a few notes together. And now that you are here, we shall renew our quiet little talks after supper. Yes? It is necessary and pleasant for a man to find relaxation in the company of women occasionally." "Indeed, I realize that. Even here your life is too strenuous. You are so sought after, so admired. It was just the same with my dear husband. He was a tall, beautiful man, and sometimes in the evening he would come down into the kitchen and say, 'Wife, I would like to be stupid for 2 minutes.' nothing rested him so much then as for me to stroke his head. The Herr Rat's bald pate glistening in the sunlight seemed symbolical of the sad absence of a wife. I began to wonder as to the nature of these quiet little after supper talks. How could one play Delilah to so shorn a Samson? "Herr Hoffmann from Berlin arrived yesterday," said the Herr Rat. "That young man I refused to converse with. He told me last year that he had stayed in France in an hotel where they did not have serviettes. What a place it must have been! In Austria even the cabmen have serviettes. Also, I have heard that he discussed free love with Bertha as she was sweeping his room. I am not accustomed to such company. I had suspected him for a long time." "Young blood," answered the Herr Rat genially. "I have had several disputes with him. You have heard them. Is it not so?" turning to me. "A great many," I said, smiling. "Doubtless you too consider me behind the times. I make no secret of my age. I am 69, but you must have surely observed how impossible it was for him to speak at all when I raised my voice." I replied with the utmost conviction, and, catching Frau Fischer's eye, suddenly realized I had better go back to the house and write some letters. It was dark and cool in my room. A chestnut tree pushed green boughs against the window. I looked down at the horsehair sofa so openly flouting the idea of curling up as immoral, pulled the red pillow onto the floor and lay down. And barely had I got comfortable when the door opened and Frau Fischer entered. "The Herr Rat had a bathing appointment," she said, shutting the door after her. "May I come in? Pray do not move. You look like a little Persian kitten. Now, tell me something really interesting about your life. When I meet new people I squeeze them dry like a sponge. To begin with, you are married?" I admit the fact. "Then, dear child, where is your husband?" I said he was a sea captain on a long and perilous voyage. "What a position to leave you in, so young and so unprotected." She sat down on the sofa and shook her finger at me playfully. "Admit, now, that you keep your journey secret from him. For what man would think of allowing a woman with such a wealth of hair to go wandering in foreign countries? Now, supposing that you lost your purse at midnight in a snowbound train in North Russia?" "But I haven't the slightest intention," I began. "I don't say that you have. But when you said good bye to your dear man, I am positive that you had no intention of coming here. My dear, I am a woman of experience, and I know the world. While he is away, you have a fever in your blood. Your sad heart flies for comfort to these foreign lands. At home you cannot bear the sight of that empty bed. It is like widowhood. Since the death of my dear husband I have never known an hour's peace." "I like empty beds," I protested sleepily, thumping the pillow. "That cannot be true, because it is not natural. Every wife ought to feel that her place is by her husband's side, sleeping or waking. It is plain to see that the strongest tie of all does not yet bind you. Wait until a little pair of hands stretches across the water. Wait until he comes into harbor and sees you with the child at your breast." I sat up stiffly. "But I consider childbearing the most ignominious of all professions," I said. For a moment there was silence. Then Frau Fischer reached down and caught my hand. "So young, and yet to suffer so cruelly," she murmured. "There is nothing that sours a woman so terribly as to be left alone without a man, especially if she is married, for then it is impossible for her to accept the attention of others, unless she is unfortunately a widow. Of course, I know that sea captains are subject to terrible temptations, and they are as inflammable as tenor singers. That is why you must present a bright and energetic appearance, and try and make him proud of you when his ship reaches port." This husband that I had created for the benefit of Frau Fischer became in her hands so substantial a figure that I could no longer see myself sitting on a rock with seaweed in my hair, awaiting that phantom ship for which all women love to suppose they hunger. Rather, I saw myself pushing a perambulator up the gangway, and counting up the missing buttons on my husband's uniform jacket. "Handfuls of babies, that is what you are really in need of," mused Frau Fischer. "Then, as the father of a family, he cannot leave you. Think of his delight and excitement when he saw you!" The plan seemed to me something of a risk. To appear suddenly with handfuls of strange babies is not generally calculated to raise enthusiasm in the heart of the average British husband. I decided to wreck my virgin conception and send him down somewhere off Cape Horn. Then the dinner gong sounded. "Come up to my room afterwards," said Frau Fischer. "There is still much that I must ask you." She squeezed my hand, but I did not squeeze back. End of Frau Fischer, by Catherine Mansfield.
The Knife and the Naked Chalk by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Knife and the Naked Chalk. The children went to the seaside for a month, and lived in a flint village on the bare windy chalk downs, quite 30 miles away from home. They made friends with an old shepherd called Mr Dudeney, who had known their father when their father was little. He did not talk like their own people in the Weald of Sussex, and he used different names for farm things, but he understood how they felt, and let them go with him. He had a tiny cottage about 1/2 a mile from the village, where his wife made mead from thyme honey, and nursed sick lambs in front of a coal fire, while old Jim, who was Mr Dudeney's sheep‐dog's father, lay at the door. They brought up beef bones for old Jim. You must never give a sheep‐dog mutton bones. And if Mr Dudeney happened to be far in the Downs, Mrs Dudeney would tell the dog to take them to him. And he did. One August afternoon, when the village water‐cart had made the streets smell specially townified, they went to look for their shepherd as usual, and as usual old Jim crawled over the doorstep and took them in charge. The sun was hot, the dry grass was very slippery, and the distances were very distant. "It's just like the sea," said Una, when old Jim halted in the shade of a lonely flint barn on a bare rise. "You see where you're going, and you go there, and there's nothing between." Dan slipped off his shoes. "When we get home I shall sit in the woods all day," he said. "Woof!" said old Jim, to show he was ready, and struck across a long rolling stretch of turf. Presently he asked for his beef‐bone. "Not yet," said Dan. "Where's Mr Dudeney? Where's Master?" Old Jim looked as if he thought they were mad, and asked again. "Don't you give it him," Una cried. "I'm not going to be left howling in a desert." "Show, boy, show," said Dan, for the Downs seemed as bare as the palm of your hand. Old Jim sighed and trotted forward. Soon they spied the blob of Mr Dudeney's hat against the sky a long way off. "Right, all right," said Dan. Old Jim wheeled round, took his bone carefully between his blunted teeth, and returned to the shadow of the old barn, looking just like a wolf. The children went on. 2 kestrels hung bivvering and squealing above them. A gull flapped lazily along the white edge of the cliffs. The curves of the down shook a little in the heat, and so did Mr Dudeney's distant head. They walked toward it very slowly, and found themselves staring into a horseshoe-shaped hollow 100 feet deep, whose steep sides were laced with tangled sheep tracks. The flock grazed on the flat at the bottom, under charge of young Jim. Mr Dudeney sat comfortably knitting on the edge of the slope, his crook between his knees. They told him what old Jim had done. Ah, he thought you could see my head as soon as he did. The closer to you be to the turf, the more you see things. You look warm like, said Mr Dudeney. We be, said Una, flopping down, and tired. Sit beside o' me here. The shadow will begin to stretch out in a little while, and a heat shake o' wind will come up with it that'll overlay your eyes like so much wool. We don't want to sleep, said Una indignantly, but she settled herself as she spoke in the first strip of early afternoon shade. Oh, course not. You come to talk with me, same as your father used. He didn't need no dog to guide him to Norton Pit. Well, he belonged here, said Dan, and laid himself down at length on the turf. He did, and what beats me is why he went off to live among them messy trees in the Weald, when he might have stayed here and looked all about him. There's no profit to trees. They draw the lightning, and sheep shelter under 'em, and so, like as not, you'll lose a half-score ewe struck dead in one storm. Tuck! Your father knew that. Trees aren't messy. Una rose on her elbow. And what about firewood? I don't like coal. Eh? You lie a piece more uphill, and you'll lie more natural, said Mr Dudeney, with his provoking deaf smile. Now press your face down and smell to the turf. That's South Down thyme, which makes our South Down mutton beyond compare, and my mother told me 'twill cure anything except broken necks or hearts. I forget which. They sniffed, and somehow forgot to lift their cheeks from the soft, thymy cushions. You don't get nothing like that in the Weald. Watercress, maybe, said Mr Dudeney. But we've water brooks full of it, where you paddle in hot weather, Una replied, watching a yellow and violet-banded snail shell close to her eye. Brooks flood. Then you must shift your sheep, let alone foot rot afterward. I put more dependence on a dew pond any day. How's a dew pond made? Said Dan, and lifted his hat over his eyes. Mr Dudeney explained. The air trembled a little, as though it could not make up its mind whether to slide into the pit or move across the open. But it seemed easiest to go downhill, and the children felt one soft puff after another slip and sidle down the slope in fragrant breaths that baffed on their eyelids. The little whisper of the sea by the cliffs joined with the whisper of the wind over the grass, the hum of insects in the thyme, the ruffle and rustle of the flock below, and a thickish mutter deep in the very chalk beneath them. Mr Dudeney stopped explaining and went on with his knitting. They were roused by voices. The shadow had crept halfway down the steep side of Norton Pit, and on the edge of it, his back to them, Puck sat beside a half‐naked man who seemed busy at some work. The wind had dropped, and in that funnel of ground every least noise and movement reached them like whispers up a water‐pipe. "That is clever," said Puck, leaning over. "How truly you shape it." "Yes, but what does the beast care for a brittle flint tip? Bah!" The man flicked something contemptuously over his shoulder. It fell between Dan and Una. A beautiful dark blue flint arrow‐head, still hot from the maker's hand. The man reached for another stone and worked away like a thrush with a snail‐shell. "Flint work is fool's work," he said at last. "One does it because one always did it, but when it comes to dealing with the beast, no good." He shook his shaggy head. "The beast was dealt with long ago. He has gone," said Puck. "He'll be back at lambing time, I know him." He chipped very carefully, and the flint squeaked. "Not he. Children can lie out on the chalk now all day through and go home safe." "Can they? Well, call the beast by his true name and I'll believe it," the man replied. "Surely—" Puck leaped to his feet, curved his hands round his mouth, and shouted, "Wolf! Wolf!" Norton Pit threw back the echo from its dry sides. Woof! Woof! Like young Jim's bark. "You see, you hear," said Puck. "Nobody answers. Grey Shepherd is gone. Feet in the Night has run off. There are no more wolves. Wonderful!" The man wiped his forehead as though he were hot. "Who drove him away? You?" "Many men through many years, each working in his own country. Were you one of them?" Puck answered. The man slid his sheepskin cloak to his waist, and without a word pointed to his side, which was all seamed and blotched with scars. His arms, too, were dimpled from shoulder to elbow with horrible white dimples. "I see," said Puck. "It is the beast's mark. What did you use against him?" "Hand, hammer, and spear, as our fathers did before us." "So? Then how?" Puck twitched aside the man's dark brown cloak. "How did a flint worker come by that? Show, man, show!" He held out his little hand. The man slipped a long dark iron knife, almost a short sword, from his belt, and after breathing on it, handed it hilt first to Puck, who took it with his head on one side, as you should when you look at the works of a watch, squinted down the dark blade, and very delicately rubbed his forefinger from the point to the hilt. "Good?" said he, in a surprised tone. "It should be. The Children of the Night made it," the man answered. "So I see by the iron. What might it have cost you?" "This." The man raised his hand to his cheek. Puck whistled like a Weald starling. "By the great rings of the chalk!" he cried. "Was that your price? Turn sunward that I may see better, and shut your eye." He slipped his hand beneath the man's chin and swung him till he faced the children up the slope. They saw that his right eye was gone, and the eyelid lay shrunk. Quickly Puck turned him round again, and the two sat down. It was for the sheep. The sheep are the people, said the man in an ashamed voice. What else could I have done? You know, old one. Puck sighed a little fluttering sigh. Take the knife. I listen. The man bowed his head, drove the knife into the turf, and while it still quivered, said, This is witness between us that I speak the thing that has been. Before my knife and the naked chalk I speak. Touch! Puck laid a hand on the hilt. It stopped shaking. The children wriggled a little nearer. I am of the people of the worked flint. I am the one son of the priestess who sells the winds to the men of the sea. I am the buyer of the knife, the keeper of the people. The man began, in a sort of singing shout, These are my names in this country of the naked chalk, between the trees and the sea. Yours was a great country. Your names are great too, said Puck. One cannot feed some things on names and songs. The man hit himself on the chest. It is better, always better, to count one's children safe round the fire, their mother among them. Ah, hey, said Puck. I think this will be a very old tale. I warm myself and eat at any fire that I choose, but there is no one to light me a fire or cook my meat. I sold all that when I bought the magic knife for my people. It was not right that the beast should master man. What else could I have done? I hear, I know, I listen, said Puck. When I was old enough to take my place in the sheep-guard, the beast gnawed all our country like a bone between his teeth. He came in behind the flocks at watering time and watched them round the dew-ponds. He leaped into the folds between our knees at the shearing. He walked out alongside the grazing flocks and chose his meat on the hoof while our boys threw flints at him. He crept by night into the huts and licked the babe from between the mother's hands. He called his companions and pulled down men in broad daylight on the naked chalk. No, not always did he do so. This was his cunning. He would go away for a while to let us forget him. A year, 2 years perhaps. We neither smelt nor heard nor saw him. When our flocks had increased, when our men did not always look behind them, when children strayed from the fenced places, when our women walked alone to draw water, back, back, back came the curse of the chalk, grey shepherd, feet in the night, the beast, the beast, the beast! He laughed at our little brittle arrows and our poor blunt spears. He learned to run in under the stroke of the hammer. I think he knew when there was a flaw in the flint. Often it does not show till you bring it down on his snout. Then, poof! The false flint falls all to flinders, and you are left with the hammer handle in your fist and his teeth in your flank. I have felt them. At evening, too, in the dew, or when it has misted and rained, your spearhead lashings slack off. Though you have kept them beneath your cloak all day, you are alone, but so close to the home ponds that you stop to tighten the sinews with hands, teeth, and a piece of driftwood. You bend over and pull, so. That is the minute for which he has followed you since the stars went out. Ah! He, whirr, he says. Norton Pit gave back the growl like a pack of real wolves. Then he is on your right shoulder, feeling for the vein in your neck, and perhaps your sheep run on without you. To fight the beast is nothing. but to be despised by the beast when he fights you, that is like his teeth in the heart. Old One, why is it that men desire so greatly and can do so little?" "I do not know. Did you desire so much?" said Puck. "I desired to master the beast. It is not right that the beast should master man. But my people were afraid. Even my mother, the priestess, was afraid when I told her what I desired. We were accustomed to be afraid of the beast. When I was made a man, and a maiden, she was a priestess, waited for me at the Dew ponds, the beast flitted from off the chalk. Perhaps it was a sickness, perhaps he had gone to his Gods to learn how to do us new harm, but he went, and we breathed more freely. The women sang again. The children were not so much guarded. Our flocks grazed far out. I took mine yonder." He pointed inland to the hazy line of the weald, where the new grass was best. "They grazed north. I followed till we were close to the Trees." He lowered his voice. "Close there where the Children of the Night live." He pointed north again. "Ah, now I remember a thing," said Puck. "Tell me, why did your people fear the Trees so extremely?" "Because the Gods hate the Trees and strike them with lightning. We can see them burning for days all along the chalk's edge. Besides, all the chalk knows that the Children of the Night, though they worship our Gods, are magicians. When a man goes into their country they change his spirit, they put words into his mouth, they make him like talking water. But a voice in my heart told me to go toward the north. While I watched my sheep there, I saw 3 beasts chasing a man who ran towards the Trees. By this I knew he was a child of the night. We flint workers fear the Trees more than we fear the beast. He had no hammer. He carried a knife like this one. A beast leaped at him. He stretched out his knife. The beast fell dead. The other beasts ran away howling, which they would never have done from a flint worker. The man went in among the Trees. I looked for the dead beast. He had been killed in a new way, by a single deep, clean cut, without bruise or tear, which had split his bad heart. Wonderful! So I saw that the man's knife was magic, and I thought how to get it, thought strongly how to get it. When I brought the flocks to the shearing, my mother the priestess asked me, 'What is the new thing which you have seen and I see in your face?' I said, 'It is a sorrow to me,' and she answered, 'All new things are sorrows. Sit in my place and eat sorrow.' I sat down in her place by the fire, where she talks to the ghosts in winter, and 2 voices spoke in my heart. One voice said, 'Ask the Children of the Night for the magic knife. It is not fit that the beast should master man.' I listened to that voice. One voice said, 'If you go among the Trees, the Children of the Night will change your spirit. Eat and sleep here.' The other voice said, 'Ask for the knife.' I listened to that voice. I said to my mother in the morning, 'I go away to find a thing for the people, but I do not know whether I shall return in my own shape.' She answered, 'Whether you live or die or are made different, I am your mother.'" "True," said Puck. "The Old Ones themselves cannot change men's mothers, even if they would. Let us thank the Old Ones." I spoke to my maiden, the priestess who waited for me at the Dew ponds. She promised fine things too. The man laughed. I went away to that place where I had seen the magician with the knife. I lay out 2 days on the short grass before I ventured among the trees. I felt my way before me with a stick. I was afraid of the terrible talking trees. I was afraid of the ghosts in the branches, of the soft ground underfoot, of the red and black waters. I was afraid, above all, of the change. It came. They saw him wipe his forehead once again, and his strong back muscles quivered till he laid his hand on the knife hilt. A fire without a flame burned in my head. An evil taste grew in my mouth. My eyelids shut hot over my eyes. My breath was hot between my teeth, and my hands were like the hands of a stranger. I was made to sing songs and to mock the trees, though I was afraid of them. At the same time I saw myself laughing, and I was very sad for this fine young man who was myself. Ah, the children of the night know magic. I think that is done by the spirits of the mist. They change a man if he sleeps among them, said Puck. Had you slept in any mists? Yes, but I know it was the children of the night. After 3 days I saw a red light behind the trees, and I heard a heavy noise. I saw the children of the night dig red stones from a hole and lay them in fires. The stones melted like tallow, and the men beat the soft stuff with hammers. I wished to speak to these men, but the words were changed in my mouth, and all I could say was, "Do not make that noise, it hurts my head." By this I knew that I was bewitched, and I clung to the trees and prayed the children of the night to take off their spells. They were cruel. They asked me many questions which they would never allow me to answer. They changed my words between my teeth till I wept. Then they led me into a hut and covered the floor with hot stones and dashed water on the stones and sang charms till the sweat poured off me like water. I slept. When I waked, my own spirit, not the strange shouting thing, was back in my body, and I was like a cool bright stone on the shingle between the sea and the sunshine. The magicians came to hear me, women and men, each wearing a magic knife. Their priestess was their ears and their mouth. I spoke. I spoke many words that went smoothly along like sheep in order, when their shepherd, standing on a mound, can count those coming, and those far off getting ready to come. I asked for magic knives for my people. I said that my people would bring meat and milk and wool and lay them in the short grass outside the trees, if the children of the night would leave magic knives for our people to take away. They were pleased. Their priestess said, "For whose sake have you come?" I answered, "The sheep are the people. If the beast kills our sheep, our people die. So I come for a magic knife to kill the beast." She said, "We do not know if our God will let us trade with the people of the Naked Chalk. Wait till we have asked." When they came back from the Question place, their gods are our gods. Their priestess said, "The God needs a proof that your words are true." I said, "What is the proof?" She said, "The God says that if you have come for the sake of your people, you will give him your right eye to be put out. But if you have come for any other reason, you will not give it. This proof is between you and the God. We ourselves are sorry." I said, "This is a hard proof. Is there no other road?" She said, "Yes, you can go back to your people with your 2 eyes in your head if you choose, but then you will not get any magic knives for your people." I said, "It would be easier if I knew that I were to be killed." She said, "Perhaps the God knew this too. See, I have made my knife hot." I said, "Be quick then." With her knife heated in the flame, she put out my right eye. She herself did it. I am the son of a priestess. She was a priestess. It was not work for any common man. "True, most true," said Puck. "No common man's work that. And afterwards?" Afterwards I did not see out of that eye any more. I found also that a one eye does not tell you truly where things are. Try it." At this Dan put his hand over one eye and reached for the flint arrowhead on the grass. He missed it by inches. "It's true," he whispered to Una. "You can't judge distances a bit with only one eye." Puck was evidently making the same experiment, for the man laughed at him. "I know it is so," said he. "Even now I am not always sure of my blow. I stayed with the Children of the Night till my eye healed. They said I was the son of Tyr, the God who put his right hand in a beast's mouth. They showed me how they melted their red stone and made the magic knives of it. They told me the charms they sang over the fires and at the beatings. I can sing many charms." Then he began to laugh like a boy. "I was thinking of my journey home," he said, "and of the surprised beast. He had come back to the chalk. I saw him. I smelt his lairs as soon as ever I left the Trees. He did not know I had the Magic Knife. I hid it under my cloak. The knife that the Priestess gave me. Ho! Ho! That happy day was too short. See! A beast would wind me. 'Wow!' he would say. 'Here is my Flint worker.' He would come leaping tail in air. He would roll. He would lay his head between his paws out of merriness of heart at his warm waiting meal. He would leap, and oh, his eye in mid leap when he saw the knife held ready for him! It pierced his hide as a rush pierces curdled milk. Often he had no time to howl. I did not trouble to flay any beasts I killed. Sometimes I missed my blow. Then I took my little flint hammer and beat out his brains as he cowered. He made no fight. He knew the knife. But the beast is very cunning. Before evening all the beasts had smelt the blood on my knife and were running from me like hares. They knew. Then I walked as a man should, the master of the beast. So came I back to my mother's house. There was a lamb to be killed. I cut it in 2 halves with my knife, and I told her all my tale. She said, 'This is the work of a God.' I kissed her and laughed. I went to my Maiden, who waited for me at the Dew ponds. There was a lamb to be killed. I cut it in 2 halves with my knife, and told her all my tale. She said, 'It is the work of a God.' I laughed, but she pushed me away, and being on my blind side, ran off before I could kiss her. I went to the men of the sheep guard at watering time. There was a sheep to be killed for their meat. I cut it in 2 halves with my knife, and told them all my tale. They said, 'It is the work of a God.' I said, 'We talk too much about Gods. Let us eat and be happy, and tomorrow I will take you to the Children of the Night, and each man will find a Magic Knife.' I was glad to smell our sheep again, to see the broad sky from edge to edge, and to hear the sea. I slept beneath the stars in my cloak. The men talked among themselves. I led them the next day to the Trees, taking with me meat, wool, and curdled milk as I had promised. we found the Magic Knives laid out on the grass, as the Children of the Night had promised. They watched us from among the trees. Their priestess called to me and said, "How is it with your people?" I said, "Their hearts are changed. I cannot see their hearts as I used to." She said, "That is because you have only one eye. Come to me, and I will be both your eyes." But I said, "I must show my people how to use their knives against the beast, as you showed me how to use my knife." I said this because the Magic Knife does not balance like the flint. She said, "What you have done for the sake of a woman, and not for the sake of your people." I asked of her, "Then why did the God accept my right eye, and why are you so angry?" She answered, "Because any man can lie to a God, but no man can lie to a woman, and I am not angry with you. I am only very sorrowful for you. Wait a little, and you will see out of your one eye why I am sorry." So she hid herself. I went back with my people, each one carrying his knife and making it sing in the air. Tss, tss. The flint never sings, it mutters. Hmm, hmm. The beast heard, the beast saw, he knew. Everywhere he ran away from us. We all laughed. As we walked over the grass, my mother's brother, the chief on the men's side, he took off his chief's necklace of yellow sea stones. "How? Eh? Oh, I remember. Amber," said Puck. "And would have put them on my neck." I said, "No, I am content. What does my one eye matter if my other eye sees fat sheep and fat children running about safely?" My mother's brother said to them, "I told you he would never take such things." Then they began to sing a song in the old tongue, the Song of Tyr. I sang with them, but my mother's brother said, "This is your song, O buyer of the knife. Let us sing it, Tyr." Even then I did not understand, till I saw that no man stepped on my shadow, and I knew that they thought me to be a God, like the God Tyr, who gave his right hand to conquer a great beast. "By the fire in the belly of the flint, was that so?" Puck rapped out. "By my knife and the naked chalk, so it was. They made way for my shadow, as though it had been a priestess walking to the barrows of the dead. I was afraid. I said to myself, 'My mother and my maiden will know I am not Tyr.' But still I was afraid with the fear of a man who falls into a steep flint pit while he runs, and feels that it will be hard to climb out. When we came to the Dew ponds all our people were there. The men showed their knives and told their tale. The sheep guards also had seen the beast flying from us. The beast went west across the river in packs, howling. He knew the knife had come to the naked chalk at last. At last he knew. So my work was done. I looked for my maiden among the priestesses. She looked at me, but she did not smile. She made the sign to me that our priestesses must make when they sacrificed to the old dead in the barrows. I would have spoken, but my mother's brother made himself my mouth, as though I had been one of the old dead in the barrows, for whom our priests speak to the people on midsummer mornings. I remember, well I remember those midsummer mornings, said Puck. Then I went away angrily to my mother's house. She would have knelt before me. Then I was more angry, but she said, only a God would have spoken to me thus, a priestess. A man would have feared the punishment of the Gods. I looked at her and I laughed. I could not stop my unhappy laughing. They called me from the door by the name of Tyr himself. A young man with whom I had watched my first flocks and chipped my first arrow and fought my first beast called me by that name in the old tongue. He asked my leave to take my maiden. His eyes were lowered, his hands were on his forehead. He was full of the fear of a god, but of me, a man, he had no fear when he asked. I did not kill him. I said, "Call the maiden." She came also without fear, this very one that had waited for me, that had walked with me by our dew ponds. Being a priestess, she lifted her eyes to me. As I look on a hill or a cloud, so she looked at me. She spoke in the old tongue, which priestesses use when they make prayers to the old dead in the barrows. She asked leave that she might light the fire in my companion's house, and that I should bless their children. I did not kill her. I heard my own voice, little and cold, say, "Let it be as you desire." And they went away hand in hand. My heart grew little and cold. A wind shouted in my ears, my eye darkened. I said to my mother, "Can a God die?" I heard her say, "What is it? What is it, my son?" And I fell into darkness full of hammer noises. I was not. "Oh, poor, poor God!" said Puck. "And your wise mother?" She knew. As soon as I dropped, she knew. When my spirit came back, I heard her whisper in my ear, "Whether you live or die or are made different, I am your mother." That was good. Better even than the water she gave me and the going away of the sickness. Though I was ashamed to have fallen down, yet I was very glad. She was glad too. Neither of us wished to lose the other. There is only the one mother for the one son. I heaped the fire for her and barred the doors, and sat at her feet as before I went away, and she combed my hair and sang. I said at last, "What is to be done to the people who say that I am Tyr?" She said, "He who has done a godlike thing must bear himself like a god. I see no way out of it. The people are now your sheep till you die. You cannot drive them off." I said, "This is a heavier sheep than I can lift." She said, "In time it will grow easy. In time, perhaps, you will not lay it down for any maiden anywhere. Be wise, be very wise, my son, for nothing is left you except the words and the songs and the worship of a god." "Oh, poor God!" said Puck. "But those are not altogether bad things." "I know they are not, but I would sell them all, all for one small child of my own, smearing himself with the ashes of our own house fire." He wrenched his knife from the turf, thrust it into his belt, and stood up. "And yet what else could I have done?" he said. "The sheep are the people." "It is a very old tale," Puck answered. "I have heard the like of it not only on the naked chalk, but also among the trees, under oak and ash and thorn." The afternoon shadows filled all the quiet emptiness of Norton Pit. The children heard the sheep bells and young Jim's busy bark above them, and they scrambled up the slope to the level. "We'll let you have your sleep out," said Mr Dudeney, as the flock scattered before them. "It's making for tea time now." "Look what I've found," said Dan, and held up a little blue flint arrowhead, as fresh as though it had been chipped that very day. "Oh," said Mr Dudeney, "the closeter you be to the turf, the more you're apt to see things. I've found 'em often. Some says the fairies made 'em, but I says they was made by folks like ourselves, only a goodish time back. They're lucky to keep. Now you couldn't ever have slept, not to any profit, among your father's trees, same as you've laid out on naked chalk, could you?" "One doesn't want to sleep in the wood," said Una. "Then what's the good of 'em?" said Mr Dudeney. "Might as well sit in the barn all day. Fetch 'em 'long, Jim boy." The Downs, that looked so bare and hot when they came, were full of delicious little shadow dimples. The smell of the thyme and the salt mixed together on the south west drift from the still sea. Their eyes dazzled with the low sun, and the long grass under it looked golden. The sheep knew where their fold was, so young Jim came back to his master, and they all four strolled home, the scabious heads swishing about their ankles, and their shadows streaking behind them like the shadows of giants. End of The Knife and the Naked Chalk by Rudyard Kipling.
A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. She'd paid good money to see the inevitable, and then had to work to make it happen. There were two important things. One, that she was very old. Two, that Mr. Thirkell was taking her to God. For hadn't he patted her head and said, "Mrs. Bellows, we'll take off into space in my rocket, then go to find him together." And that was how it was going to be. Oh, this wasn't like any other group Mrs. Bellows had ever joined. In her fervour to light a path for her delicate, tottering feet, she had struck matches down dark alleys and found her way to Hindu mystics who floated their flickering, starry eyelashes over crystal balls. She had walked on the meadow paths with ascetic Indian philosophers imported by daughters in spirit of Madame Blavatsky. She had made pilgrimages to California's stucco jungles to hunt the astrological seer in his natural habitat. She had even consented to signing away the rights to one of her homes in order to be taken into the shouting order of a temple of amazing evangelists who had promised her golden smoke, crystal fire, and the great soft hand of God coming to bear her home. None of these people had ever shaken Mrs. Bellow's faith, even when she saw them sirened away in a black wagon in the night, or discovered their pictures, bleak and unromantic, in the morning tabloids. The world had roughed them up and locked them away because they knew too much, that was all. And then, 2 weeks ago, she had seen Mr. Thirkell's advertisement in New York City. Come to Mars, stay at the Thirkell Restorium for 1 week, and then on into space on the greatest adventure life can offer. Send for free pamphlet. Nearer, my God, to thee. Excursion rate. Round trip slightly lower. Round trip, Mrs. Bellows had thought. But who would come back after seeing him? And so she had bought a ticket and flown off to Mars and spent 7 mild days at Mr. Thirkell's Restorium, the building with the sign on it which flashed, "Thirkell's Rocket to Heaven." She had spent the week bathing in limpid waters and erasing the care from her tiny bones, and now she was fidgeting, ready to be loaded into Mr. Thirkell's own special private rocket, like a bullet, to be fired on out into space beyond Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto. And thus, who could deny it? You would be getting nearer and nearer to the Lord. How wonderful! Couldn't you just feel him drawing near? Couldn't you just sense his breath, his scrutiny, his presence? "Here I am," said Mrs. Bellows, "an ancient rickety elevator ready to go up the shaft. God need only press the button." Now, on the 7th day, as she minced up the steps of the Restorium, a number of small doubts assailed her. "For one thing," she said aloud to no one, "it isn't quite the land of milk and honey here on Mars that they said it would be. My room is like a cell. The swimming pool is really quite inadequate. And besides, How many widows who look like mushrooms or skeletons want to swim? And finally, the whole restorium smells of boiled cabbage and tennis shoes. She opened the front door and let it slam, somewhat irritably. She was amazed at the other women in the auditorium. It was like wandering in a carnival mirror maze, coming out again, and again, upon yourself, the same flowery face, the same chicken hands and jingling bracelets. One after another of the images of herself floated before her. She put out her hand, but it wasn't a mirror. It was another lady shaking her finger and saying, "We're waiting for Mr. Thurkel." "Shh!" "Ah," whispered everyone. The velvet curtains parted. Mr. Thurkel appeared, fantastically serene, his Egyptian eyes upon everyone. But there was something, nevertheless, in his appearance which made one expect him to call "Hi!" while fuzzy dogs jumped over his legs, through his hooped arms and over his back. Then, dogs and all, he should dance, with a dazzling piano keyboard smile, off into the wings. Mrs. Bellows, with a secret part of her mind, which she constantly had to grip tightly, expected to hear a cheap Chinese gong sound when Mr. Thurkel entered. His large, liquid, dark eyes were so improbable that one of the old ladies had facetiously claimed she saw a mosquito cloud hovering over them as they did around summer rain barrels. And Mrs. Bellows sometimes caught the scent of the theatrical mothball and the smell of calliope steam on his sharply pressed suit. But with the same savage rationalization that had greeted all other disappointments in her rickety life, she bit at the suspicion and whispered, "This time it's real. This time it'll work. Haven't we got a rocket?" Mr. Thurkel bowed. He smiled a sudden comedy mask smile. The old ladies looked in at his epiglottis and sensed chaos there. But even before he began to speak, Mrs. Bellows saw him picking up each of his words, oiling it, making sure it ran smooth on its rails. Her heart squeezed in like a tiny fist, and she gritted her porcelain teeth. "Friends?" said Mr. Thurkel, and you could hear the froth snap in the hearts of the entire assemblage. "No," said Mrs. Bellows, ahead of time. She could hear the bad news rushing at her, and herself tied to the track, while the immense black wheels threatened and the whistle screamed helpless. "There will be a slight delay," said Mr. Thurkel. In the next instant, Mr. Thurkel might have cried or been tempted to cry, "Ladies, be seated!" in minstrel fashion, for the ladies had come up at him from their chairs, protesting and trembling. "Not a very long delay." Mr. Thurkel put up his hands to pat the air. "How long?" "Only a week." "A week?" "Yes. You can stay here at the Restorium for 7 more days, can't you? A little delay won't matter, will it, in the end? You've waited a lifetime. Only a few more days." "At $20 a day," thought Mrs. Bellows coldly. "What's the trouble?" a woman cried. "A legal difficulty," said Mr. Thurkel. "We've a rocket, haven't we?" "Well, yes." "But I've been here a whole month waiting," said one lady. "Delays, delays." "That's right," said everyone. "Ladies, ladies," murmured Mr. Thurkel, smiling serenely. "We want to see the rocket." It was Mrs. Bellows, forging ahead, alone, brandishing her fist like a toy hammer. Mr. Thurkel looked into the old lady's eyes, a missionary among albino cannibals. "Well, now," he said. "Yes, now," cried Mrs. Bellows. "I'm afraid," he began. "So am I," she said. "That's why we went to see the ship." "No, no, now, Mrs. He snapped his fingers for her name. "Bellows!" she cried. She was a small container, but now all the seething pressures that had been built up over long years came steaming through the delicate vents of her body. Her cheeks became incandescent, with a wail that was like a melancholy factory whistle. Mrs. Bellows ran forward and hung to him, almost by her teeth, like a summer-maddened Spitz. She would not and never could let go until he died, and the other women followed, jumping and yapping like a pound let loose on its trainer, the same one who had petted them, and to whom they had squirmed and whined joyfully an hour before, now milling about him, creasing his sleeves and frightening the Egyptian serenity from his gaze. "This way," cried Mrs. Bellows, feeling like Madame Lafarge. "Through the back. We've waited long enough to see the ship. Every day he's put us off. Every day we waited. Now let's see." "No, no, ladies," cried Mr. Thirkell, leaping about. They burst through the back of the stage and out a door, like a flood, bearing the poor man with them into a shed, and then out quite suddenly into an abandoned gymnasium. "There it is," said someone, "the rocket." And then a silence fell that was terrible to entertain. There was the rocket. Mrs. Bellows looked at it, and her hands sagged away from Mr. Thirkell's collar. The rocket was something like a battered copper pot. There were 1,000 bulges and rents and rusty pipes and dirty vents on and in it. The ports were clouded over with dust, resembling the eyes of a blind hog. Everyone wailed a little sighing wail. "Is that the rocket ship? Glory be to the highest!" cried Mrs. Bellows, appalled. Mr. Thirkell nodded and looked at his feet. "For which we paid out our $1,000 apiece, and came all the way to Mars to get on board with you, and go off to find him?" asked Mrs. Bellows. "Why, that isn't worth a sack of dried peas," said Mrs. Bellows. "It's nothing but junk." "Junk!" whispered everyone, getting hysterical. "Don't let him get away." Mr. Thirkell tried to break and run, but 1,000 possum traps closed on him from every side. He withered. Everybody walked around in circles like blind mice. There was a confusion and a weeping that lasted for 5 minutes, as they went over and touched the rocket, the dented kettle, the rusty container for God's children. "Well," said Mrs. Bellows. She stepped up into the askew doorway of the rocket and faced everyone. "It looks as if a terrible thing has been done to us," she said. "I haven't any money to go back home to Earth, and I've too much pride to go to the government and tell them a common man like this has fooled us out of our life savings. I don't know how you feel about it, all of you, but the reason all of us came is because I'm 85 and you're 89 and you're 78, and all of us are nudging on toward 100, and there's nothing on Earth for us, and it doesn't appear there's anything on Mars either. We all expected not to breathe much more air or crochet many more doilies, or we'd never have come here. So what I have to propose is a simple thing, to take a chance." She reached out and touched the rusted hulk of the rocket. "This is our rocket. We paid for that trip, and we're going to take our trip." Everyone rustled and stood on tiptoes and opened an astonished mouth. Mr. Thirkell began to cry. He did it quite easily and very effectively. "We're going to get in this ship," said Mrs. Bellows, ignoring him, "and we're going to take off to where we were going." Mr. Thirkell stopped crying long enough to say, "But it was all a fake. I don't know anything about space. He's not out there. Anyway, I lied. I don't know where he is, and I couldn't find him if I wanted to, and you were fools to ever take my word on it." "Yes," said Mrs. Bellows, "we were fools. I'll go along on that. But you can't blame us, for we're old, and it was a lovely, good, and fine idea, one of the loveliest ideas in the world. Oh, we didn't really fool ourselves that we could get nearer to him, physically. It was the gentle, mad dream of old people, the kind of thing you hold on to, for a few minutes a day, even though you know it's not true. So, all of you who want to go, you follow me in the ship." "But you can't go," said Mr. Thirkell. "You haven't got a navigator, and that ship's a ruin." "You," said Mrs. Bellows, "will be the navigator." She stepped into the ship, and after a moment the other old ladies pressed forward. Mr. Thirkell, windmilling his arms frantically, was nevertheless pressed through the port, and in a minute the door slammed shut. Mr. Thirkell was strapped into the navigator's seat, with everyone talking at once, and holding him down. The special helmets were issued to be fitted over every grey or white head, to supply extra oxygen in case of a leakage in the ship's hull. And at long last the hour had come, and Mrs. Bellows stood behind Mr. Thirkell and said, "We're ready, sir." He said nothing. He pleaded with them silently, using his great, dark, wet eyes. But Mrs. Bellows shook her head and pointed to the control. "Take off," agreed Mr. Thirkell morosely, and pulled a switch. Everybody fell. The rocket went up from the planet Mars in a great fiery glide, with the noise of an entire kitchen thrown down an elevator shaft, with the sound of pots and pans and kettles and fires boiling and stews bubbling, with the smell of burned incense and rubber and sulphur, with the colour of yellow fire and a ribbon of red stretching below them, and all the old women singing and holding to each other, and Mrs. Bellows crawling upright in the sighing, straining, trembling ship. "Head for space, Mr. Thirkell." "It can't last," said Mr. Thirkell sadly. "This ship can't last. It will—" It did. The rocket exploded. Mrs. Bellows felt herself lifted and thrown about dizzily, like a doll. She heard the great screamings, and saw the flashes of bodies sailing by her, and fragments of metal in powdery light. "Help! Help!" cried Mr. Thirkell, far away, on a small radio beam. The ship disintegrated into 1,000,000 parts, and the old ladies, all 100 of them, were flung straight on ahead with the same velocity as the ship. As for Mr. Thirkell, for some reason of trajectory perhaps, he had been blown out the other side of the ship. Mrs. Bellows saw him falling, separate and away from them, screaming, screaming. "There goes Mr. Thirkell," thought Mrs. Bellows. And she knew where he was going. He was going to be burned and roasted and broiled good, but very good. Mr. Thirkell was falling down into the sun. "And here we are," thought Mrs. Bellows. "Here we are, going on and out and out and out." There was hardly a sense of motion at all, but she knew that she was travelling at 50,000 miles an hour, and would continue to travel at that speed for an eternity, until she saw the other women swinging all about her in their own trajectories. A few minutes of oxygen left to each of them in their helmets, and each was looking up to where they were going. "Of course," thought Mrs. Bellows. Out into space, out, and the darkness like a great church, and the stars like candles, and in spite of everything, Mr. Thirkell, the rocket, and the dishonesty, we are going toward the Lord. And there, yes, there, as she fell on and on, coming toward her, she could almost discern the outline now, coming toward her, was his mighty golden hand, reaching down to hold her and comfort her like a frightened sparrow. "I'm Mrs. Amelia Bellows," she said quietly, in her best company voice. "I'm from planet Earth." End of A Little Journey by Ray Bradbury.
Life's Gifts by Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I saw a woman sleeping. In her sleep she dreamt life stood before her, and held in each hand a gift. In the one, love, in the other, freedom. And she said to the woman, "Choose." And the woman waited long, and she said, "Freedom." And life said, "Thou hast well chosen. If thou hadst said, 'Love,' I would have given thee that thou didst ask for, and I would have gone from thee, and returned to thee no more. Now, the day will come when I shall return. In that day I shall bear both gifts in one hand." I heard the woman laugh in her sleep. London. End of Life's Gifts by Olive Schreiner.
Strange Adventures of $1,000,000 by Ingersoll Lockwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Strange Adventures of $1,000,000. Old New Yorkers may remember Dingee's famous clubhouse in Lower Green Street. From 1800 to 1850 it was the most fashionable gambling house in the metropolis, its founder, Alphonse Dingee, having been the first to introduce roulette and rouge et noir into the New World. It was in 1850, or a little later, that ill health obliged his son, Cyril, to sell the business out. He retired to his country seat at Bricksburg, quite a palatial residence for those days, where he died shortly after, leaving a round $1,000,000 and one child, a daughter, Daisy. Spite of the fact that she was popularly known throughout the country as the gambler's daughter, there were several respectable young men in the place who would have been only too happy to administer an estate worth a round million, with Daisy thrown in for better or worse. But Daisy Dingee knew what she wanted, and it was nothing more nor less than an alliance with the most aristocratic family in the country, to wit, the Delurys, whose large white mansion at the other end of the town was as tumble-down and shabby-looking as Daisy's was neat, fresh, and well kept. Miss Dingee, therefore, proceeded to throw herself at the head of one Monmouth Delury, mentally and physically a colourless sort of an individual, who, for want of sufficient intellect to make an honest living, passed his time going to seed, with the 1,000 or so acres of land belonging to him, and his maiden sisters, Hetty, Prudence, and Martha, 3 women who walked as stiff as they talked, although they never were known to discuss any subject other than the Delury family. When Daisy's proposition was made known to them, they tried to faint, but were too stiff to fall over, and were obliged to content themselves with gasping out, "What! Daisy Dingee marry our brother, the head of the Delury family?" But it was the first idea that had ever entered the brother's head, and he clung to it with a parent's affection for his firstborn. In a few months Mr. and Mrs. Monmouth Delury set out for Paris, with that proverbial speed with which Americans betake themselves to the French capital when occasion offers. They found it a much pleasanter place than Bricksburg. Delury improved rapidly, and Daisy fell quite in love with him, made her will in his favour, contracted the typhoid fever, and died. Whereupon the really disconsolate widower sent for his 3 sisters to join him. They had but one objection to going, that was to part company with the dear old homestead, but they overcame it the day after receiving Monmouth's letter, which happened to be a Friday, and took the Saturday's steamer. To confess the truth, the Delurys had been so land poor that their spare aristocratic figures were rather the result of necessity than inclination. 6 months of Paris life under the benign protection of Dingee's round million made different women of them. It was wonderful what a metamorphosis Parisian dressmakers and restaurateurs effected in their figures. They became round and plump. They stopped talking about Bricksburg, signed themselves the Mrs. Delury of New York, enrolled themselves as patrons of art, gave elegant dinners, and in a very short time set up pretensions of being the leaders of the American colony. But remorseless fate was at their heels. Firago unearthed the secret of old Dingee's million, and the Delurys suddenly found themselves the sensation of Paris, the butt of ridicule in the comic papers. Monmouth had been in poor health for several months, and this killed him. Dingee's million was now in the eye of the law divided up among his 3 sisters, but fate willed it otherwise, for the following year Hetty, the eldest, died of Roman fever, and 6 months later Prudence fell a victim to rat poison in a small hotel at Grasse, city of delightful odors, in the south of France, whither she had gone in search of balmy air for her sister Martha, who had suddenly developed symptoms of consumption. Left thus alone in the world with old Dingee's million and an incurable ailment, Martha's only ambition was to reach Bricksburg and die in the old white Delury mansion. It seemed to her that its great spacious rooms would enable her to breathe more easily and to fight death off for possibly another year. But it was not to be. She got as far as Paris when old Dingee's million again changed hands, going this time by will to Martha's only relatives, twin brothers John and William Winkletip, produce dealers in Washington Street, New York. The will was a peculiar one, as was to be expected. I give, devise, and bequeath all the property properly known as the Dingee million to my cousins John and William Winkletip, produce dealers of New York, as joint tenants for their lives and the life of each of them, with remainder over the eldest son of the survivor, his heirs and assigns forever, provided that the said remainder man shall be of full age at the time of his father's decease, and shall thereupon enter the ministry of the Methodist Episcopal Church, and devote his life and the income of this estate to the encouragement of legislative enactment throughout the United States for the suppression of gambling and wager-laying. In default of such male heir, the Dingee million was to be divided up among certain religious and eleemosynary institutions. When the cablegram from Paris informing them of their extraordinary luck reached the Winkletip brothers, they were down in the cellar of the old tenement which served as their place of business, with their long jean coats on, busily engaged in sorting onions. As the Winkletips were only a little past 50, and as strong as hickory knobs, their families were quite satisfied to get only a life estate in the Dingee million, for, barring accidents, the brothers had 25 or 30 years to live yet. True, brother John had a son, Cyrus, who would soon be of age, but he was a worthless wight, whose normal condition was alcoholic stupor, barely characterized with sufficient lucidity to enable him to distinguish rotten vegetables from sound. "He will die years before his father," everyone remarked, "and then the gambler's money will go where it ought to go." There had been a fire next door to the Winkletips about the time the good news had arrived from Paris. A huge warehouse had burned down, leaving a brick wall towering 60 feet above the old wooden tenement in which the brothers did business. They had given notice to the authorities, but the inspectors had pronounced the wall perfectly safe. So the 2 brothers continued to come and go, in their best Sunday clothes, however, for they were only engaged in settling up the old business. Suddenly, without the slightest warning, the huge wall fell with a terrific crash upon the wooden tenement, crushing it like an egg-shell. When the 2 brothers were taken out from the ruins, John was pronounced dead, and the coroner's permit was given to remove him to a neighboring undertaker's establishment. William lived 6 hours, conscious to the last, and grateful to an all–wise Providence that his worthless nephew would now be excluded from any control over the dingy million. John Winkletip was a grass widower, his wife, an Englishwoman, having abandoned him and returned to England, and for many years he had made his home with his only other child, a widowed daughter, Mrs. Timmins, who was openly opposed to many of her father's peculiar notions, as she termed them, one of which was his strong advocacy of cremation, he being one of the original stockholders, and at the time of his death a director, of the Long Island Cremation Society. Consequently, Mrs. Timmins gave orders that immediately after the coroner's inquest her father's body should be removed to her residence in Harlem, but as the officers of the Cremation Society held the solemnly executed direction and authorization of their late friend and associate to incinerate his remains, they were advised by the council of their corporation that such an instrument would justify them in taking possession of the remains at the very earliest moment possible, and removing it to the crematory. Warned by the undertakers of Mrs. Timmins's threatened interference, they resolved not to risk even the delay necessary to procure a burial casket. In fact, it would be a useless expense, anyway, and consequently John Winkletip began his last ride on earth lying in the cool depths of the undertaker's ice–box. As Mrs. Timmins's cab turned into Washington Street she met a hearse, but not until she had reached the undertaker's establishment was her suspicion transformed into certainty by being told that her father's body was already on its way to the crematory. Mrs. Timmins was a long–headed woman. She knew the uncertainties of cab transportation through the crowded streets below Canal, and, dismissing her cab at the Chambers Street station of Third Avenue Elevated, she was soon speeding on her way to the Long Island City Ferry. This she reached just as a boat was leaving the slip. Misfortune number one. When she finally reached the Long Island side, she threw herself into the carriage nearest at hand, crying out, "To the crematory! $5 extra if you get me there in time." It was not many minutes before Mrs. Timmins became aware of the fact that the horse was next to worthless, and could scarcely be lashed into a respectable trot. Mrs. Timmins was nearly frantic. Every minute her head was thrust out of the window to urge the hackman to greater speed. There was but one consoling thought: the hearse itself might get blocked, or might have missed the boat. As again and again her head was thrust out of the carriage window, her hair became dishevelled, for she had removed her hat, and the superstitious Hibernian on the box was upon the point of abandoning his post at sight of the wild and crazed look presented by Mrs. Timmins. Was she not some one's ghost, making this wild and mysterious ride? But the promise of an extra $5 kept the man at his post. Suddenly a cry of joy escaped Mrs. Timmins's lips. The hearse was just ahead of them, but its driver had the better horses, and half suspecting that something was wrong, he whipped up vigorously and disappeared in a cloud of dust. Mrs. Timmins's horse was now as wet as if he had been dipped into the river, and she expected every minute to see him give out. But, strange to say, he had warmed up to his work, and now, in response to the driver's urging, broke into a run. Again Mrs. Timmins caught a glimpse of the black coach of death in the dust clouds ahead of her. The race became every instant more exciting. She was a strange sight, and instinctively the farmers, in their returning vegetable wagons, drew aside to let them pass. Once more the hearse disappeared in the dust clouds. This was the last Mrs. Timmins saw of it until she drew up in front of the crematorium. There it stood, with its black doors thrown wide open. She had come too late. Her father's body had already been thrust into the fiery furnace. The antagonism of Winkletip's family to his views concerning the cremation of the dead was an open secret with every attaché of the society, and the men in charge were determined that the society should come out the winner. They were on the look–out for the body. Everything, to the minutest detail, was in readiness. The furnace had been pushed to its greatest destroying power, and hence was it that haste overcame dignity when the foam–flecked and panting horse of the undertaker drew up in front of the entrance of the crematory. The ice–chest was snatched from the hearse, borne hurriedly into the furnace–room, set upon the iron platform, wheeled into the very centre of the white flames, whose waving, curling, twisting tongues seemed reaching out to their fullest length, impatient for their prey, and the iron doors slammed shut with a loud, resounding clangour. At that instant a woman, hatless and breathless, with dishevelled hair, burst into the furnace–room. "Hold! hold!" she shrieked, and then her hands flew to her face, and staggering backward, and striking heavily against the wall, she sank, limp and lifeless, in a heap on the stone floor of the furnace–room. But the two men in charge had neither eyes nor ears for Mrs. Timmins. As the doors closed, they sprang to their posts of observation, in front of the two peep–holes, and stood watching the effect of the flames upon the huge ice–chest. Its wooden covering parted here and there, with a loud crack, laying bare the metal case, from the seams of which burst fitful puffs of steam. Now came a sight so strange and curious, that the two men held their breath as they gazed upon it. By the vaporizing of the water from the melted ice, the flames were pushed back from the chest, and it lay there for an instant as if protected by some miraculous aura. Then happened something which caused the men to reel and stagger as if their limbs were paralyzed by drink, and which painted their faces with as deep a pallor as death's own hand could have laid upon them. From the furnace depths came forth a dull, muffled cry of "Help! help!" Making a desperate effort, the men tore open first the outer and then the inner doors of the fire–chamber. As the air rushed in, the lid of the metal chest burst silently open. Again the cry of "Help!" rang out, and two hands quivered for an instant above the edge of the chest. Then with a loud and defiant roar the flames closed in upon it, and began to lick it up ravenously. The doors were banged shut, and John Winkletip had his way. But the dingy million seemed to draw back instinctively from the touch of the worthless Cy Winkletip. With loud cries of joy, the various beneficiaries under Martha Delury's will now discovered that Cyrus Winkletip was born on the 11th day of August, and that as his father had departed this life on the 10th day of August, the son was not of full age when his father died. But the law put an end to this short–lived joy by making known one of its curious bits of logic, which so often startle the layman. It was this: the law takes no note of parts of a day, and therefore, as Cyrus Winkletip was of age on the first minute of his 21st birthday, he was also of age on the last minute of the day before, consequently on the first minute of the day before he was 21. This gave the dingy million to Cy Winkletip. Under constant and stringent surveillance and tutelage, Cy Winkletip was, after several years of as close application as was deemed safe in view of his weak mental condition, admitted to the ministry in accordance with the provisions of Miss Delury's will. At last the wicked dingy million seemed safely launched upon its task of undoing the wrong it had done. But Cy Winkletip's mind ran completely down in 5 years, and he died a wretched slavering idiot. Mrs. Timmins was inclined to warn off the dingy million with a gesture of horror, but yielding to the solicitation of her friends, she consented to take title in order that she might create a trust with it for some good and noble purpose. To this end, by a last will and testament, she created and endowed the American Society for the Suppression of Gambling and Wager–laying, and then died. The trustees at once began to erect the buildings called for, but before the society had had an opportunity to suppress a single gaming establishment, the lawyers, at the prayer of Mrs. John Winkletip, Mrs. Timmons's mother, fell tooth and nail upon the trust, which was declared too vague, shadowy, and indefinite to be executed, and the dingy million, its roundness now sadly shrunken, made its way across the ocean to Mrs. John Winkletip of Clapham Common, London. She died last year, and with her the wanderings of the dingy million came to an end. She willed it to trustees for building and maintaining a hospital for stray dogs and homeless cats, and those learned in the law say that the trust will stand. End of Strange Adventures of $1,000,000 by Ingersoll Lockwood.
Phalaris I by Lucian of Samosata. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We are sent to you, priests of Delphi, by Phalaris, our master, with instructions to present this bull to the god, and to speak the necessary words on behalf of the offering and its donor. Such being our errand, it remains for us to deliver his message, which is as follows. It is my desire above all things, men of Delphi, to appear to the Greeks as I really am, and not in that character in which envy and malice, availing themselves of the ignorance of their hearers, have represented me. And if to the Greeks in general, then most of all to you, who are holy men, associates of the god, sharers, I had almost said, of his hearth and home. If I can clear myself before you, if I can convince you that I am not the cruel tyrant I am supposed to be, then I may consider myself cleared in the eyes of all the world. For the truth of my statements I appeal to the testimony of the god himself. Methinks he is not likely to be deceived by lying words. It may be an easy matter to mislead men, but to escape the penetration of a god, and that god Apollo, is impossible. I was a man of no mean family in birth, in breeding, in education, the equal of any man in Agrigentum. In my political conduct I was ever public spirited, in my private life mild and unassuming. No unseemly act, no deed of violence, oppression, or headstrong insolence was ever laid to my charge in those early days. But our city at that time was divided into factions. I saw myself exposed to the plots of my political opponents, who sought to destroy me by every means. If I would live in security, if I would preserve the city from destruction, there was but one course open to me, to seize the government, and thereby baffle my opponents, put an end to their machinations, and bring my country to their senses. There was not a few who approved my design, patriots and men of cool judgment. They understood my sentiments, and saw that I had no alternative. With their help I succeeded without difficulty in my enterprise. From that moment the disturbances ceased. My opponents became my subjects, I their ruler, and the city was freed from dissension. From executions and banishments and confiscations I abstained, even in the case of those who had plotted against my life. Such strong measures are indeed never more necessary than at the commencement of a new rule, but I was sanguine. I proposed to treat them as my equals, and to win their allegiance by clemency, mildness, and humanity. My first act was to reconcile myself with my enemies, most of whom I invited to my table and took into my confidence. I found the city in a ruinous condition, owing to the neglect of the magistrates, who had commonly been guilty of embezzlement, if not of wholesale plunder. I repaired the evil by means of aqueducts, beautified the city with noble buildings, and surrounded it with walls. The public revenues were easily increased by proper attention on the part of the fiscal authorities. I provided for the education of the young and the maintenance of the old, and for the general public I had games and spectacles, banquets and doles. As for rape and seduction, tyrannical violence or intimidation, I abhorred the very name of such things. I now began to think of laying down my power, and how to do so with safety was my only concern. The cares of government and public business had begun to weigh upon me. I found my position as burdensome as it was invidious. But it was still a question how to render the city independent of such assistance for the future. And whilst I, honest man, was busied with such thoughts, my enemies were even then combining against me and debating the ways and means of rebellion. Conspiracies were forming, arms and money were being collected, neighbor states were invited to assist, embassies were on their way to Sparta and Athens. The torments that were in store for me, had I fallen into their hands, I afterward learnt from their public confessions under torture, from which it appeared that they had vowed to tear me limb from limb with their own hands. For my escape from such a fate I have to thank the gods, who unmasked the conspiracy, and in particular the god of Delphi, who sent dreams to warn me, and dispatched messengers with detailed information. And now, men of Delphi, I would ask your advice. Imagine yourselves today in the perilous situation in which I then stood, and tell me what was my proper course. I had almost fallen unawares into the hands of my enemies, and was casting about for means of safety. Leave Delphi for a while, and transport yourselves in spirit to Agrigentum. Behold the preparations of my enemies, listen to their threats, and say, what is your counsel? Shall I sit quietly on the brink of destruction, exercising clemency and long-suffering as heretofore, bare my throat to the sword, see my nearest and dearest slaughtered before my eyes? What would this be but sheer imbecility? Shall I not rather bear myself like a man of spirit, give the rein to my rational indignation, avenge my injuries upon the conspirators, and use my present power with a view to my future security? This, I know, would have been your advice. Now observe my procedure. I sent for the guilty persons, heard their defense, produced my evidence, established every point beyond a doubt, and when they themselves admitted the truth of the accusation, I punished them. For I took it ill, not that they had plotted against my life, but that on their account I was compelled to abandon my original policy. From that day to this I have consulted my own safety by punishing conspiracy as often as it has shown itself. And men call me cruel. They do not stop to ask who was the aggressor. They condemn what they think the cruelty of my vengeance, but pass lightly over the provocation and the nature of the crime. It is as if a man were to see a temple robber hurled from the rock at Delphi, and without reflecting how the aggressor had stolen into your temple by night, torn down the votive offerings, and laid hands upon the graven image of the god, were to exclaim against the inhumanity of persons who, calling themselves Greeks and holy men, could yet find it in them to inflict this awful punishment upon their fellow Greek, and that within sight of the holy place. For the rock, as I am told, is not far from the city. Surely you would laugh to scorn such an accusation as this, and your cruel treatment of the impious would be universally applauded. But so it is. The public does not inquire into the character of a ruler, into the justice or injustice of his conduct. The mere name of tyranny ensures men's hatred. The tyrant might be an Acis, a Minos, a Rhadamanthus. They would be none the less eager for his destruction. their thoughts ever run on those tyrants who have been bad rulers, and the good, because they bear the same name, are held in the like detestation? I have heard that many of your tyrants and Greeks have been wise men, who, labouring under that opprobrious title, have yet given proofs of benevolence and humanity, and whose pithy maxims are even now stored up in your temple among the treasures of the god. Observe, moreover, the prominence given to punishment by all constitutional legislators. They know that when the fear of punishment is wanting, nothing else is of avail. And this is doubly so with us who are tyrants, whose power is based upon compulsion, who live in the midst of enmity and treachery. The bugbear terrors of the law would never serve our turn. Rebellion is a many-headed hydra. We cut off one guilty head, 2 others grow in its place. Yet we must harden our hearts, smite them off as they grow, and, like Iolaus, sear the wounds. Thus only shall we hold our own. The man who has once become involved in such a strife as this must play the part that he has undertaken. To show mercy would be fatal. Do you suppose that any man was ever so brutal, so inhuman, as to rejoice in torture and groans and bloodshed for their own sake, when there was no occasion for punishment? Many is the time that I have wept while others suffered beneath the lash, and groaned in spirit over the hard fate that subjected me to a torment more fierce and more abiding than theirs. For to the man who is benevolent by nature, and harsh only by compulsion, it is more painful to inflict punishment than it would be to undergo it. Now I will speak my mind frankly. If I had to choose between punishing innocent men and facing death myself, believe me, I should have no hesitation in accepting the latter alternative. But if I am asked whether I had rather die an undeserved death than give their deserts to those who plotted against my life, I answer no. And once more, Delphians, I appeal to you. Which is better, to die when I deserve not death, or to spare my enemies who deserve not mercy? No man surely can be such a fool that he would not rather live than preserve his enemies by his death. Yet in spite of this, how many have I spared who were palpably convicted of conspiring against me, such as Acanthus, Timocrates, and his brother Leogoras, all of whom I saved out of regard for our former intercourse. If you would learn more of me, apply to any of the strangers who have visited Agrigentum, and see what account they give of the treatment they received, and of my hospitality to all who land on my coasts. My messengers are waiting for them in every port, to inquire after their names and cities, that they may not go away without receiving due honour at my hands. Some of the wisest of the Greeks have come expressly to visit me, so far are they from avoiding intercourse with me. It was but lately that I received a visit from the sage Pythagoras. The account that he had heard of me was belied by his experience. On taking his departure, he expressed admiration of my justice, and deplored the circumstances which made severity a duty. Now is it likely that one who is so benevolent to strangers should deal unjustly with his fellow citizens? Is it not to be supposed that the provocation has been unusually great? So much then in defence of my own conduct. I have spoken the words of truth and justice, and would persuade myself that I have merited your approbation rather than your resentment. And now I must explain to you the origin of my present offering, and the manner in which it came into my hands, for it was by no instructions of mine that the statuary made this bull. Far be it from me to aspire to the possession of such works of art. A countryman of my own, one Perillus, an admirable artist, but a man of evil disposition, had so far mistaken my character as to think that he could win my regard with the invention of a new form of torture. The love of torture, he thought, was my ruling passion. He it was who made the bull and brought it to me. I no sooner set my eyes on this beautiful and exquisite piece of workmanship, which lacked only movement and sound to complete the illusion, than I exclaimed, "Here is an offering fit for the god of Delphi. To him I must send it." "And what will you say," rejoined Perillus, who stood by, "when you see the ingenious mechanism within it, and learn the purpose it is designed to serve?" He opened the back of the animal and continued, "When you are minded to punish any one, shut him up in this receptacle, apply these pipes to the nostrils of the bull, and order a fire to be kindled beneath. The occupant will shriek and roar with unremitting agony, and his cries will come to you through the pipes as the tenderest, most pathetic, most melodious of bellowings. Your victims will be punished, and you will enjoy the music." His words revolted me. I loathed the thought of such ingenious cruelty, and resolved to punish the artificer in kind. "If this is anything more than an empty boast, Perillus," I said to him, "if your art can really produce this effect, get inside yourself and pretend to roar, and we will see whether the pipes will make such music as you describe." He consented, and when he was inside I closed the aperture and ordered a fire to be kindled. "Receive," I cried, "the due reward of your wondrous art. Let the music master be the first to play." Thus did his ingenuity meet with its deserts. But lest the offering should be polluted by his death, I caused him to be removed while he was yet alive, and his body to be flung dishonored from the cliffs. The bull, after due purification, I sent as an offering to your God, with an inscription upon it, setting forth all the circumstances, the names of the donor and of the artist, the evil design of the latter, and the righteous sentence which condemned him to illustrate by his own agonized shrieks the efficacy of his musical device. And now, men of Delphi, you will be doing me no more than justice if you join my ambassadors in making sacrifice on my behalf, and set up the bull in a conspicuous part of the temple, that all men may know what is my attitude towards evil doers, and in what manner I chastise their inordinate craving after wickedness. Herein is a sufficient indication of my character: Perillus punished, the bull consecrated, not reserved for the bellowings of other victims. The first and last melody that issued from those pipes was wrung from their artificer. That one experiment made, the harsh inhuman notes are silenced forever. So much for the present offering, which will be followed by many others, as soon as the God vouchsafes me a respite from my work of chastisement. Such was the message of Phalaris, and his statement is in strict accord with the facts. You may safely accept our testimony, as we are acquainted with the circumstances, and can have no object in deceiving you on the present occasion. Must entreaty be added? Then on behalf of one whose character has been misrepresented, and whose severities were forced upon him against his will, we implore you, we who are Agrigentines, Greeks like yourselves and of Dorian origin, to accept this offer of friendship, and not to thwart his benevolent intentions towards your community, and the individuals of which it is composed. Take the bull into your keeping, consecrate it, and offer up your prayers on behalf of Agrigentum and of Phalaris. Suffer us not to have come hither in vain, repulse not our master with scorn, nor deprive the God of an offering whose intrinsic beauty is only equalled by its righteous associations. End of Phalaris 1, by Lucian of Samosata, 125 to 180 A.D.
The Quadroons by Lydia Maria Chart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Jasmine Jallo from Berlin, Germany. The Quadroons. I promise thee a sister tale of man's perfidious cruelty. Come then and hear what cruel wrong befell the dark lady. Coleridge. Not far from Augusta, Georgia, there is a pleasant place called Sandhills, appropriated almost exclusively to summer residences for the wealthy inhabitants of the neighboring city. Among the beautiful cottages that adorn it was one far retired from the public roads and almost hidden among the trees. It was a perfect model of rural beauty. The piazzas that surrounded it were wreathed with clematis and passion flower. Magnificent magnolias and the superb pride of India threw shadows around it and filled the air with fragrance. Flowers peeped out from every nook and nodded to you in by places with the most unexpected welcome. The tasteful hand of art had not learned to imitate the lavish beauty and harmonious disorder of nature, but they lived together in loving unity and spoke in according tones. The gateway rose in a Gothic arch, with graceful tracery in ironwork, surmounted by a cross, around which fluttered and played the mountain fringe, that lightest and most fragile of vines. The inhabitants of this cottage remained in it all the year round, and peculiarly enjoyed the season that left them without neighbors. To one of the parties, indeed, the fashionable summer residents that came and went with the butterflies were merely neighbors-in-law. The edicts of society had built up a wall of separation between her and them, for she was a quadroon. Conventional laws could not be reversed in her favor, though she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, was highly cultivated in mind and manners, graceful as an antelope, and beautiful as the evening star. She had early attracted the attention of a handsome and wealthy young Georgian, and as their acquaintance increased, the purity and bright intelligence of her mind inspired him with far deeper interest than is ever excited by mere passion. It was genuine love, that mysterious union of soul and sense, in which the lowliest dewdrop reflects the image of the highest star. The tenderness of Rosalie's conscience required an outward form of marriage, though she well knew that a union with her proscribed race was unrecognized by law, and therefore the ceremony gave her no legal hold on Edward's constancy. But her high poetic nature regarded the reality rather than the semblance of things, and when he playfully asked how she could keep him if he wished to run away, she replied, "Let the church that my mother loved sanction our union, and my own soul will be satisfied, without the protection of the state. If your affections fall from me, I would not, if I could, hold you by a legal fetter." It was a marriage sanctioned by heaven, though unrecognized on earth. The picturesque cottage at Sandhills was built for the young bride under her own direction, and there they passed 10 as happy years as ever blessed the heart of mortals. It was Edward's fancy to name their eldest child Zarifa, in commemoration of a quaint old Spanish ballad which had first conveyed to his ears the sweet tones of her mother's voice. Her flexile form and nimble motions were in harmony with the breezy sound of the name, and its Moorish origin was most appropriate to one so emphatically a child of the sun. Her complexion, of a still lighter brown than Rosalie's, was rich and glowing as an autumnal leaf. The iris of a large dark eye had the melting mezzo-tinto outline which remains the last vestige of African ancestry, and gives that plaintive expression so often observed and so appropriate to that docile and injured race. Zarifa learned no lessons of humility or shame within her own happy home, for she grew up in the warm atmosphere of father's and mother's love, like a flower open to the sunshine and sheltered from the winds. But in summer walks with her beautiful mother, her young cheek often mantled at the rude gaze of the young men, and her dark eye flashed fire when some contemptuous epithet met her ear, as white ladies passed them by, in scornful pride and ill-conceived envy. Happy as Rosalie was in Edward's love, and surrounded by an outward environment of beauty, so well adapted to her poetic spirit, she felt these incidents with inexpressible pain. For herself, she cared but little, for she had found a sheltered home in Edward's heart, which the world might ridicule, but had no power to profane. But when she looked at her beloved Zariffa, and reflected upon the unavoidable and dangerous position which the tyranny of society had awarded her, her soul was filled with anguish. The rare loveliness of the child increased daily, and was evidently ripening into most marvellous beauty. The father rejoiced in it with unmingled pride, but in the deep tenderness of the mother's eye there was an indwelling sadness that spoke of anxious thoughts and fearful forebodings. When Zariffa entered her 9th year, these uneasy feelings found utterance in earnest solicitations that Edward would remove to France or England. This request excited but little opposition, and was so attractive to his imagination that he might have overcome all intervening obstacles had not a change come o'er the spirit of his dream. He still loved Rosalie, but he was now 28 years old, and unconsciously to himself, ambition had for some time been slowly gaining an ascendancy over his other feelings. The contagion of example had led him into the arena where so much American strength is wasted. He had thrown himself into political excitement with all the honest fervour of youthful feeling. His motives had been unmixed with selfishness, nor could he ever define to himself when or how sincere patriotism took the form of personal ambition. But so it was that at 28 years old he found himself an ambitious man, involved in movements which his frank nature would have once abhorred, and watching the doubtful game of mutual cunning with all the fierce excitement of a gambler. Among those on whom his political success most depended was a very popular and wealthy man, who had an only daughter. His visits to the house were at first of a purely political nature, but the young lady was pleasing, and he fancied he discovered in her a sort of timid preference for himself. This excited his vanity, and awakened thoughts of the great worldly advantages connected with the union. Reminiscences of his first love kept these vague ideas in check for several months, but Rosalie's image at last became an unwelcome intruder, for with it was associated the idea of restraint. Moreover, Charlotte, though inferior in beauty, was yet a pretty contrast to her rival. Her light hair fell in silken profusion, her blue eyes were gentle, though inexpressive, and her delicate cheeks were like blush rosebuds. He had already become accustomed to the dangerous experiment of resisting his own inward convictions, and this new impulse to ambition, combined with the strong temptation of variety in love, made the ardent young man weakened in moral principle, and unfettered by loss of the land. The change wrought upon him was soon noticed by Rosalie. In many ways does the full heart reveal the presence of the love it would conceal, but in far more the estranged heart lets know the absence of the love which yet it fain would show. At length the news of his approaching marriage met her ear. Her head grew dizzy, and her heart fainted within her, but, with a strong effort at composure, she inquired all the particulars, and her pure mind at once took its resolution. Edward came that evening, and though she would have fain met him as usual, her heart was too full not to throw a deep sadness over her looks and tones. She had never complained of his decreasing tenderness, or of her own lonely hours, but he felt that the mute appeal of her heartbroken looks was more terrible than words. He kissed the hand she offered, and with a countenance almost as sad as her own, led her to a window in the recess, shadowed by a luxuriant passion flower. It was the same seat where they had spent the first evening in this beautiful cottage, consecrated to their youthful loves. The same calm, clear moonlight looked in through the trellis. The vine then planted had now a luxuriant growth, and many a time had Edward fondly twined its sacred blossoms with the glossy ringlets of her raven hair. The rush of memory almost overpowered poor Rosalie, and Edward felt too much oppressed and ashamed to break the long, deep silence. At length, in words scarcely audible, Rosalie said, "Tell me, dear Edward, are you to be married next week?" He dropped her hand, as if a rifle ball had struck him, and it was not until after long hesitation that he began to make some reply about the necessity of circumstances. Mildly but earnestly, the poor girl begged him to spare apologies. It was enough that he no longer loved her, and that they must bid farewell. Trusting to the yielding tenderness of her character, he ventured, in the most soothing accents, to suggest that as he still loved her better than all the world, she would ever be his real wife, and they might see each other frequently. He was not prepared for the storm of indignant emotion his words excited. Hers was a passion too absorbing to admit of partnership, and her spirit was too pure and kind to enter into a selfish league against the happiness of the innocent young bride. At length, this painful interview came to an end. They stood together by the Gothic gate, where they had so often met and parted in the moonlight. Old remembrances melted their souls. "Farewell, dearest Edward," said Rosalie. "Give me a parting kiss." Her voice was choked for utterance, and the tears flowed freely as she bent her lips toward him. He folded her convulsively in his arms, and imprinted a long, impassioned kiss on that mouth, which had never spoken to him but in love and blessing. With effort like a death pang, she at length raised her head from his heaving bosom, and turning from him with bitter sobs, she said, "It is our last. God bless you. I would not have you so miserable as I am. Farewell. A last farewell." "The last!" exclaimed he, with a wild shriek. "Oh, Rosalie, do not say that!" And covering his face with his hands, he wept like a child. Recovering from his emotion, he found himself alone. The moon looked down upon him mild, but very sorrowful, as the Madonna seems to gaze on her worshipping children, bowed down with consciousness of sin. At that moment he would have given worlds to have disengaged himself from Charlotte, but he had gone so far that blame, disgrace, and duels with angry relatives would now attend any effort to obtain his freedom. Oh, how the moonlight oppressed him with its friendly sadness! It was like the plaintive eye of his forsaken one, like the music of sorrow echoed from an unseen world. Long and earnestly he gazed at that dwelling, where he had so long known earth's purest foretaste of heavenly bliss. Slowly he walked away, then turned again to look on that charmed spot, the nestling place of his young affections. He caught a glimpse of Rosalie, weeping beside a magnolia, which commanded a long view of the path leading to the public road. He would have sprung toward her, but she darted from him and entered the cottage. That graceful figure, weeping in the moonlight, haunted him for years. It stood before his closing eyes, and greeted him with the morning dawn. Poor Charlotte! Had she known all, what a dreary lot would hers have been! But fortunately she could not miss the impassioned tenderness she had never experienced, and Edward was the more careful in his kindness, because he was deficient in love. Once or twice she heard him murmur, "Dear Rosalie," in his sleep. But the playful charge she brought was playfully answered, and the incident gave her no real uneasiness. The summer after their marriage, she proposed a residence at Sandhills, little aware what a whirlwind of emotion she excited in her husband's heart. The reasons he gave for rejecting the proposition appeared satisfactory, but she could not quite understand why he was never willing that their afternoon drives should be in the direction of those pleasant rural residences, which he had heard him praise so much. One day, as their barouche rolled along a winding road that skirted Sandhills, her attention was suddenly attracted by two figures among the trees by the wayside, and touching Edward's arm, she exclaimed, "Do look at that beautiful child!" He turned and saw Rosalie and Zariffa. His lips quivered, and his face became deadly pale. His young wife looked at him intently, but said nothing. There were points of resemblance in the child that seemed to account for his sudden emotion. Suspicion was awakened, and she soon learned that the mother of that lovely girl bore the name of Rosalie. With this information came recollections of the dear Rosalie murmured in uneasy slumbers. From gossiping tongues, she soon learned more than she wished to know. She wept, but not as poor Rosalie had done, for she never had loved and been beloved like her, and her nature was more proud. Henceforth a change came over her feelings and her manners, and Edward had no further occasion to assume a tenderness in return for hers. Changed as he was by ambition, he felt the wintry chill of her polite propriety, and sometimes in agony of heart compared it with the gushing love of her who was indeed his wife. But these and all his emotions were a sealed book to Rosalie, of which he could only guess the contents. With remittances for her and her child's support, there sometimes came earnest pleadings that she would consent to see him again, but these she never answered, though her heart yearned to do so. She pitied his fair young bride, and would not be tempted to bring sorrow into their household by any fault of hers. Her earnest prayer was that she might never know of her existence. She had not looked on Edward since she watched him under the shadow of the magnolia, until his barouche passed her in her rambles some months after. She saw the deadly paleness of his countenance, and had he dared to look back, he would have seen her tottering with faintness. Zariffa brought water from a little rivulet and sprinkled her face. When she revived, she clasped the beloved child to her heart with a vehemence that made her scream. Soothingly she kissed away her fears, and gazed into her beautiful eyes with a deep, deep sadness of expression, which Zariffa never forgot. Wild were the thoughts that pressed around her aching heart, and almost maddened her poor brain, thoughts which had almost driven her to suicide the night of that last farewell. For her child's sake, she conquered the fierce temptation then, and for her sake, she struggled with it now. But the gloomy atmosphere of their once happy home overclouded the morning of Zariffa's life. She from her mother learned the trick of grief, and sighed among her playthings. Rosalie perceived this, and it gave her gentle heart unutterable pain. At last, the conflicts of her spirit proved too strong for the beautiful frame in which it dwelt. About a year after Edward's marriage, she was found dead in her bed, one bright autumnal morning. She had often expressed to her daughter a wish to be buried under a spreading oak that shaded a rustic garden chair in which she and Edward had spent many happy evenings. And there she was buried, with a small white cross at her head, twined with the cypress vine. Edward came to the funeral, and wept long, very long, at the grave. Hours after midnight, he sat in the recess window, with Zariffa folded to his heart. The poor child sobbed herself to sleep on his bosom, and the convicted murderer had small reason to envy that wretched man, as he gazed on the lovely countenance which so strongly reminded him of his early and his only love. From that time, Zariffa was the central point of all his warmest affections. He hired an excellent old negress to take charge of the cottage, from which he promised his darling child that she should never be removed. He employed a music master and dancing master to attend upon her, and a week never passed without a visit from him, and a present of books, pictures, or flowers. To hear her play upon the harp, or repeat some favorite poem in her mother's earnest accents and melodious tones, or to see a pliant figure float in the garland dance, seemed to be the highest enjoyment of his life. Yet was the pleasure mixed with bitter thoughts. What would be the destiny of this fascinating young creature, so radiant with life and beauty? She belonged to a proscribed race, and though the brown color on her soft cheek was scarcely deeper than the sunny side of a golden pear, yet was it sufficient to exclude her from virtuous society. He thought of Rosalie's wish to carry her to France, and he would have fulfilled it had he been unmarried. As it was, he inwardly resolved to make some arrangement to effect it in a few years, even if it involved separation from his darling child. But, alas for the calculations of man! From the time of Rosalie's death, Edward had sought relief for his wretched feelings in the free use of wine. Zariffa was scarcely 15, when her father was found dead by the roadside, having fallen from his horse on his way to visit her. He left no will, but his wife, with kindness of heart worthy of a happier domestic fate, expressed a decided reluctance to change any of the plans he had made for the beautiful child at Sandhills. Zariffa mourned her indulgent father, but not as one utterly desolate. True, she had lived like a flower deep hid in rocky cleft, but the sunshine of love had already peeped in upon her. Her teacher on the harp was a handsome and agreeable young man of 20, the only son of an English widow. Perhaps Edward had not been altogether unmindful of the result when he first invited him to the flowery cottage. Certain it is, he had more than once thought what a pleasant thing it would be if English freedom from prejudice should lead him to offer legal protection to his graceful and winning child. Being thus encouraged, rather than checked, in his admiration, George Eliot could not be otherwise than strongly attracted toward his beautiful pupil. The lonely and unprotected state in which her father's death left her deepened this feeling into tenderness. And lucky was it for her enthusiastic and affectionate nature, for she could not live without an atmosphere of love. In her innocence, she knew nothing of the dangers in her path, and she trusted George with an undoubting simplicity that rendered her sacred to his noble and generous soul. It seemed as if that flower-embosomed nest was consecrated by the fates to love. The French have well named it La Belle Passion, for without it life were a year without spring, or a spring without roses. Except the loveliness of infancy, what does earth offer so much like heaven as the happiness of two young, pure, and beautiful beings living in each other's hearts? Zariffa inherited her mother's poetic and impassioned temperament, and to her, above others, the first consciousness of these sweet emotions was like a golden sunrise on the sleeping flowers. Thus stood she at the threshold of the scene of busy life. How fair it lay in solemn shade and sheen, and he beside her, like some angel posted to lead her out of childhood's fairyland, on to life's glancing summit, hand in hand. Alas, the tempest was brooding over their young heads. Rosalie, though she knew it not, had been the daughter of a slave, whose wealthy master, though he remained attached to her to the end of her days, yet carelessly omitted to have papers of manumission recorded. His heirs had lately failed, under circumstances which greatly exasperated their creditors, and in an unlucky hour they discovered their claim on Angelique's grandchild. The gentle girl, happy as the birds in springtime, accustomed to the fondest indulgence, surrounded by all the refinements of life, timid as a fawn, and with a soul full of romance, was ruthlessly seized by a sheriff and placed on the public auction stand in Savannah. There she stood, trembling, blushing, and weeping, compelled to listen to the grossest language, and shrinking from the rude hands that examined the graceful proportions of her beautiful frame. "Stop that!" exclaimed a stern voice. "I bid $2,000 for her, without asking any of their damned questions." The speaker was probably about 40 years of age, with handsome features but a fierce and proud expression. An older man who stood behind him bid 2,500. The first bid higher, then a third, a dashing young man, bid 3,000, and thus they went on, with the keen excitement of gamblers, until the first speaker obtained the price for the moderate sum of $5,000. And where was George during this dreadful scene? He was absent on a visit to his mother at Mobile. But had he been at Sandhills, he could not have saved his beloved from the wealthy profligate, who was determined to obtain her at any price. A letter of agonized entreaty from her brought him home on the wings of the wind. But what could he do? How could he ever obtain a sight of her, locked up as she was in the princely mansion of her master? At last, by bribing one of the slaves, he conveyed a letter to her, and received one in return. As yet, her purchaser treated her with respectful gentleness, and sought to win her favour by flattery and presents, but she dreaded every moment lest the scene should change, and trembled at the sound of every footfall. A plan was laid for escape. The slave agreed to drug his master's wine. A ladder of ropes was prepared, and a swift boat was in readiness. But the slave, to obtain a double reward, was treacherous. Zariffa had scarcely given an answering signal to the low, cautious whistle of a lover, when the sharp sound of a rifle was followed by a deep groan, and a heavy fall on the pavement of the courtyard. With frenzied eagerness she swung herself down by the ladder of ropes, and by the glancing light of lanthorns, saw George bleeding and lifeless at her feet. One wild shriek that pierced the brains of those who heard it, and she fell senseless by his side. For many days she had a confused consciousness of some great agony, but knew not where she was, or by whom she was surrounded. The slow recovery of her reason settled into the most intense melancholy, which moved the compassion even of her cruel purchaser. The beautiful eyes, always pensive in expression, were now so heart-piercing in their sadness that he could not endure to look upon them. For some months he sought to win her smiles by lavish presents and delicate attentions. He bought glittering chains of gold and costly bands of pearl. His victim scarcely glanced at them, and her attendant slave laid them away, unheeded and forgotten. He purchased the furniture of the cottage at Sandhills, and one morning Zariffa found her harp at the bedside, and the room filled with her own books, pictures, and flowers. She gazed upon them with a pang unutterable, and burst into an agony of tears, but she gave her master no thanks, and her gloom deepened. At last his patience was exhausted. He grew weary of her obstinacy, as he was pleased to term it, and threats took the place of persuasion. In a few months more, poor Zariffa was a raving maniac. That pure temper was desecrated, that loving heart was broken, and that beautiful head fractured against the wall in the frenzy of despair. Her master cursed the useless expense she had cost him. The slaves buried her, and no one wept at the grave of her who had been so carefully cherished and so tenderly beloved. End of The Quadroons by Lydia Maria Child.
A Really Nice Story by W. Somerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lilies Brander. I like Fanny for a dozen quite solid reasons, but also because she is the living image of my Dresden shepherdess. Of course, she pretends to object to being told so, but no woman can really object to the statement that her complexion is like the finest porcelain. And I notice that Fanny, in her dress, cultivates this style with great perseverance. At costume balls she usually gets herself up in direct imitation of the figure upon my mantelpiece, dignifying herself, however, with the name of Madame de Pompadour. Like many quite spotless women, she has rather a passion for those members of her sex whose fame is not precisely due to their respectability. Similarly, a man whose morals are irreproachable lends a piquancy to his conversation by hinting that he is a perfect devil with the ladies. In both cases, the real sinner takes good care to broaden his phylacteries and to invite a high church parson whenever he gives a dinner party. If your character is as white as snow, you may tell the world that you're no better than you should be. But if there is a single speck of mud on it, for heaven's sake keep silent, and walk on the other side with the priest and the Levite when your friend gets into the divorce court. Fanny and I adore muffins, and in the winter months she often invites me to come and eat one with her. "Rich," she said, when I appeared one afternoon to keep such an appointment. "I asked you for 2 days ago." I put on my watch. "I am a little late," I said apologetically, "but you have told me so often that you loathe the punctual people." "I loathe the man who comes to dinner at the precise hour for which you've asked him. and then you have to hurl yourself into your clothes, you can't find anything, and you get frightfully hot. And when finally you've leaped at one bound down a flight of stairs, you come into the room perfectly breathless and as red as a turkey cock. Fanny got so excited about a man who came to dinner as if he'd lived all his life in savage places that she quite forgot my particular transgression. The muffin to which I had been asked had gone the usual way with muffins, but after an interval another appeared, and we ate it with a solemnity which befits such a dainty. Fanny, who has lately gone in for imperialism, with great vigour, assured me that she always ate muffins now as being a peculiarly English product. She seemed to fancy that bread and butter savoured somehow of the continent, and therefore, of all iniquity, hoped her principles would injure neither her digestion nor her figure. You cannot be a dressing shepherdess in Portly. So glad you came just at this minute, she remarked, gulping down her third cup of tea. I've just finished a novel, and I hate starting in another immediately. You get so jumbled up. I suppose it is better not to read more than 3 a week, I politely agreed. Fanny is a perfectly omnivorous reader of fiction. The excellent Mr. Moody has no customer more constant. Of course, she never dreams of buying a book, and she devours the spring and autumn outputs with insatiable appetite. Try to be sarcastic, she said, in reply to my observation. As a matter of fact, I can easily get through the ordinary-sized book in 2 days. I read Hellsback of Banisdale in 4. And The Christian? Oh, I haven't read it yet. I know, it's perfectly scandalous. Not the book, of course, the fact is not having read it. But I'm keeping it till I have a really bad cold, you know, the sort of cold I mean, when you can't see out of your eyes and your nose is stuffed up and you feel simply hopelessly idiotic. Wonder you think it needful to wait. I suppose that means that you think me always hopelessly idiotic. I wish you'd say things plainly. It means nothing of the sort, I protested. I was only thinking that you must feel sadly behind the times. Fanny was convinced that she knew my meaning better than myself. You meant that I was a hopeless idiot. Oh, I don't mind. I know it's merely because I can't stand your books. Novelists are simply the vainest creatures in the world. I didn't know you were acquainted with any, I said, objecting a little to the boldness of a generalism upon a single instance. But of course Fanny had the best of the argument. My dear boy, they have their photographs in very shop window and paragraphs about themselves in every paper, which doesn't look as if they were very retiring. She rattled out quite an imposing list of names. There was an awfully good skit upon them in a novel I read some time ago by... I can't recollect the man's name. Fanny never by any chance remembers the name of a book or its author, and a week after her very rapid perusal has the vaguest idea even of its plot. She defends herself by saying that it's only a novel, inferring that her more earnest attention is devoted to solid reading, and the casual stranger, not knowing that by this she means the lady's pictorial and the gentlewoman, imagines with some awe she studies the synthetic philosophy and the genealogy of morals, neither of which, as a matter of fact, she has ever heard of. Tell me, she said, breaking suddenly into a different topic, are you still wasting your time in writing novels? I do think it a pity that you don't do something serious. Fanny doesn't like my books, and keeps them under lock and key, along with the family physician and advice to her mother. And when you do write things, she went on, waiting for no answer, no one can read them. Why don't you write something like Anthony Hope? I wish I could, I replied. I badly want a new carpet in my library. Of course you can't say anything charitable about another novelist. You pretend you never read novels. I pretend nothing of the sort, I said. I have the very greatest admiration for the Dolly dialogues, and I wish to goodness I'd discovered the kingdom of Ruritania. Well, I'm very glad you didn't. You'd have made everybody break the 10 Commandments, and I couldn't have given the book to my sister as a Christmas present. Fanny thinks she can be as rude as ever she likes to me, and never dreams that she's saying anything to hurt my little feelings. Sometimes, however, she has qualms of conscience. "I don't wish to be too hard upon you," she said now, "but you know I do wish you to write a really nice book. I regret to say that Fanny is somewhat addicted to sentiment. Something," she added, "that will please your wife to read." "But I haven't got a wife," I objected. "Something," she went on, "about decent people who wear nice clothes and get married at St. George's, Hanover Square." I thought I saw my opportunity, for even the weakest worm will turn. "Something," I said thoughtfully, as I entertained the idea, "about the upper classes. If you choose to call them so, the sort of people who rustle when they walk about." "Confess I do like silk petticoats," I said. "What on earth have they got to do with it?" asked Fanny. "My dear Fanny, you must confess that you can't have an elegant rustle without a silk petticoat." "I refuse to discuss the point," she said, blushing. "And even if it is so, it need not be referred to. That's what I can complain of. You can never see a well-dressed woman thinking that she's got a heart underneath, to say nothing of a nervous system, digestive organs, and probably a beast of a temper." My interruption rather nonplussed Fanny, and before she recovered I started off again, for I meant to give her at least a taste of a really nice story. "As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of doing a story more or less of the sort you like. Do you think this will be a good beginning?" It was Sunday afternoon, and Lady Hippolyta Plantagenet, daughter of the Duke of Gloucester, was sitting in the was reclining in the garden, listening to the sweet and homely chimes of the church bells. Here I should put in a couple of pages about church bells. "The names are idiotic," said Fanny, "but you can change them. Go on." "She was dressed in white muslin as pure and snowy as her soul." I said this with great unction. "Men are the stupidest fools," broke in Fanny rudely. "Imagine dressing a nice girl in clean white muslin at the end of the 19th century. If novelists weren't so eaten up with their own conceit, they'd spend a year or two at a good dressmaker's just to learn up their clothes." I begged Fanny to pity my infirmity, and out of her boundless knowledge to help me. She gave me a long account of what Lady Hippolyta really wore. It sounded very elegant and appropriate, and I promised to remember every word. Then she told me to go on, and I saw my story was proceeding on the right lines. "You got to pure and snowy as her soul," she said. "Oh yes, she was as beautiful as the morning, and as fresh as the breeze in May. Her hair—" "Oh, you can leave out all that. You can't do it properly. And if you'd condescend to take my advice, you'd bring the man along quickly. That's what the novel reader wants." "Pardon me," I said. "I must have the aristocratic aunt in first." Hippolyta was staying with her aunt, the Dowager Marchioness of Camberwell. This lady had in her veins some of the bluest blood in England. She was, in fact, a direct descendant of Charles II. "I'm not sure if that's quite proper," said Fanny. "For heaven's sake don't interrupt," I cried, "or I shall never get to the end of the third volume." And she was one of the few peeresses remaining to keep a proper sense of her own dignity. She was an aristocrat to the backbone, and even to the most insignificant details of life she carried her passion for distinction. She could not suffer anything menial, and her servants were not ordinary domestics, but ladies' helps. Her cook was the daughter of a clergyman in the Church of England. "Do you know what you're talking about?" asked Fanny. "Have you ever had dinner in a clergyman's house?" "Frequently," I replied, "for my sins. But you must recollect that in the very noble houses the cooking is always vile." "Perhaps you are right in that," said Fanny, with an air as if she was in the habit of frequently dining with duchesses. Imagine now the distress of Lady Hippolyta. She was in love. and her lover was only a common captain in the army. This roused Fanny's new imperialism. I don't know why you call him a common captain. If he is in the army, he must be a gentleman. I took no notice of the interruption. But he hadn't a penny in the world, and how could she listen to his advances? She had looked through Burke and the landed gentry, and his name was not to be found. Oh, the humiliation of it! With her dainty jewelled hands, she drew from her pocket an exquisite cambric handkerchief and wiped away the tears that coursed down her cheeks like transparent pearls. I saw that Fanny was rather touched, and I vowed that if she only gave me time, the heroine and the noble aunt should weep gallons of tears upon one another's bosoms. The bells rang out across the pure summer air, and reminded Hippolyta that she must get ready for church. But she reproached herself bitterly for her frame of mind. She knew that she did not go to the peaceful and rustic church to hear the dear old rector preach one of his well-known sermons. He was a distant relative of hers, and fifth son of Lord Peckham. Ah, she went only to see the love of her heart. But who was he? Brown. Brown. She had never heard the name. Awful. At that moment a lady's help stepped across the well-kept lawn and landed her a letter. It was from him. "Ravishing Hippolyta," it began. "Forgive me if I do not come to church this afternoon, but I have just had a letter from my cousin Lord Brixton." Hippolyta read no further. A piercing shriek issued from her ruby lips and rang through the pure air of the summer. She seized the book which was lying by her side. Here I stood up, and with a magnificent gesture took hold of the blue book. She rapidly turned the pages. She could hardly breathe. I acted the part with great effect. "Ah, heaven help me!" she cried. "Brixton Brown! I had forgotten the Brixtons were Browns. Thank heaven! Then I am not disgraced, his second cousin to an earl." I paused for a minute for effect. Then I said, "That is the end of the first chapter." But Fanny had been looking at me for some minutes with a stony stare. "Have you been laughing at me all the time?" she asked. "Laughing at you? My dear Fanny, how can you imagine such a thing?" "Yes, you have," she said with some temper. "You've simply been laughing at me." "When did you find it out?" I inquired. "I suppose you think you've been funny. You think it very clever to make an utter fool of me. You've trifled with all my tenderest emotion. You've sneered at the House of Lords. You've laughed at the British Army." "Never!" I said. Fanny's eyes passed to a portrait of Mr. Rudyard Kipling, which hung upon the wall, and she looked at it for encouragement. "You've made insinuations about the Church of England," she went on, indignantly. "No, no," I said, "only about its cooking, and you agreed with me. I suppose you think yourself very clever." "My dear Fanny," I began. "Don't try and excuse yourself. I'll never forgive you, and I shall never ask you here again. If you want my candid opinion, I think the best thing you can do is to emigrate. I'm sure you're not wanted in England, and I think you're utterly immoral." As a matter of fact, I did not at the moment greatly care what Fanny thought of me. My view of the matter was that I had distinctly the best of the argument. However, I sent her a box of marrons glacés, which she condescended to eat, notwithstanding the fact that it came from Paris, and shortly afterwards she sent me full pardon for all my offences, and a piteous supplication to come to dinner in place of a man who had suddenly fallen ill. I know the gentle reader expects me now delicately to hint that Fanny will shortly become my wedded wife, and I feel that some apology is due to him for neglecting so obvious a conclusion. But the fact is that Fanny would never have married me even if I had asked her, and I couldn't do that because she has already one able-bodied and very healthy husband. End of A Really Nice Story by W. Somerset Maugham.
Rothschild's Fiddle by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The town was a little one, worse than a village, and it was inhabited by scarcely any but old people who died with an infrequency that was really annoying. In the hospitals and in the prison fortress very few coffins were needed. In fact, business was bad. If Yakov Ivanov had been an undertaker in the chief town of the province, he would certainly have had a house of his own, and people would have addressed him as Yakov Matveyitch. Here in this wretched little town, people simply called him Yakov. His nickname in the street was for some reason Bronze, and he lived in a very poor way like a humble peasant, in an old hut in which there was only one room, and in this room he and Marfa, the stove, a double bed, the coffins, his bench, and all their belongings were crowded together. Yakov made good, solid coffins. For peasants and working people he made them to fit himself, and this was never unsuccessful, for there were none taller and stronger than he, even in prison, though he was 70. For gentry and for women he made them to measure, and used an iron foot rule for the purpose. He was very unwilling to take orders for children's coffins, and made them straight off without measurements, contemptuously, and when he was paid for the work he always said, "I must confess I don't love trumpery jobs." Apart from his trade, playing the fiddle brought him in a small income. The Jews' orchestra, conducted by Moisey Ilyitch Shankes, the tinsmith, who took more than half their receipts for himself, played as a rule at weddings in the town. As Yakov played very well on the fiddle, especially Russian songs, Shankes sometimes invited him to join the orchestra at a fee of half a ruble a day, in addition to tips from visitors. When Bronze sat in the orchestra, first of all his face became crimson and perspiring. It was hot. There was a suffocating smell of garlic. The fiddle squeaked, the double bass wheezed close to his right ear, while the flute wailed at his left, played by a gaunt, red-haired Jew who had a perfect network of red and blue veins all over his face, and who bore the name of the famous millionaire Rothschild. And this accursed Jew contrived to play even the liveliest things plaintively. For no apparent reason Yakov little by little became possessed by hatred and contempt for the Jews, and especially for Rothschild. He began to pick quarrels with him, rail at him in unseemly language, and once even tried to strike him, and Rothschild was offended, and said, looking at him ferociously, "If it were not that I respect you for your talent, I would have sent you flying out that window." Then he began to weep, and because of this Yakov was not often asked to play in the orchestra. He was only sent for in case of extreme necessity in the absence of one of the Jews. Yakov was never in a good temper, as he was continually having to put up with terrible losses. For instance, it was a sin to work on Sundays or saints' days, and Monday was an unlucky day, so that in the course of the year there were some 200 days on which, whether he liked it or not, he had to sit with his hands folded. And only think what loss that meant. If anyone in the town had a wedding without music, or if Shankes did not send for Yakov, that was a loss too. The superintendent of the prison was ill for 2 years and was wasting away, and Yakov was impatiently waiting for him to die, but the superintendent went away to the chief town of the province to be doctored, and there took and died. There's loss for you, 10 rubles at least, as there would have been an expensive coffin to make, lined with brocade. The thought of his losses haunted Yakov, especially at night. He laid his fiddle on the bed beside him, and when all sorts of nonsensical ideas came into his mind, he touched a string. The fiddle gave out a sound in the darkness, and he felt better. On the 6th of May of the previous year, Marfa had suddenly been taken ill. The old woman's breathing was laboured. She drank a great deal of water, and she staggered as she walked. Yet she lighted the stove in the morning, and even went herself to get water. Towards evening she lay down. Yakov played his fiddle all day. When it was quite dark he took the book in which he used every day to put down his losses, and, feeling dull, he began adding up the total for the year. It came to more than 1,000 rubles. This so agitated him that he flung the reckoning beads down and trampled them under his feet. Then he picked up the reckoning beads and again spent a long time clicking with them and heaving deep, strained sighs. His face was crimson and wet with perspiration. He thought that if he had put that lost 1,000 rubles in the bank, the interest for a year would have been at least 40 rubles, so that 40 rubles was a loss too. In fact, wherever one turned, there were losses and nothing else. "Yakov," Marfa called unexpectedly, "I am dying." He looked round at his wife. Her face was rosy with fever, unusually bright and joyful looking. Bronze, accustomed to seeing her face always pale, timid, and unhappy looking, was bewildered. It looked as if she really were dying, and were glad that she was going away forever from that hut, those coffins, and from Yakov. And she gazed at the ceiling and moved her lips, and her expression was one of happiness, as though she saw death as her deliverer and were whispering with him. It was daybreak. From the windows one could see the flush of dawn. Looking at the old woman, Yakov for some reason reflected that he had not once in his life been affectionate to her, had had no feeling for her, and had never once thought to buy her a kerchief, or to bring her home some dainty from a wedding. But he had done nothing but shout at her, scold her for his losses, shake his fists at her. It is true that he had never actually beaten her, but he had frightened her, and at such times she had been numb with terror. Why, he had forbidden her to drink tea because they had spent too much. Without that, she only drank hot water. And he understood why she had such a strange, joyful face now, and he was overcome with dread. As soon as it was morning, he borrowed a horse from a neighbor and took Marfa to the hospital. There were not many patients there, so he had not long to wait, only 3 hours. To his great satisfaction, the patients were not being received by the doctor, who was himself ill, but by the assistant, Maxim Nikolaitch, an old man of whom everyone in the town used to say that, though he drank and was quarrelsome, he knew more than the doctor. "I wish you good day," said Yakov, leading his old woman into the consulting room. "You must excuse us, Maxim Nikolaitch. We are always troubling you with our trumpery affairs. Here you see my better half is ailing, the partner of my life, as they say, excuse the expression." Knitting his grizzled brows and stroking his whiskers, the assistant began to examine the old woman, and she sat on a stool, a wasted, bent figure with a sharp nose and open mouth, looking like a bird that wants to drink. Ah, the assistant said slowly, and he heaved a sigh. "Influenza and possibly fever. There's typhus in the town now. Well, the old woman has lived her life, thank God. How old is she?" "She'll be 70 in another year, Maxim Nikolaitch." "Well, the old woman has lived her life. It's time to say good-bye." "You are quite right in what you say, of course, Maxim Nikolaitch," said Yakov, smiling from politeness, "and we thank you feelingly for your kindness, but allow me to say that every insect wants to live." To be sure," said the assistant, in a tone which suggested that it depended upon him whether the woman lived or died. "Well then, my good fellow, put a cold compress on her head, and give her these powders twice a day. And so good-bye. Bonjour." From the expression on his face, Yakov saw that it was a very bad case, and that no sorts of powders would be of any help. It was clear to him that Marfa would die soon, if not today, tomorrow. He nudged the assistant's elbow, winked at him, and said in a low voice, "If you would just cup her, Maxim Nikolaitch." I have no time, my good fellow. Take your old woman and go in God's name. Good-bye." "Be so gracious," Yakov besought him. "You know yourself that if, let us say, it were her stomach or her inside that were bad, then powders or drops, but you see that she has a chill. In a chill the first thing to do is let blood, Maxim Nikolaitch." But the assistant had already sent for the next patient, and a peasant woman came into the consulting room with a boy. Go along, he said to Yakov, frowning. "It's no use to... In that case put on leeches anyway. Make us pray for you forever." The assistant flew into a rage and shouted, "You speak to me again? You blockhead!" Yakov flew into a rage too. He turned crimson all over, but he did not utter a word. He took Marfa on his arm and led her out of the room. Only when they were sitting in the cart he looked morosely and ironically at the hospital and said, "A nice set of artists they've settled here." No fear, but he would have cupped a rich man, but even a leech he grudges to the poor. The Herods. When they got home and went into the hut, Marfa stood for 10 minutes holding on to the stove. It seemed to her that if she were to lie down, Yakov would talk to her about his losses, and scold her for lying down and not wanting to work. Yakov looked at her drearily, and thought that tomorrow was St. John the Divine's, and next day was St. Nikolai the Wonder-worker's, and the day after that was Sunday, and then Monday, an unlucky day. For 4 days he would not be able to work, and most likely Marfa would die on one of those days, so he would have to make the coffin today. He picked up his iron rule, went to the old woman, and took her measure. Then she lay down, he crossed himself, and began to make the coffin. When the coffin was finished, Bronze put on his spectacles and wrote in his book, "Marfa Ivanov's coffin, 2 rubles 40 kopecks," and he heaved a sigh. The old woman lay all the time silent with her eyes closed. But in the evening, when it got dark, she suddenly called to the old man. "Do you remember, Yakov?" she asked, looking at him joyfully. "Do you remember 50 years ago God gave us a little baby with flaxen hair? We used always to be sitting by the river then, singing songs, under the willows," and laughing bitterly she added, "The baby girl died." Yakov racked his brain, but could not remember the baby or the willows. "It's your fancy," he said. The priest arrived. He administered the sacrament and extreme unction. Then Marfa began muttering something unintelligible, and toward morning she died. Old women, neighbours, washed her, dressed her, and laid her in the coffin. To avoid paying the sacristan, Yakov read the psalms over the body himself, and they got nothing out of him for the grave, as the grave-digger was a crony of his. 4 peasants carried the coffin to the graveyard, not for money, but from respect. The coffin was followed by old women, beggars, and a couple of crazy saints, and the people who met it crossed themselves piously. And Yakov was very much pleased that it was so credible, so decorous, and so cheap, and no offence to anyone. As he took his last leave of Marfa, he touched the coffin and thought, a good piece of work. But as he was going back from the cemetery, he was overcome by acute depression. He didn't feel quite well, his breathing was laboured and feverish, his legs felt weak, and he had a craving for drink. And thoughts of all sorts forced themselves on his mind. He remembered again that all his life he had never felt for Marfa, had never been affectionate to her. The 50 years they had lived in the same hut dragged on a long, long time, but it had somehow happened that in all that time he had never once thought of her, had paid no attention to her, as though she had been a cat or a dog. And yet every day she had lighted the stove, had cooked and baked, had gone for water, had chopped the wood, had slept with him in the same bed, and when he came home drunk from the weddings, always reverently hung his fiddle on the wall and put him to bed, and all this in silence, with a timid, anxious expression. Rothschild, smiling and bowing, came to meet Yakov. "I was looking for you, uncle," he said. "Moisey Ilyitch sends you his greetings and bids you to come to him at once." Yakov felt in no mood for this. He wanted to cry. "Leave me alone," he said, and walked on. "How can you?" Rothschild said, fluttered, running on in front. "Moisey Ilyitch will be offended. He bade you come at once." Yakov was revolted at the Jew's gasping for breath and blinking, and having so many red freckles on his face, and it was disgusting to look at his green coat with black patches on it, and all his fragile, refined figure. "Why are you pestering me, garlic?" shouted Yakov. "Don't persist." The Jew got angry and shouted too. "Not so noisy, please, or I'll send you flying over the fence." "Get out of my sight!" roared Yakov, and rushed at him with his fists. "One can't live for you scabby Jews!" Rothschild, half dead with terror, crouched down and waved his hands over his head, as though to ward off a blow, and then he leapt up and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. As he ran he gave little skips, and kept clasping his hands, and Yakov could see how his long, thin spine wriggled. Some boys, delighted at the incident, ran after him shouting, "Jew! Jew!" Some dogs joined in on the chase, barking. Someone burst into a roar of laughter and then gave a whistle. The dogs barked with even more noise and unanimity. Then a dog must have bitten Rothschild, as a desperate, sickly scream was heard. Yakov went for a walk on the grazing grounds, then wandered on at random in the outskirts of the town, while the streets boys shouted, "Here's bronze! Here's bronze!" He came to the river, where the curlews floated in the air uttering shrill cries, and the ducks quacked. The sun was blazing hot, and there was a glitter from the water, so that it hurt the eyes to look at it. Yakov walked by a path along the bank, and saw a plump, rosy-cheeked lady come out of the bathing shed, and thought about her, "Ugh, you otter!" Not far from the bathing shed, boys were catching crayfish with bits of metal. Seeing him, they began shouting spitefully, "Bronze! Bronze!" And then he saw an old spreading willow tree with a big hollow in it, and a crow's nest on it, and suddenly there rose up vividly in Yakov's memory a baby with flaxen hair, and the willow tree Marfa had spoken of. Why, that is it, the same willow tree, green, still, and sorrowful. How old it had grown, poor thing! He sat down under it and began to recall the past. On the other bank, where now there was the water meadow, in those days there had stood a big birch wood, and yonder on the back hillside there could be seen on the horizon an old, old pine forest used to be a bluish patch in the distance. Big boats used to sail on the river. But now it was all smooth and unruffled, and on the other bank there stood now only one birch tree, youthful and slender like a young lady, and there was nothing on the river but ducks and geese, and it didn't look as though there had ever been boats on it. It seemed as though even the geese were fewer than of old. Yakov shut his eyes, and in his imagination huge flocks of white geese soared, meeting one another. He wondered how it had happened that for the last 40 or 50 years of his life he had never once been to the river, or if he had been to it, he hadn't paid attention to it. Why, it was a decent-sized river, not a trumpery one. He might have gone in for fishing and sold the fish to merchants, officials, and the barkeeper at the station, and then have put the money in the bank. He might have sailed in a boat from one house to another, playing the fiddle, and people of all classes would have paid to hear him. He might have tried getting big boats afloat again. That would have been better than making coffins. He might have bred geese, killed them, and then sent them in winter to Moscow. Why, the feathers alone would very likely mount up to 10 rubles in the year. But he had wasted his time. He had done none of this. What losses! Ah, what losses! And if he had gone in for all those things at once, catching fish and playing the fiddle and running boats and killing geese, what a fortune he would have made! But none of this had happened, even in his dreams. Life had passed uselessly, without any pleasure, had been wasted for nothing, not even a pinch of snuff. There was nothing left in front, and if one looked back, there was nothing there but losses, and such terrible ones it made one cold all over. And why was it a man could not live so as to avoid these losses and misfortunes? One wondered why they had cut down the birch copse in the pine forest. Why was he walking for no reason on the grazing grounds? Why do people always do what isn't needful? Why had Yakov all his life scolded, bellowed, shaken his fists, ill-treated his wife, and one might ask, what necessity was there for him to frighten and insult the Jew that day? Why did people in general hinder each other from living? What losses were due to it? What terrible losses! If it were not for hatred and malice, people would get immense benefit from one another. In the evening and the night he had visions of the baby, of the willow, of fish, of slaughtered geese, and Marfa looking in profile like a bird that wants to drink, and the pale, pitiful face of Rothschild, and faces moved down from all sides and muttered of losses. He tossed them from side to side, and got out of bed 5 times to play the fiddle. In the morning he got up with an effort and went to the hospital. That same Maxim Nikolaitch told him to put a cold compress on his head, and gave him some powders, and from his tone and expression of face Yakov realized that it was a bad case, and no powders would be of any use. As he went home afterwards, he reflected that death would be nothing but a benefit. He would not have to eat or drink, or pay taxes, or offend people, and as a man lies in his grave not for a year but for hundreds of thousands, if one reckoned it up, the gain would be enormous. A man's life meant loss, death meant gain. This reflection was of course a just one, but yet it was bitter and mortifying. Why was the order of the world so strange, that life which is given to man only once passes away without benefit? He was not sorry to die, but at home, as soon as he saw his fiddle, it set a pang to his heart, and he felt sorry. He could not take the fiddle with him to the grave, and now it would be left forlorn, and that same thing would happen to it as the birch copse in the pine forest. Everything in this world was wasted and would be wasted. Yakov went out to the hut and sat in the doorway, pressing the fiddle to his bosom. Thinking of his wasted, profitless life, he began to play, and did not know what, but it was plaintive and touching, and tears trickled down his cheeks. And the harder he thought, the more mournfully the fiddle wailed. The latch clicked once and again, and Rothschild appeared at the gate. He walked across half the yard boldly, but seeing Yakov, he stopped short and seemed to shrink together, and probably from terror, began making signs with his hands, as though he wanted to show on his fingers what o'clock it was. "Come along, it's all right," said Yakov in a friendly tone, and he beckoned him to come up. "Come along." Looking at him mistrustfully and apprehensively, Rothschild began to advance, and stopped 7 feet off. "Be so good as to not beat me," he said, ducking. "Moisey Ilyitch has sent me again. Don't be afraid," he said. "Go to Yakov again and tell him," he said. "We can't get on without him. There's a wedding on Wednesday. Yes, Mr. Shapovalov is marrying his daughter to a good man. And it will be a grand wedding. Ooh," added the Jew, screwing up one eye. "I can't come," said Yakov, breathing hard. "I'm ill, brother." And he began playing again, and the tears gushed from his eyes onto the fiddle. Rothschild listened attentively, standing sideways to him and folding his arms on his chest. The scared and perplexed expression on his face, little by little, changed to one of woe and suffering. He rolled his eyes as though he were experiencing an agonizing ecstasy, and articulated, "Vach!" And tears slowly ran down his cheeks and trickled on his greenish coat. And Yakov lay in bed all the rest of the day grieving. In the evening, when the priest confessing him asked, did he remember any special sin he had committed, straining his failing memory, he thought again of Marfa's unhappy face, and the despairing shriek of the Jew when the dog bit him, and said, hardly audibly, "Give the fiddle to Rothschild." "Very well," answered the priest. And now everyone in town asks where Rothschild got such a fine fiddle. Did he buy it or steal it? Or perhaps it had come to him as a pledge. He gave up the flute long ago, and now plays nothing but the fiddle. As plaintive sounds flow now from the bow, as came once from his flute, but when he tries to repeat what Yakov played, sitting in the doorway, the effect is something so sad and sorrowful that his audience weep, and he himself rolls his eyes and articulates, Wach! And this new air was so much liked in the town that the merchants and officials used to be continually sending for Rothschild and making him play it over and over again, 12 times. End of Rothschild's Fiddle by Anton Chekhov.
Simon's Papa by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle McFarland, Hong Kong. Noon had just struck. The school door opened and the youngsters tumbled out, rolling over each other in their haste to get out quickly. But instead of promptly dispersing and going home to dinner, as was their daily wont, they stopped a few paces off, broke up into knots, and set to whispering. The fact was that morning Simon, the son of La Blanchotte, had, for the first time, attended school. They had, all of them in their families, heard talk of La Blanchotte, and, although in public she was welcome enough, the mothers among themselves treated her with compassion of a somewhat disdainful kind, which the children had caught without in the least knowing why. As for Simon himself, they did not know him, for he never went abroad, and did not go galloping about with them through the streets of the village or along the banks of the river. Therefore they loved him but little, and it was with a certain delight, mingled with considerable astonishment, that they met, and that they recited to each other this phrase, set afoot by a lad of 14 or 15, who appeared to know all about it, so sagaciously did he wink. You know, Simon, well, he has no papa. La Blanchotte's son appeared in his turn upon the threshold of the school. He was 7 or 8 years old. He was rather pale, very neat, with a timid and almost awkward manner. He was on the point of making his way back to his mother's house, when the groups of his schoolfellows, perpetually whispering and watching him, with the mischievous and heartless eyes of children, bent upon playing a nasty trick, gradually surrounded him and ended by enclosing him altogether. There he stood fixed amidst them, surprised and embarrassed, not understanding what they were going to do with him. But the lad who had brought the news, puffed up with the success he had met with already, demanded, "How do you name yourself, you?" He answered, "Simon." "Simon what?" retorted the other. The child, altogether bewildered, repeated, "Simon." The lad shouted at him, "One is named Simon something. That is not a name. Simon indeed." And he, on the brink of tears, replied for the 3rd time, "I am named Simon." The urchins fell a-laughing. The lad triumphantly lifted up his voice. "You can see plainly that he has no papa." A deep silence ensued. The children were dumbfounded by this extraordinary, impossible, monstrous thing. A boy who had not a papa? They looked upon him as a phenomenon, an unnatural being, and they felt that contempt, until then inexplicable, of their mothers for La Blanchotte grow upon them. As for Simon, he had propped himself against a tree to avoid falling, and he remained as though struck to the earth by an irreparable disaster. He sought to explain, but he could think of no answer for them to deny this horrible charge that he had no papa. At last he shouted at them, quite recklessly, "Yes, I have one!" "Where is he?" demanded the boy. Simon was silent. He did not know. The children roared, tremendously excited, and these sons of toil, most nearly related to animals, experienced that cruel craving which animates the fowls of a farmyard to destroy one among themselves as soon as it is wounded. Simon suddenly espied a little neighbour, the son of a widow whom he had always seen, as he himself was to be seen, quite alone with his mother. "And no more have you," he said. "No more have you a papa. "Yes," replied the other, "I have one." "Where is he?" rejoined Simon. "He is dead," declared the brat with superb dignity. "He is in the cemetery, is my papa." A murmur of approval rose amidst the scapegraces, as if this fact of possessing a papa dead in a cemetery had caused their comrade to grow big enough to crush the other one who had no papa at all. And these rogues, whose fathers were for the most part evil-doers, drunkards, thieves, and ill-treaters of their wives, hustled each other as they pressed closer and closer, as though they, the legitimate ones, would stifle in their pressure one who was beyond the law. He who chanced to be next Simon suddenly put his tongue out at him with a waggish air and shouted at him, "No papa! No papa!" Simon seized him by the hair with both hands and set to work to demolish his legs with kicks, while he bit his cheek ferociously. A tremendous struggle ensued between the two combatants, and Simon found himself beaten, torn, bruised, rolled on the ground in the middle of the ring of applauding vagabonds. As he arose mechanically brushing his little blouse all covered with dust with his hand, someone shouted at him, "Go and tell your papa." He then felt a great sinking in his heart. They were stronger than he was. They had beaten him, and he had no answer to give them, for he knew well that it was true that he had no papa. Full of pride, he attempted for some moments to struggle against the tears which were suffocating him. He had a choking fit, and then, without cries, he commenced to weep with great sobs which shook him incessantly. Then a ferocious joy broke out among his enemies, and, naturally, just as with savages in their fearful festivals, they took each other by the hand and set about dancing in a circle about him, as they repeated as a refrain, "No papa! No papa!" But Simon quite suddenly ceased sobbing. Frenzy overtook him. There were stones under his feet. He picked them up and with all his strength hurled them at his tormentors. 2 or 3 were struck and rushed off yelling, and so formidable did he appear that the rest became panic-stricken. Cowards, as a crowd always is in the presence of an exasperated man, they broke up and fled. Left alone, the little thing without a father set off running towards the fields, for a recollection had been awakened which brought his soul to a great determination. He made up his mind to drown himself in the river. He remembered, in fact, that 8 days before a poor devil who begged for his livelihood had thrown himself into the water because he had no more money. Simon had been there when they had fished him out again, and the sight of the fellow, who usually seemed to him so miserable and ugly, had then struck him. His pale cheeks, his long drenched beard, and his open eyes being full of calm. The bystanders had said, "He is dead," and someone had said, "He is quite happy now." And Simon wished to drown himself also, because he had no father, just like the wretched being who had no money. He reached the neighbourhood of the water and watched it flowing. Some fishes were sporting briskly in the clear stream, and occasionally made a little bound and caught the flies flying on the surface. He stopped crying in order to watch them, for their housewifery interested him vastly. But at intervals, as in the changes of a tempest, altering suddenly from tremendous gusts of wind, which snap off the trees and then lose themselves in the horizon, this thought would return to him with intense pain. I am about to drown myself because I have no papa. It was very warm and fine weather. The pleasant sunshine warmed the grass. The water shone like a mirror. And Simon enjoyed some minutes the happiness of that languor which follows weeping, in which he felt very desirous of falling asleep there upon the grass in the warmth. A little green frog leapt from under his feet. He endeavoured to catch it. It escaped him. He followed it and lost it 3 times following. At last he caught it by one of its hind legs and began to laugh as he saw the efforts the creature made to escape. It gathered itself up on its large legs, and then, with a violent spring, suddenly stretched them out as stiff as 2 bars, while, its eye wide open in its round golden circle, it beat the air with its front limbs, which worked as though they were hands. It reminded him of a toy made with straight slips of wood nailed zigzag one on the other, which by a similar movement regulated the exercise of the little soldiers stuck thereon. Then he thought of his home, and next of his mother, and overcome by a great sorrow he again began to weep. His limbs trembled, and he placed himself on his knees and said his prayers as before going to bed. But he was unable to finish them, for such hurried and violent sobs overtook him that he was completely overwhelmed. He thought no more. He no longer saw anything around him, and was wholly taken up in crying. Suddenly a heavy hand was placed upon his shoulder, and a rough voice asked him, "What is it that causes you so much grief, my fine fellow?" Simon turned round. A tall workman with a black beard and hair all curled was staring at him good-naturedly. He answered with his eyes and throat full of tears, "They have beaten me because I have no papa." "What?" said the man, smiling. "Why, everybody has one." The child answered painfully amidst his spasms of grief, "But I have none." Then the workman became serious. He had recognized La Blanchotte's son, and although but recently come to the neighbourhood, he had a vague idea of her history. "Well," said he, "console yourself, my boy, and come with me home to your mother. They will give you a papa." And so they started on the way, the big one holding the little one by the hand, and the man smiled afresh, for he was not sorry to see this Blanchotte, who was, it was said, one of the prettiest girls of the countryside, and perhaps, he said to himself at the bottom of his heart, that a lass who had erred might very well err again. They arrived in front of a little and very neat white house. "There it is!" exclaimed the child, and he cried, "Mamma!" A woman appeared, and the workman instantly left off smiling, for he at once perceived that there was no more fooling to be done with the tall, pale girl who stood austerely at her door as though to defend from one man the threshold of that house where she had already been betrayed by another. Intimidated, his cap in his hand, he stammered out, "See, madame, I have brought back your little boy, who had lost himself near the river." But Simon flung his arms about his mother's neck and told her, as he again began to cry, "No, mamma, I wished to drown myself, because the others had beaten me, because I have no papa." A burning redness covered the young woman's cheeks, and, hurt to the quick, she embraced her child passionately, while the tears coursed down her face. The man, much moved, stood there, not knowing how to get away. But Simon suddenly ran to him and said, "Will you be my papa?" A deep silence ensued. La Blanchotte, dumb and tortured with shame, leaned herself against the wall, both her hands upon her heart. The child, seeing that no answer was made him, replied, "If you do not wish it, I shall return to drown myself." The workman took the matter as a jest and answered, laughing, "Why, yes, I wish it certainly." "What is your name, then?" went on the child, "so that I may tell the others when they wish to know your name." "Philip," answered the man. Simon was silent a moment, so that he might get the name well into his head. Then he stretched out his arms, quite consoled, as he said, "Well then, Philip, you are my papa." The workman, lifting him from the ground, kissed him hastily on both cheeks, and then made off very quickly with great strides. When the child returned to school next day, he was received with a spiteful laugh, and at the end of school, when the lads were on the point of recommencing, Simon threw these words at their heads as he would have done a stone. "He is named Philip, my papa." Yells of delight burst out from all sides. "Philip who? Philip what? What on earth is Philip? Where did you pick up your Philip?" Simon answered nothing, and immovable in faith he defied them with his eye, ready to be martyred rather than fly before them. The schoolmaster came to his rescue, and he returned home to his mother. During 3 months the tall workman, Philip, frequently passed by the Blanchots' house, and sometimes he made bold to speak to her when he saw her sewing near the window. She answered him civilly, always sedately, never joking with him, nor permitting him to enter her house. Notwithstanding which, being, like all men, a bit of a coxcomb, he imagined that she was often rosier than usual when she chatted with him. But a fallen reputation is so difficult to recover, and always remains so fragile, that in spite of the shy reserve, La Blanchotte maintained they already gossiped in the neighbourhood. As for Simon, he loved his new papa much, and walked with him nearly every evening when the day's work was done. He went regularly to school, and mixed with great dignity with his schoolfellows, without ever answering them back. One day, however, the lad who had first attacked him said to him, "You have lied. You have not a papa named Philip." "Why do you say that?" demanded Simon, much disturbed. The youth rubbed his hands. He replied, "Because if you had one, he would be your mamma's husband." Simon was confused by the truth of this reasoning. Nevertheless, he retorted, "He is my papa all the same." "That can very well be," exclaimed the urchin with a sneer, "but that is not being your papa altogether." La Blanchotte's little one bowed his head and went off dreaming in the direction of the forge belonging to old Loison, where Philip worked. This forge was as though entombed in trees. It was very dark there. The red glare of a formidable furnace alone lit up with great flashes 5 blacksmiths, who hammered upon their anvils with a terrible din. They were standing enveloped in flame like demons, their eyes fixed on the red-hot iron they were pounding, and their dull ideas rose and fell with their hammers. Simon entered without being noticed, and went quietly to pluck his friend by the sleeve. He turned himself around. All at once the work came to a standstill, and all the men looked on very attentive. Then, in the midst of this unaccustomed silence, rose the little slender pipe of Simon. "Philip, explain to me what the lad at La Michonde has just told me, that you are not altogether my papa." "And why that?" asked the smith. The child replied with all its innocence, "Because you are not my mamma's husband." No one laughed. Philip remained standing, leaning his forehead upon the back of his great hands, which supported the handle of his hammer standing upright upon the anvil. He mused. His 4 companions watched him, and, quite a tiny mite among these giants, Simon anxiously waited. Suddenly one of the smiths, answering to the sentiment of all, said to Philip, "La Blanchotte is all the same a good and honest girl, and stalwart and steady in spite of her misfortune, and one who would make a worthy wife for an honest man." "That is true," remarked the 3 others. The smith continued, "Is it this girl's fault if she has fallen? She had been promised marriage, and I know more than one who is much respected today and who sinned every bit as much." "That is true," responded the 3 men in chorus. He resumed, "How hard she has toiled, poor thing, to educate her lad all alone, and how much she has wept, since she no longer goes out save to go to church, God only knows." "This also is true," said the others. Then no more was heard than the bellows which fanned the fire of the furnace. Philip hastily bent himself down to Simon. "Go and tell your mamma that I shall come to speak to her." Then he pushed the child out by the shoulders. He returned to his work, and with a single blow the 5 hammers again fell upon their anvils. Thus they wrought the iron until nightfall, strong, powerful, happy, like hammers satisfied. But just as the great bell of a cathedral resounds upon feast days above the jingling of the other bells, so Philip's hammer, dominating the noise of the others, clanged second after second with a deafening uproar. And he, his eye on fire, plied his trade vigorously, erect amid the sparks. The sky was full of stars as he knocked at La Blanchotte's door. He had his Sunday blouse on, a fresh shirt, and his beard was trimmed. The young woman showed herself upon the threshold and said in a grieved tone, "It is ill to come thus when night has fallen, Mr. Philip." He wished to answer, but stammered and stood confused before her. She resumed, "And still you understand quite well that it will not do that I should be talked about any more." Then he said all at once, "What does that matter to me if you will be my wife?" No voice replied to him, but he believed that he heard in the shadow of the room the sound of a body which sank down. He entered very quickly, and Simon, who had gone to his bed, distinguished the sound of a kiss and some words that his mother said very softly. Then he suddenly found himself lifted up by the hands of his friend, who, holding him at the length of his Herculean arms, exclaimed to him, "You will tell them, your schoolfellows, that your papa is Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and that he will pull the ears of all who do you any harm." On the morrow, when the school was full and lessons were about to begin, little Simon stood up quite pale with trembling lips. "My papa," said he in a clear voice, "is Philip Remy the blacksmith, and he has promised to box the ears of all who do me any harm." This time no one laughed any longer, for he was very well known, was Philip Remy the blacksmith, and was a papa of whom anyone in the world would have been proud. End of Simon's Papa by Guy de Maupassant.
The Legend of Saint Julian the Hospitaller by Gustave Flaubert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Chapter 1. The Curse. Julian's father and mother dwelt in a castle built on the slope of a hill in the heart of the woods. The towers at its four corners had pointed roofs covered with leaden tiles, and the foundation rested upon solid rocks which descended abruptly to the bottom of the moat. In the courtyard the stone flagging was as immaculate as the floor of a church. Long rain-spouts, representing dragons with yawning jaws, directed the water towards the cistern, and on each window‐sill of the castle a basil or a heliotrope bush bloomed in painted flower‐pots. A second enclosure, surrounded by a fence, comprised a fruit orchard, a garden decorated with figures wrought in bright‐hued flowers, an arbor with several bowers, and a mall for the diversion of the pages. On the other side were the kennel, the stables, the bakery, the wine‐press, and the barns. Around these spread a pasture, also enclosed by a strong hedge. Peace had reigned so long that the portcullis was never lowered. The moats were filled with water. Swallows built their nests in the cracks of the battlements, and as soon as the sun shone too strongly, the archer who all day long paced to and fro on the curtain withdrew to the watch‐tower and slept soundly. Inside the castle the locks on the doors shone brightly. Costly tapestries hung in the apartments to keep out the cold. The closets overflowed with linen, the cellar was filled with casks of wine, and the oak chests fairly groaned under the weight of money‐bags. In the armoury could be seen, between banners and the heads of wild beasts, weapons of all nations and of all ages, from the slings of the Amalekites and the javelins of the Garamantes to the broadswords of the Saracens and the coats of mail of the Normans. The largest spit in the kitchen could hold an ox. The chapel was as gorgeous as a king's oratory. There was even a Roman bath in a secluded part of the castle, though the good lord of the manor refrained from using it, as he deemed it a heathenish practice. Wrapped always in a cape made of fox‐skins, he wandered about the castle, rendered justice among his vassals, and settled his neighbors' quarrels. In the winter he gazed dreamily at the falling snow, or had stories read aloud to him. But as soon as the fine weather returned, he would mount his mule and sally forth into the country roads, edged with ripening wheat, to talk with the peasants to whom he distributed advice. After a number of adventures he took unto himself a wife of high lineage. She was pale and serious, and a trifle haughty. The horns of her head‐dress touched the top of the doors, and the hem of her gown trailed far behind her. She conducted her household like a cloister. Every morning she distributed work to the maids, supervised the making of preserves and unguents, and afterwards passed her time in spinning or in embroidering altar‐cloths. In response to her fervent prayers, God granted her a son. Then there was great rejoicing, and they gave a feast which lasted 3 days and 4 nights, with illuminations and soft music. Chickens as large as sheep and the rarest spices were served. For the entertainment of the guests a dwarf crept out of a pie, and when the bowls were too few, for the crowd swelled continuously, the wine was drunk from helmets and hunting horns. The young mother did not appear at the feast. She was quietly resting in bed. One night she awoke and beheld in a moonbeam that crept through the window something that looked like a moving shadow. It was an old man clad in sackcloth who resembled a hermit. A rosary dangled at his side, and he carried a beggar's sack on his shoulder. He approached the foot of the bed, and without opening his lips said, "Rejoice, O mother, thy son shall be a saint." She would have cried out, but the old man, gliding along the moonbeam, rose through the air and disappeared. The songs of the banqueters grew louder. She could hear angels' voices, and her head sank back on the pillow, which was surmounted by the bone of a martyr, framed in precious stones. The following day the servants, upon being questioned, declared to a man that they had seen no hermit. Then, whether dream or fact, this must certainly have been a communication from heaven, but she took care not to speak of it, lest she should be accused of presumption. The guests departed at daybreak, and Julian's father stood at the castle gate, where he had just bidden farewell to the last one, when a beggar suddenly emerged from the mist and confronted him. He was a gipsy, for he had a braided beard and wore silver bracelets on each arm. His eyes burned, and in an inspired way he muttered some disconnected words. Thy son, great bloodshed, great glory, happy always, an emperor's family." Then he stooped to pick up the alms thrown to him, and disappeared in the tall grass. The lord of the manor looked up and down the road and called as loudly as he could, but no one answered him. The wind only howled, and the morning mists were fast dissolving. He attributed his vision to a dullness of the brain resulting from too much sleep. "If I should speak of it," quoth he, "people would laugh at me." Still the glory that was to be his son's dazzled him, albeit the meaning of the prophecy was not clear to him, and he even doubted that he had heard it. The parents kept their secret from each other, but both cherished the child with equal devotion, and as they considered him marked by God, they had great regard for his person. His cradle was lined with the softest feathers, and a lamp representing a dove burned continually over it. 3 nurses rocked him night and day, and with his pink cheeks and blue eyes, brocaded cloak, and embroidered cap, he looked like a little Jesus. He cut all his teeth without even a whimper. When he was 7 years old, his mother taught him to sing, and his father lifted him upon a tall horse to inspire him with courage. The child smiled with delight, and soon became familiar with everything pertaining to chargers. An old and very learned monk taught him the Gospel, the Arabic numerals, the Latin letters, and the art of painting delicate designs on vellum. They worked in the top of a tower, away from all noise and disturbance. When the lesson was over, they would go down into the garden and study the flowers. Sometimes a herd of cattle passed through the valley below, in charge of a man in Oriental dress. The lord of the manor, recognizing him as a merchant, would dispatch a servant after him. The stranger, becoming confident, would stop on his way, and after being ushered into the castle hall, would display pieces of velvet and silk, trinkets, and strange objects whose use was unknown in those parts. Then in due time he would take leave, without having been molested, and with a handsome profit. At other times a band of pilgrims would knock at the door. Their wet garments would be hung in front of the hearth, and after they had been refreshed by food, they would relate their travels, and discuss the uncertainty of vessels on the high seas, their long journeys across burning sands, the ferocity of the infidels, the caves of Syria, the manger, and the Holy Sepulchre. They made presents to the young heir of beautiful shells, which they carried in their cloaks. The lord of the manor very often feasted his brothers at arms, and over the wine the old warriors would talk of battles and attacks, of war machines, and of the frightful wounds they had received, so that Julian, who was a listener, would scream with excitement. Then his father felt convinced that some day he would be a conqueror. But in the evening, after the Angelus, when he passed through the crowd of beggars who clustered about the church door, he distributed his alms with so much modesty and nobility that his mother fully expected to see him become an archbishop in time. His seat in the chapel was next to his parents', and no matter how long the services lasted, he remained kneeling on his prie‐dieu, with folded hands and his velvet cap lying close beside him on the floor. One day during mass he raised his head and beheld a little white mouse crawling out of a hole in the wall. It scrambled to the first altar step, and then, after a few gambols, ran back in the same direction. On the following Sunday The idea of seeing the mouse again worried him. It returned, and every Sunday after that he watched for it, and it annoyed him so much that he grew to hate it and resolved to do away with it. So, having closed the door and strewn some crumbs on the steps of the altar, he placed himself in front of the hole with a stick. After a long while a pink snout appeared, and then whole mouse crept out. He struck it lightly with his stick, and stood stunned at the sight of the little lifeless body. A drop of blood stained the floor. He wiped it away hastily with his sleeve, and picking up the mouse, threw it away, without saying a word about it to any one. All sorts of birds pecked at the seeds in the garden. He put some peas in a hollow reed, and when he heard birds chirping in a tree, he would approach cautiously, lift the tube and swell his cheek. Then, when the little creatures dropped about him in multitudes, he could not refrain from laughing and being delighted with his own cleverness. One morning, as he was returning by way of the curtain, he beheld a fat pigeon sunning itself on the top of the wall. He paused to gaze at it. Where he stood, the rampart was cracked, and a piece of stone was near at hand. He gave his arm a jerk, and the well‐aimed missile struck the bird squarely, sending it straight into the moat below. He sprang after it, unmindful of the brambles, and ferreted around the bushes with the litheness of a young dog. The pigeon hung with broken wings in the branches of a privet hedge. The persistence of its life irritated the boy. He began to strangle it, and its convulsions made his heart beat quicker, and filled him with a wild, tumultuous voluptuousness, the last throb of its heart making him feel like fainting. At supper that night his father declared that at his age a boy should begin to hunt, and he arose and brought forth an old writing‐book which contained, in questions and answers, everything pertaining to the pastime. In it a master showed a supposed pupil how to train dogs and falcons, lay traps, recognize a stag by its fumets, and a fox or a wolf by footprints. He also taught the best way of discovering their tracks, how to start them, where their refuges are usually to be found, what winds are the most favorable, and further enumerated the various cries and the rules of the quarry. When Julian was able to recite all these things by heart, his father made up a pack of hounds for him. There were 24 greyhounds of Barbary, speedier than gazelles, but liable to get out of temper; 17 couples of Breton dogs, great barkers, with broad chests and russet coats flecked with white. For wild boar hunting and perilous doublings there were 40 boar‐hounds, as hairy as bears. The red mastiffs of Tartary, almost as large as donkeys, with broad backs and straight legs, were destined for the pursuit of the wild bull. The black coats of the spaniels shone like satin. The barking of the setters equaled that of the beagles. In a special enclosure were 8 growling bloodhounds that tugged at their chains and rolled their eyes, and these dogs leaped at men's throats and were not afraid even of lions. All ate wheat bread, drank from marble troughs, and had high‐sounding names. Perhaps the falconry surpassed the pack, for the master of the castle, by paying great sums of money, had secured Caucasian hawks, Babylonian sakers, German gyr‐falcons, and pilgrim falcons, captured on the cliffs edging the cold seas in distant lands. They were housed in a thatched shed and were chained to the perch in the order of size. In front of them was a little grass plot, where from time to time they were allowed to disport themselves. Bag‐nets, baits, traps, and all sorts of snares were manufactured. Often they would take out pointers, who would set almost immediately. Then the whippers‐in, advancing step by step, would cautiously spread a huge net over their motionless bodies. At the command the dogs would bark and arouse the quails, and the ladies of the neighborhood, with their husbands, children, and handmaids, would fall upon them and capture them with ease. At other times they used a drum to start hares, and frequently foxes fell into the ditches prepared for them, while wolves caught their paws in the traps. But Julian scorned these convenient contrivances. He preferred to hunt away from the crowd, alone with his steed and his falcon. It was almost always a large snow‐white Scythian bird. His leather hood was ornamented with a plume, and on his blue feet were bells, and he perched firmly on his master's arm while they galloped across the plains. Then Julian would suddenly untie his tether and let him fly, and the bold bird would dart through the air like an arrow. One might perceive two spots circle around, unite, and then disappear in the blue heights. Presently the falcon would return with a mutilated bird, and perch again on his master's gauntlet with trembling wings. Julian loved to sound his trumpet and follow his dogs over hills and streams into the woods, and when the stag began to moan under their teeth, he would kill it deftly and delight in the fury of the brutes, which would devour the pieces spread out on the warm hide. On foggy days he would hide in the marshes to watch for wild geese, otters, and wild ducks. At daybreak 3 equerries waited for him at the foot of the steps, and though the old monk leaned out of the dormer window and made signs to him to return, Julian would not look around. He heeded neither the broiling sun, the rain, nor the storm. He drank spring water and ate wild berries, and when he was tired he lay down under a tree, and he would come home at night covered with earth and blood, with thistles in his hair and smelling of wild beasts. He grew to be like them, and when his mother kissed him he responded coldly to her caress, and seemed to be thinking of deep and serious things. He killed bears with a knife, bulls with a hatchet, and wild boars with a spear, and once with nothing but a stick he defended himself against some wolves which were gnawing corpses at the foot of a gibbet. One winter morning he set out before daybreak with a bow slung across his shoulder and a quiver of arrows attached to the pommel of his saddle. The hoofs of his steed beat the ground with regularity, and his 2 beagles trotted close behind. The wind was blowing hard, and icicles clung to his cloak. A part of the horizon cleared, and he beheld some rabbits playing around their burrows. In an instant the 2 dogs were upon them, and seizing as many as they could, they broke their backs in the twinkling of an eye. Soon he came to a forest. A woodcock, paralyzed by the cold, perched on a branch with its head hidden under its wing. Julian, with a lunge of his sword, cut off its feet, and without stooping to pick it up, rode away. 3 hours later he found himself on the top of a mountain so high that the sky seemed almost black. In front of him a long flat rock hung over a precipice, and at the end 2 wild goats stood gazing down into the abyss. As he had no arrows, for he had left his steed behind, he thought he would climb down to where they stood, and with bare feet and bent back he at last reached the first goat and thrust his dagger below its ribs. But the second animal in its terror leaped into the precipice. Julian threw himself forward to strike it, but his right foot slipped, and he fell, face downward and with outstretched arms, over the body of the first goat. After he returned to the plains, he followed a stream bordered by willows. From time to time some cranes, flying low, passed over his head. He killed them with his whip, never missing a bird. He beheld in the distance the gleam of a lake which appeared to be of lead, and in the middle of it was an animal he had never seen before, a beaver with a black muzzle. Notwithstanding the distance that separated them, an arrow ended its life, and Julian only regretted that he was not able to carry the skin home with him. Then he entered an avenue of tall trees, the tops of which formed a triumphal arch to the entrance of a forest. A deer sprang out of the thicket, and a badger crawled out of its hole. A stag appeared in the road, and a peacock spread its fan-shaped tail on the grass. And after he had slain them all, other deer, other stags, other badgers, other peacocks and jays, blackbirds, foxes, porcupines, polecats, and lynxes appeared. In fact, a host of beasts that grew more and more numerous with every step he took. Trembling and with a look of appeal in their eyes, they gathered around Julian. But he did not stop slaying them, and so intent was he on stretching his bow, drawing his sword, and whipping out his knife, that he had little thought for aught else. He knew that he was hunting in some country since an indefinite time, through the very fact of his existence, as everything seemed to occur with the ease one experiences in dreams. But presently an extraordinary sight made him pause. He beheld a valley shaped like a circus and filled with stags which, huddled together, were warming one another with the vapour of their breaths that mingled with the early mist. For a few minutes he almost choked with pleasure at the prospect of so great a carnage. Then he sprang from his horse, rolled up his sleeves, and began to aim. When the first arrow whizzed through the air, the stags turned their heads simultaneously. They huddled closer, uttered plaintive cries, and a great agitation seized the whole herd. The edge of the valley was too high to admit of flight, and the animals ran around the enclosure in their efforts to escape. Julian aimed, stretched his bow, and his arrows fell as fast and thick as raindrops in a shower. Maddened with terror, the stags fought and reared and climbed on top of one another. Their antlers and bodies formed a moving mountain which tumbled to pieces whenever it displaced itself. Finally the last one expired. Their bodies lay stretched out on the sand, with foam gushing from the nostrils and the bowels protruding. The heaving of their bellies grew less and less noticeable, and presently all was still. Night came, and behind the trees, through the branches, the sky appeared like a sheet of blood. Julian leaned against a tree and gazed with dilated eyes at the enormous slaughter. He was now unable to comprehend how he had accomplished it. On the opposite side of the valley he suddenly beheld a large stag with a doe and their fawn. The buck was black and of enormous size. He had a white beard and carried 16 antlers. His mate was the colour of dead leaves, and she browsed upon the grass, while the fawn, clinging to her udder, followed her step by step. Again the bow was stretched, and instantly the fawn dropped dead, and seeing this, its mother raised her head and uttered a poignant, almost human wail of agony. Exasperated, Julian thrust his knife into her chest and felled her to the ground. The great stag had watched everything, and suddenly he sprang forward. Julian aimed his last arrow at the beast. It struck him between his antlers and stuck there. The stag did not appear to notice it. Leaping over the bodies, he was coming nearer and nearer with the intention, Julian thought, of charging at him and ripping him open, and he recoiled with inexpressible horror. But presently the huge animal halted, and with eyes aflame, and the solemn air of a patriarch and a judge, repeated thrice, while a bell tolled in the distance, "Accursed! Accursed! Accursed! Some day, ferocious soul, thou wilt murder thy father and thy mother." Then he sank on his knees, gently closed his lids, and expired. At first Julian was stunned, and then a sudden lassitude and an immense sadness came over him. Holding his head between his hands, he wept for a long time. His steed had wandered away, his dogs had forsaken him, the solitude seemed to threaten him with unknown perils. Impelled by a sense of sickening terror, he ran across the fields, and choosing a path at random, found himself almost immediately at the gates of the castle. That night he could not rest, for by the flickering light of the hanging lamp he beheld again the huge black stag. He fought against the obsession of the prediction, and kept repeating, "No, no, no, I cannot slay them." And then he thought, still supposing I desired to, and he feared that the devil might inspire him with this desire. During 3 months his distracted mother prayed at his bedside, and his father paced the halls of the castle in anguish. He consulted the most celebrated physicians, who prescribed quantities of medicine. Julian's illness, they declared, was due to some injurious wind or to amorous desire. But in reply to their questions the young man only shook his head. After a time his strength returned, and he was able to take a walk in the courtyard, supported by his father and the old monk. But after he had completely recovered, he refused to hunt. His father, hoping to please him, presented him with a large Saracen sabre. It was placed on a panoply that hung on a pillar, and a ladder was required to reach it. Julian climbed up to it one day, but the heavy weapon slipped from his grasp, and in falling grazed his father and tore his cloak. Julian, believing he had killed him, fell in a swoon. After that he carefully avoided weapons. The sight of a naked sword made him grow pale, and his weakness caused great distress to his family. In the end the old monk ordered him, in the name of God and of his forefathers, once more to indulge in the sports of a nobleman. The equerries diverted themselves every day with javelins, and Julian soon excelled in the practice. He was able to send a javelin into bottles to break the teeth of the weathercocks on the castle, and to strike door‐nails at a distance of 100 feet. One summer evening, at the hour when dusk renders objects indistinct, he was in the arbor in the garden, and thought he saw 2 white wings in the background hovering around the espalier. Not for a moment did he doubt that it was a stork, and so he threw his javelin at it. A heart‐rending scream pierced the air. He had struck his mother, whose cap and long streams remained nailed to the wall. Julian fled from home and never returned. Chapter II. The Crime. He joined a horde of adventurers who were passing through the place. He learned what it was to suffer hunger, thirst, sickness, and filth. He grew accustomed to the din of battles and to the sight of dying men. The wind tanned his skin. His limbs became hardened through contact with armour, and as he was very strong and brave, temperate and of good counsel, he easily obtained command of a company. At the outset of a battle he would electrify his soldiers by a motion of his sword. He would climb the walls of a citadel with a knotted rope at night, rocked by the storm, while sparks of fire clung to his cuirass and molten lead and boiling tar poured from the battlements. Often a stone would break his shield. Bridges crowded with men gave way under him. Once, by turning his mace, he rid himself of 14 horsemen. He defeated all those who came forward to fight him on the field of honour, and more than a score of times it was believed that he had been killed. However, thanks to divine protection, he always escaped, for he shielded orphans, widows, and aged men. When he caught sight of one of the latter walking ahead of him, he would call to him to show his face, as if he feared that he might kill him by mistake. All sorts of intrepid men gathered under his leadership, fugitive slaves, peasant rebels, and penniless bastards. He then organized an army which increased so much that he became famous and was in great demand. He succoured in turn the Dauphin of France, the King of England, the Templars of Jerusalem, the General of the Parths, the Negus of Abyssinia, and the Emperor of Calicut. He fought against Scandinavians covered with fish scales, against negroes mounted on red asses, and armed with shields made of hippopotamus hide, against gold‐coloured Indians, who wielded great shining swords above their heads. He conquered the troglodytes and the cannibals. He travelled through regions so torrid that the heat of the sun would set fire to the hair on one's head. He journeyed through countries so glacial that one's arms would fall from the body, and he passed through places where the fogs were so dense that it seemed like being surrounded by phantoms. Republics in trouble consulted him. When he conferred with ambassadors, he always obtained unexpected concessions. Also, if a monarch behaved badly, he would arrive on the scene and rebuke him. He freed nations. He rescued queens sequestered in towers. It was he and no other that killed the Serpent of Milan and the Dragon of Oberbirbach. Now, the Emperor of Occitania, having triumphed over the Spanish Mussulmans, had taken the sister of the Caliph of Cordoba as a concubine, and had had one daughter by her, whom he brought up in the teachings of Christ. But the Caliph, feigning that he wished to become converted, made him a visit, and brought with him a numerous escort. He slaughtered the entire garrison, and threw the Emperor into a dungeon, and treated him with great cruelty, in order to obtain possession of his treasures. Julian went to his assistance, destroyed the army of infidels, laid siege to the city, slew the Caliph, chopped off his head, and threw it over the fortifications like a cannon ball. As a reward for so great a service, the Emperor presented him with a large sum of money in baskets, but Julian declined it. Then the Emperor, thinking that the amount was not sufficiently large, offered him 3/4 of his fortune, and on meeting a second refusal, proposed to share his kingdom with his benefactor. But Julian only thanked him for it, and the Emperor felt like weeping with vexation at not being able to show his gratitude, when he suddenly tapped his forehead and whispered a few words in the ear of one of his courtiers. The tapestry curtains parted and a young girl appeared. Her large black eyes shone like two soft lights. A charming smile parted her lips. Her curls were caught in the jewels of her half-opened bodice, and the grace of her youthful body could be divined under the transparency of her tunic. She was small and quite plump, but her waist was slender. Julian was absolutely dazzled, all the more since he had always led a chaste life. So he married the Emperor's daughter, and received at the same time a castle she had inherited from her mother, and when the rejoicings were over, he departed with his bride after many courtesies had been exchanged on both sides. The castle was of Moorish design in white marble, erected on a promontory, and surrounded by orange trees. Terraces of flowers extended to the shell‐strewn shores of a beautiful bay. Behind the castle spread a fan‐shaped forest. The sky was always blue, and the trees were swayed in turn by the ocean breeze and by the winds that blew from the mountains that closed the horizon. Light entered the apartments through the incrustations of the walls. High reed‐like columns supported the ceiling of the cupolas, decorated in imitation of stalactites. Fountains played in the spacious halls, the courts were inlaid with mosaic, there were festooned partitions and a great profusion of architectural fancies, and everywhere reigned a silence so deep that the swish of a sash or the echo of a sigh could be distinctly heard. Julian now had renounced war. Surrounded by a peaceful people, he remained idle, receiving every day a throng of subjects who came and knelt before him and kissed his hand in Oriental fashion. Clad in sumptuous garments, he would gaze out of the window and think of his past exploits, and wish that he might again run in the desert in pursuit of ostriches and gazelles, hide among the bamboos to watch for leopards, ride through forests filled with rhinoceroses, climb the most inaccessible peaks in order to have a better aim at the eagles, and fight the polar bears on the icebergs of the northern sea. Sometimes in his dreams he fancied himself like Adam in the midst of paradise, surrounded by all the beasts. By merely extending his arm he was able to kill them, or else they filed past him in pairs by order of size, from the lions and the elephants to the ermines and the ducks, as on the day they entered Noah's Ark. Hidden in the shadow of a cave, he aimed unerring arrows at them, then came others and still others, until he awoke wild‐eyed. Princes, friends of his, invited him to their meets, but he always refused their invitations, because he thought that by this kind of penance he might possibly avert the threatened misfortune. It seemed to him that the fate of his parents depended on his refusal to slaughter animals. He suffered because he could not see them, and his other desire was growing well‐nigh unbearable. In order to divert his mind, his wife had dancers and jugglers come to the castle. She went abroad with him in an open litter. At other times, stretched out on the edge of a boat, they watched for hours the fish disport themselves in the water which was as clear as the sky. Often she playfully threw flowers at him, or, nestling at his feet, she played melodies on an old mandolin. Then, clasping her hands on his shoulder, she would inquire tremulously, "What troubles thee, my dear lord?" He would not reply, or else he would burst into tears, but at last one day he confessed his fearful dread. His wife scorned the idea, and reasoned wisely with him. Probably his father and mother were dead, and even if he should ever see them again, through what chance, to what end, would he arrive at this abomination? Therefore his fears were groundless, and he should hunt again. Julian listened to her and smiled, but he could not bring himself to yield to his desire. One August evening, when they were in their bedchamber, she having just retired, and he being about to kneel in prayer, he heard the yelping of a fox and light footsteps under the window, and he thought he saw things in the dark that looked like animals. The temptation was too strong. He seized his quiver. His wife appeared astonished. "I am obeying you," quoth he, "and I shall be back at sunrise." However, she feared that some calamity would happen, but he reassured her and departed, surprised at her illogical moods. A short time afterwards a page came to announce that two strangers desired, in the absence of the lord of the castle, to see its mistress at once. Soon a stooping old man and an aged woman entered the room. Their coarse garments were covered with dust, and each leaned on a stick. They grew bold enough to say that they brought Julian news of his parents. She leaned out of the bed to listen to them, but after glancing at each other the old people asked her whether he ever referred to them, and if he still loved them. "Oh yes," she said. Then they exclaimed, "We are his parents," and they sat themselves down, for they were very tired. But there was nothing to show the young wife that her husband was their son. They proved it by describing to her the birthmarks he had on his body. Then she jumped out of bed, called a page, and ordered that a repast be served to them. But although they were very hungry, they could scarcely eat, and she observed surreptitiously how their lean fingers trembled whenever they lifted their cups. They asked 100 questions about their son, and she answered each one of them, but she was careful not to refer to the terrible idea that concerned them. When he failed to return they had left their chateau, and had wandered for several years, following vague indications, but without losing hope. So much money had been spent at the tolls of the rivers and in inns to satisfy the rights of princes and the demands of highwaymen, that now their purse was quite empty and they were obliged to beg. But what did it matter, since they were about to clasp again their son in their arms? They lauded his happiness in having such a beautiful wife, and did not tire of looking at her and kissing her. The luxuriousness of the apartment astonished them, and the old man, after examining the walls, inquired why they bore the coat of arms of the Emperor of Occitania. "He is my father," she replied. And he marvelled, and remembered the prediction of the gipsy, while his wife meditated upon the words the hermit had spoken to her. The glory of their son was undoubtedly only the dawn of eternal splendours, and the old people remained awed, while the light from the candelabra on the table fell on them. In the heyday of youth both had been extremely handsome. The mother had not lost her hair, and bands of snowy whiteness framed her cheek, and the father, with his stalwart figure and long beard, looked like a carved image. Julian's wife prevailed upon them not to wait for him. She put them in her bed and closed the curtains, and they both fell asleep. The day broke, and outdoors the little birds began to chirp. Meanwhile Julian had left the castle grounds, and walked nervously through the forest, enjoying the velvety softness of the grass and the balminess of the air. The shadow of the trees fell on the earth. Here and there the moonlight flecked the glades, and Julian feared to advance, because he mistook the silvery light for water and the tranquil surface of the pools for grass. A great stillness reigned everywhere, and he failed to see any of the beasts that only a moment ago were prowling around the castle. As he walked on the woods grew thicker and the darkness more impenetrable. Warm winds filled with enervating perfumes caressed him. he sank into masses of dead leaves, and after a while he leaned against an oak tree to rest and catch his breath. Suddenly a body blacker than the surrounding darkness sprang from behind the tree. It was a wild boar. Julian did not have time to stretch his bow, and he bewailed the fact as if it were some great misfortune. Presently, having left the woods, he beheld a wolf slinking along a hedge. He aimed an arrow at him. The wolf paused, turned his head, and quietly continued on his way. He trotted along, always keeping at the same distance, pausing now and then to look around, and resuming his flight as soon as an arrow was aimed in his direction. In this way Julian traversed an apparently endless plain, then sandhills, and at last found himself on a plateau that dominated a great stretch of land. Large flat stones were interspersed among crumbling vaults. Bones and skeletons covered the ground, and here and there some mouldy crosses stood desolate. But presently shapes moved in the darkness of the tombs, and from them came panting wild‐eyed hyenas. They approached him and smelled him, grinning hideously and disclosing their gums. He whipped out his sword, but they scattered in every direction, and continuing their swift limping gallop, disappeared in a cloud of dust. Some time afterwards, in a ravine, he encountered a wild bull with threatening horns, pawing the sand with his hoofs. Julian thrust his lance between his dewlaps, but his weapon snapped as if the beast were made of bronze. Then he closed his eyes in anticipation of his death. When he opened them again, the bull had vanished. Then his soul collapsed with shame. Some supernatural power destroyed his strength, and he set off for home through the forest. The woods were a tangle of creeping plants that he had to cut with his sword, and while he was thus engaged a weasel slid between his feet, a panther jumped over his shoulder, and a serpent wound itself around the ash tree. Among its leaves was a monstrous jackdaw that watched Julian intently, and here and there between the branches appeared great fiery sparks, as if the sky were raining all its stars upon the forest. But the sparks were the eyes of wild‐cats, owls, squirrels, monkeys, and parrots. Julian aimed his arrows at them, but the feathered weapons lighted on the leaves of the trees and looked like white butterflies. He threw stones at them, but the missiles did not strike and fell to the ground. Then he cursed himself and howled imprecations, and in his rage he could have struck himself. Then all the beasts he had pursued appeared and formed a narrow circle around him. Some sat on their hindquarters, while others stood at full height, and Julian remained among them, transfixed with terror and absolutely unable to move. By a supreme effort of his will‐power he took a step forward. Those that perched in the trees opened their wings, those that trod the earth moved their limbs, and all accompanied him. The hyenas strode in front of him, the wolf and the wild boar brought up the rear. On his right the bull swung its head, and on his left the serpent crawled through the grass, while the panther, arching its back, advanced with velvety footfalls and long strides. Julian walked as slowly as possible, so as not to irritate them, while in the depth of bushes he could distinguish porcupines, foxes, vipers, jackals, and bears. He began to run. The brutes followed him. The serpent hissed. The malodorous beasts frothed at the mouth. The wild boar rubbed his tusks against his heels, and the wolf scratched the palms of his hands with the hairs of his snout. The monkeys pinched him and made faces. The weasel rolled over his feet. A bear knocked his cap off with its huge paw, and the panther disdainfully dropped an arrow it was about to put in its mouth. Irony seemed to incite their sly actions. As they watched him out of the corners of their eyes, they seemed to meditate a plan of revenge, and Julian, who was deafened by the buzzing of the insects, bruised by the wings and tails of the birds, choked by the stench of animal breaths, walked with outstretched arms and closed lids like a blind man, without even the strength to beg for mercy. The crowing of a cock vibrated in the air. Other cocks responded. It was day, and Julian recognized the top of his palace rising above the orange trees. Then, on the edge of a field, he beheld some red partridges fluttering around a stubble field. He unfastened his cloak and threw it over them like a net. When he lifted it, he found only a bird that had been dead a long time and was decaying. This disappointment irritated him more than all the others. The thirst for carnage stirred afresh within him. Animals failing him, he desired to slaughter men. He climbed the 3 terraces and opened the door with a blow of his fist, but at the foot of the staircase the memory of his beloved wife softened his heart. No doubt she was asleep, and he would go up and surprise her. Having removed his sandals, he unlocked the door softly and entered. The stained windows dimmed the pale light of dawn. Julian stumbled over some garments lying on the floor, and a little further on he knocked against a table covered with dishes. She must have eaten, he thought. So he advanced cautiously towards the bed, which was concealed by the darkness in the back of the room. When he reached the edge, he leaned over the pillow where the 2 heads were resting close together, and stooped to kiss his wife. His mouth encountered a man's beard. He fell back, thinking he had become crazed. Then he approached the bed again, and his searching fingers discovered some hair which seemed to be very long. In order to convince himself that he was mistaken, he once more passed his hands slowly over the pillow, but this time he was sure that it was a beard and that a man was there, a man lying beside his wife. Flying into an ungovernable passion, he sprang upon them with his drawn dagger, foaming, stamping and howling like a wild beast. After a while he stopped. The corpses, pierced through the heart, had not even moved. He listened attentively to the 2 death rattles. They were almost alike, and as they grew fainter, another voice, coming from far away, seemed to continue them. Uncertain at first, this plaintive voice came nearer and nearer, grew louder and louder, and presently he recognized with a feeling of abject terror the bellowing of the great black stag, and as he turned around he thought he saw the spectre of his wife standing at the threshold with a light in her hand. The sound of the murder had aroused her. In one glance she understood what had happened and fled in horror, letting the candle drop from her hand. Julian picked it up. His father and mother lay before him, stretched on their backs with gaping wounds in their breasts, and their faces, the expression of which was full of tender dignity, seemed to hide what might be an eternal secret. Splashes and blotches of blood were on their white skin, on the bedclothes on the floor, and on an ivory Christ which hung in the alcove. The scarlet reflection of the stained window, which just then was struck by the sun, lighted up the bloody spots and appeared to scatter them around the whole room. Julian walked towards the corpses, repeating to himself and trying to believe that he was mistaken, that it was not possible, that there are often inexplicable likenesses. At last he bent over to look closely at the old man, and he saw, between the half‐closed lids, a dead pupil that scorched him like fire. Then he went over to the other side of the bed where the other corpse lay, but the face was partly hidden by bands of white hair. Julian slipped his finger beneath them and raised the head, holding it at arm's length to study its features, while with his other hand he lifted the torch. Drops of blood oozed from the mattress and fell one by one upon the floor. At the close of the day he appeared before his wife and in a changed voice commanded her first not to answer him, not to approach him, not even to look at him, and to obey, under the penalty of eternal damnation, every one of his orders, which were irrevocable. The funeral was to be held in accordance with the written instructions he had left on a chair in the death‐chamber. He left her his castle, his vassals, all his worldly goods, without keeping even his clothes or his sandals, which would be found at the top of the stairs. She had obeyed the will of God in bringing about his crime, and accordingly she must pray for his soul, since henceforth he should cease to exist. The dead were buried sumptuously in the chapel of a monastery which it took 3 days to reach from the castle. A monk wearing a hood that covered his head followed the procession alone, for nobody dared to speak to him, and during the mass he lay flat on the floor with his face downward and his arms stretched out at his side. After the burial he was seen to take the road leading into the mountains. He looked back several times and finally passed out of sight. Chapter III. The Reparation. He left the country and begged his daily bread on his way. He stretched out his hand to the horsemen he met in the roads, and humbly approached the harvesters in the fields, or else remained motionless in front of the gates of castles, and his face was so sad that he was never turned away. Obeying a spirit of humility, he related his history to all men, and they would flee from him and cross themselves. In villages through which he had passed before, the good people bolted the doors, threatened him, and threw stones at him as soon as they recognized him. The more charitable ones placed a bowl on the window‐sill and closed the shutters in order to avoid seeing him. Repelled and shunned by every one, he avoided his fellow‐men and nourished himself with roots and plants, stray fruits and shells, which he gathered along the shores. Often at the bend of a hill he could perceive a mass of crowded roofs, stone spires, bridges, towers, and narrow streets, from which arose a continual murmur of activity. The desire to mingle with men impelled him to enter the city, but the gross and beastly expression of their faces, the noise of their industries, and the indifference of their remarks chilled his very heart. On holidays, when the cathedral bells rang out at daybreak and filled the people's hearts with gladness, he watched the inhabitants coming out of their dwellings, the dancers in the public squares, the fountains of ale, the damask hangings spread before the houses of princes, and then, when night came, he would peer through the windows at the long tables where families gathered and where grandparents held little children on their knees. Then sobs would rise in his throat and he would turn away and go back to his haunts. He gazed with yearning at the colts in the pastures, the birds in their nests, the insects on the flowers, but they all fled from him at his approach and hid or flew away. So he sought solitude, but the wind brought to his ears sounds resembling death‐rattles. The tears of the dew reminded him of heavier drops, and every evening the sun would spread blood in the sky, and every night in his dreams he lived over his parricide. He made himself a haircloth lined with iron spikes. On his knees he ascended every hill that was crowned with a chapel. But the unrelenting thought spoiled the splendor of the tabernacles and tortured him in the midst of his penances. He did not rebel against God, who had inflicted his action, but he despaired at the thought that he had committed it. He had such a horror of himself that he took all sorts of risks. he rescued paralytics from fire and children from waves. But the ocean scorned him, and the flames spared him. Time did not allay his torment, which became so intolerable that he resolved to die. One day, while he was stooping over a fountain to judge of its depth, an old man appeared on the other side. He wore a white beard, and his appearance was so lamentable that Julian could not keep back his tears. The old man also was weeping. Without recognizing him, Julian remembered confusedly a face that resembled his. He uttered a cry, for it was his father who stood before him, and he gave up all thought of taking his own life. Thus weighted down by his recollections, he travelled through many countries, and arrived at a river which was dangerous because of its violence and the slime that covered its shores. Since a long time nobody had ventured to cross it. The bow of an old boat, whose stern was buried in the mud, showed among the reeds. Julian, on examining it closely, found a pair of oars, and hit upon the idea of devoting his life to the service of his fellow men. He began by establishing on the bank of the river a sort of road which would enable people to approach the edge of the stream. He broke his nails in his efforts to lift enormous stones, which he pressed against the pit of his stomach in order to transport them from one point to another. He slipped in the mud, he sank into it, and several times was on the very brink of death. Then he took to repairing the boat with debris of vessels, and afterwards built himself a hut with putty and trunks of trees. When it became known that a ferry had been established, passengers flocked to it. They hailed him from the opposite side by waving flags, and Julian would jump into the boat and row over. The craft was very heavy, and the people loaded it with all sorts of baggage and beasts of burden who reared with fright, thereby adding greatly to the confusion. He asked nothing for his trouble. Some gave him left‐over victuals which they took from their sacks or worn‐out garments which they could no longer use. The brutal ones hurled curses at him, and when he rebuked them gently they replied with insults, and he was content to bless them. A little table, a stool, a bed made of dead leaves, and 3 earthen bowls were all he possessed. 2 holes in the wall served as windows. On one side, as far as the eye could see, stretched barren wastes, studded here and there with pools of water, and in front of him flowed the greenish waters of the wide river. In the spring a putrid odour arose from the damp sod. Then fierce gales lifted clouds of dust that blew everywhere, even settling in the water and in one's mouth. A little later swarms of mosquitoes appeared, whose buzzing and stinging continued night and day. After that came frightful frosts, which communicated a stone‐like rigidity to everything, and inspired one with an insane desire for meat. Months passed when Julian never saw a human being. He often closed his lids and endeavoured to recall his youth. He beheld the courtyard of a castle, with greyhounds stretched out on a terrace, an armoury filled with valets, and under a bower of vines a youth with blond curls, sitting between an old man wrapped in furs and a lady with a high cap. Presently the corpses rose before him, and then he would throw himself face downward on his cot and sob, "Oh, poor father, poor mother," and would drop into a fitful slumber in which the terrible visions recurred. One night he thought that some one was calling to him in his sleep. He listened intently, but could hear nothing save the roaring of the waters. But the same voice repeated, "Julian!" It proceeded from the opposite shore, a fact which appeared extraordinary to him, considering the breadth of the river. The voice called a third time, "Julian!" and the high‐pitched tones sounded like the ringing of a church bell. Having lighted his lantern, he stepped out of his cabin. A frightful storm raged. The darkness was complete, and was illuminated here and there only by the white waves leaping and tumbling. After a moment's hesitation he untied the rope. The water presently grew smooth, and the boat glided easily to the opposite shore, where a man was waiting. He was wrapped in a torn piece of linen, his face was like a chalk mask, and his eyes were redder than glowing coals. When Julian held up his lantern, he noticed that the stranger was covered with hideous sores, but notwithstanding this, there was in his attitude something like the majesty of a king. As soon as he stepped into the boat, it sank deep into the water, borne downward by his weight. Then it rose again, and Julian began to row. With each stroke of the oars, the force of the waves raised the bow of the boat. The water, which was blacker than ink, ran furiously along the sides. It formed abysses and then mountains, over which the boat glided. Then it fell into yawning depths where, buffeted by the wind, it whirled around and around. Julian leaned far forward, and bracing himself with his feet, bent backwards, so as to bring his whole strength into play. Hailstones cut his hands, the rain ran down his back, the velocity of the wind suffocated him. He stopped rowing, and let the boat drift with the tide. But realizing that an important matter was at stake, a command which could not be disregarded, he picked up the oars again, and the rattling of the tholes mingled with the clamorings of the storm. The little lantern burned in front of him. Sometimes birds fluttered past it and obscured the light, but he could distinguish the eyes of the leper who stood at the stern, as motionless as a column. And the trip lasted a long, long time. When they reached the hut, Julian closed the door and saw the man sit down on the stool. The species of shroud that was wrapped around him had fallen below his loins, and his shoulders and chest and lean arms were hidden under blotches of scaly pustules. Enormous wrinkles crossed his forehead. Like a skeleton, he had a hole instead of a nose, and from his bluish lips came breath, which was fetid and as thick as mist. "I am hungry," he said. Julian set before him what he had, a piece of pork and some crusts of coarse bread. After he had devoured them, the table, the bowl, and the handle of the knife bore the same scales that covered his body. Then he said, "I thirst." Julian fetched his jug of water, and when he lifted it, he smelled an aroma that dilated his nostrils and filled his heart with gladness. It was wine. What a boon! But the leper stretched out his arms and emptied the jug at one draught. Then he said, "I am cold." Julian ignited a bundle of ferns that lay in the middle of the hut. The leper approached the fire, and resting on his heels, began to warm himself. His whole frame shook, and he was failing visibly. His eyes grew dull, his sores began to break, and in a faint voice he whispered, "Thy bed." Julian helped him gently to it, and even laid the sail of his boat over him to keep him warm. The leper tossed and moaned. The corners of his mouth were drawn up over his teeth. An accelerated death rattle shook his chest, and with each one of his aspirations his stomach touched his spine. At last he closed his eyes. "I feel as if ice were in my bones. Lay thyself beside me," he commanded. Julian took off his garments, and then, as naked as on the day he was born, he got into the bed. Against his thigh he could feel the skin of the leper, and it was colder than a serpent and as rough as a file. He tried to encourage the leper, but he only whispered, "Oh, I am about to die. Come closer to me and warm me, not with thy hands, no, with thy whole body." So Julian stretched himself out upon the leper, lay on him lips to lips, chest to chest. Then the leper clasped him close, and presently his eyes shone like stars, his hair lengthened into sunbeams, the breath of his nostrils had the scent of roses, a cloud of incense rose from the hearth, and the waters began to murmur harmoniously. An abundance of bliss, a superhuman joy, filled the soul of the swooning Julian, while he who clasped him to his breast grew and grew until his head and his feet touched the opposite walls of the cabin. The roof flew up in the air, disclosing the heavens, and Julian ascended into infinity, face to face with our Lord Jesus Christ, who bore him straight to heaven. And this is the story of St. Julian the Hospitaller, as it is given on the stained glass window of a church in my birthplace. End of the legend of St. Julian the Hospitaller by Gustave Flaubert. The Bet by Anton P. Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. 1. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was pacing from corner to corner of his study, recalling to his mind the party he gave in the autumn 15 years before. There were many clever people at the party, and much interesting conversation. They talked, among other things, of capital punishment. The guests, among them not a few scholars and journalists, for the most part disapproved of capital punishment. They found it obsolete as a means of punishment, unfitted to a Christian state, and immoral. Some of them thought that capital punishment should be replaced universally by life imprisonment. "I don't agree with you," said the host. "I myself have experienced neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment. But if one may judge a priori, then, in my opinion, capital punishment is more moral and more humane than imprisonment. Execution kills instantly. Life imprisonment kills by degrees. Who is the more humane executioner, one who kills you in a few seconds, or one who draws the life out of you incessantly for years?" "They're both equally immoral," remarked one of the guests, "because their purpose is the same, to take away life. The state is not God. It has no right to take away that which it cannot give back if it should so desire." Among the company was a lawyer, a young man of about 25. On being asked his opinion, he said, "Capital punishment and life imprisonment are equally immoral. But if I were offered the choice between them, I would certainly choose the second. It's better to live somehow than not to live at all." There ensued a lively discussion. The banker, who was then younger and more nervous, suddenly lost his temper, banged his fist on the table, and turning to the young lawyer cried out, "It's a lie! I bet you 2 millions you wouldn't stick in a cell even for 5 years." "If you mean it seriously," replied the lawyer, "then I bet I'll stay not 5 but 15. "15 done!" cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions." Agreed. You stake 2 millions, I my freedom, said the lawyer. So this wild, ridiculous bet came to pass. The banker, who at that time had too many millions to count, spoiled and capricious, was beside himself with rapture. During supper he said to the lawyer jokingly, "Come to your senses, young man, before it's too late. 2 millions are nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4, because you'll never stick it out any longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary is much heavier than enforced imprisonment. The idea that you have the right to free yourself at any moment will poison the whole of your life in the cell. I pity you." And now the banker, pacing from corner to corner, recalled all this and asked himself, "Why did I make this bet? What is the good? The lawyer loses 15 years of his life, and I throw away 2 millions. Will it convince people that capital punishment is worse or better than imprisonment for life? No, no, all stuff and rubbish. On my part, it was the caprice of a well-fed man, on the lawyer's pure greed of gold." He recollected further what happened after the evening party. It was decided that the lawyer must undergo his imprisonment under the strictest observation in a garden wing of the banker's house. It was agreed that during the period he would be deprived of the right to cross the threshold, to see living people, to hear human voices, and to receive letters and newspapers. He was permitted to have a musical instrument, to read books, to write letters, to drink wine, and smoke tobacco. By the agreement he could communicate, but only in silence, with the outside world through a little window specially constructed for this purpose. Everything necessary, books, music, wine, he could receive in any quantity by sending a note through the window. The agreement provided for all the minutest details which made the confinement strictly solitary, and it obliged the lawyer to remain exactly 15 years from 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1870, to 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1885. The least attempt on his part to violate the conditions, to escape if only for 2 minutes before the time, freed the banker from the obligation to pay him the 2 millions. During the first year of imprisonment, the lawyer, as far as it was possible to judge from his short notes, suffered terribly from loneliness and boredom. From his wing day and night came the sound of the piano. He rejected wine and tobacco. Wine, he wrote, excites desires, and desires are the chief foes of a prisoner. Besides, nothing is more boring than to drink good wine alone, and tobacco spoils the air in his room. During the first year the lawyer was sent books of a light character, novels with a complicated love interest, stories of crime and fantasy, comedies, and so on. In the second year the piano was heard no longer, and the lawyer asked only for classics. In the fifth year music was heard again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him said that during the whole of that year he was only eating, drinking, and lying on his bed. He yawned often and talked angrily to himself. Books he did not read. Sometimes at nights he would sit down to write. He would write for a long time, and tear it all up in the morning. More than once he was heard to weep. In the second half of the sixth year the prisoner began zealously to study languages, philosophy, and history. He fell on these subjects so hungrily that the banker hardly had time to get books enough for him. In the space of 4 years, about 600 volumes were bought at his request. It was while that passion lasted that the banker received the following letter from the prisoner: "My dear gaoler, I am writing these lines in 6 languages. Show them to experts. Let them read them. If they do not find one single mistake, I beg you to give orders to have a gun fired off in the garden. By the noise I shall know that my efforts have not been in vain. The geniuses of all ages and countries speak in different languages, but in them all burns the same flame. Oh, if you knew my heavenly happiness now that I can understand them!" The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. 2 shots were fired in the garden by the banker's order. Later on, after the 10th year, the lawyer sat immovable before his table and read only the New Testament. The banker found it strange that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 erudite volumes should have spent nearly a year in reading one book easy to understand and by no means thick. The New Testament was then replaced by the history of religions and theology. During the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an extraordinary amount, quite haphazard. Now he would apply himself to the natural sciences, then he would read Byron or Shakespeare. Notes used to come from him, in which he asked to be sent at the same time a book on chemistry, a text‐book of medicine, a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. He read as though he were swimming in the sea among broken pieces of wreckage, and in his desire to save his life was eagerly grasping one piece after another. 2. The banker recalled all this and thought. "To‐morrow at 12 o'clock he receives his freedom. Under the agreement I shall have to pay him 2 millions. If I pay, it's all over with me. I am ruined for ever." 15 years before he had too many millions to count, but now he was afraid to ask himself which he had more of, money or debts. Gambling on the Stock Exchange, risky speculation, and the recklessness of which he could not rid himself even in old age, had gradually brought his business to decay, and the fearless, self‐confident, proud man of business had become an ordinary banker, trembling at every rise and fall in the market. "That cursed bet," murmured the old man, clutching his head in despair. "Why didn't the man die? He's only 40 years old. He will take away my last farthing, marry, enjoy life, gamble on the Exchange, and I will look on like an envious beggar and hear the same words from him every day. 'I'm obliged to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you.' No, it's too much. The only escape from bankruptcy and disgrace is that the man should die." The clock had just struck 3. The banker was listening. In the house every one was asleep, and one could hear only the frozen trees whining outside the windows. Trying to make no sound, he took out of his safe the key of the door, which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. The garden was dark and cold. It was raining. A damp, penetrating wind howled in the garden and gave the trees no rest. Though he strained his eyes, the banker could see neither the ground, nor the white statues, nor the garden wing, nor the trees. Approaching the garden wing, he called the watchman twice. There was no answer. Evidently the watchman had taken shelter from the bad weather and was now asleep somewhere in the kitchen or the greenhouse. "If I had the courage To fulfil my intention, thought the old man, the suspicion will fall on the watchman first of all. In the darkness he groped for the steps and the door, and entered the hall of the garden wing, then poked his way into a narrow passage and struck a match. Not a soul was there. Some one's bed, with no bedclothes on it, stood there, and an iron stove loomed dark in the corner. The seals on the door that led into the prisoner's room were unbroken. When the match went out, the old man, trembling from agitation, peeped into the little window. In the prisoner's room a candle was burning dimly. The prisoner himself sat by the table. Only his back, the hair on his head, and his hands were visible. Open books were strewn about on the table, the two chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed, and the prisoner never once stirred. 15 years' confinement had taught him to sit motionless. The banker tapped on the window with his finger, but the prisoner made no movement in reply. Then the banker cautiously tore the seals from the door and put the key into the lock. The rusty lock gave a hoarse groan, and the door creaked. The banker expected instantly to hear a cry of surprise and the sound of steps. 3 minutes passed, and it was as quiet inside as it had been before. He made up his mind to enter. Before the table sat a man, unlike an ordinary human being. It was a skeleton, with tight-drawn skin, with long curly hair like a woman's, and a shaggy beard. The colour of his face was yellow, of an earthy shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. His hair was already silvering with grey, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. Before the table sat a man, unlike an ordinary human being. It was a skeleton with tight-drawn skin, with long curly hair like a woman's, and a shaggy beard. The colour of his face was yellow, of an earthy shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. His hair was already silvering with grey, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. On the table before his bended head lay a sheet of paper on which something was written in a tiny hand. "Poor devil," thought the banker, "he's asleep and probably seeing millions in his dreams. I have only to take and throw this half‐dead thing on the bed, smother him a moment with the pillow, and the most careful examination will find no trace of unnatural death. But first let us read what he has written here." The banker took the sheet from the table and read: "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock midnight I shall obtain my freedom and the right to mix with people. But before I leave this room and see the sun, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. On my own clear conscience, and before God who sees me, I declare to you that I despise freedom, life, health, and all that your books call the blessings of the world. For 15 years I have diligently studied earthly life. True, I saw neither the earth nor the people, but in your books I drank fragrant wine, sang songs, hunted deer and wild boar in the forests, loved women, and beautiful women, like clouds ethereal created by the magic of your poet's genius, visited me by night and whispered to me wonderful tales which made my head drunken. In your books I climbed the summits of Elbrus and Mont Blanc, and saw from there how the sun rose in the morning, and in the evening suffused the sky, the ocean, and the mountain ridges with a purple gold. I saw from there how above me lightnings glimmered, cleaving the clouds. I saw green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. I heard sirens singing, and the playing of the pipes of Pan. I touched the wings of beautiful devils who came flying to me to speak of God. In your books I cast myself into bottomless abysses, worked miracles, burned cities to the ground, preached new religions, conquered whole countries. Your books gave me wisdom. All that unwearying human thought created in the centuries is compressed to a little lump in my skull. I know that I am cleverer than you all. And I despise your books, despise all worldly blessings and wisdom. Everything is void, frail, visionary, and delusive as a mirage. Though you be proud and wise and beautiful, yet will death wipe you from the face of the earth like the mice underground, and your posterity, your history, and the immortality of your men of genius will be as frozen slag, burnt down together with the terrestrial globe. You are mad, and gone the wrong way. You take falsehood for truth, and ugliness for beauty. You would marvel if suddenly apple and orange trees should bear frogs and lizards instead of fruit, and if roses should begin to breathe the odour of a sweating horse. So do I marvel at you, who have bartered heaven for earth. I do not want to understand you. That I may show you indeed my contempt for that by which you live, I waive the 2 millions, of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise. That I may deprive myself of my right to them, I shall come out from here 5 minutes before the stipulated term, and thus shall violate the agreement. When he had read, the banker put the sheet on the table, kissed the head of the strange man, and began to weep. He went out of the wing. Never at any other time, not even after his terrible losses on the exchange, had he felt such contempt for himself as now. Coming home, he lay down on his bed, but agitation and tears kept him a long time from sleeping. The next morning the poor watchman came running to him, and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the wing climb through the window into the garden. He had gone to the gate and disappeared. The banker instantly went with his servant to the wing, and established the escape of his prisoner. To avoid unnecessary rumours, he took the paper with the renunciation from the table, and, on his return, locked it in his safe. End of The Bet by Anton Chekhov.
The Three Weavers by Annie Fellows Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. There she weaves by night and day a magic web with colours gay, and moving through a mirror clear that hangs before her all the year, shadows of the world appear. There she sees the highway near, winding down to Camelot. There the river eddy whirls, and the surly village churls, and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. Sometimes a troop of damsels glad, an abbot on an ambling pad, sometimes a curly shepherd lad, or long-haired page in crimson clad, goes pie to Camelot. And sometimes through the mirror blue the knights come riding two by two. She hath no loyal knight and true, the Lady of Shalott. Once upon a time, the same time the Lady of Shalott wove her magic web, and near the four grey towers, from which she watched the road running down to Camelot, there lived three weavers. Their houses stood side by side, and such had been their equal fortunes, that whatever happened under the roof of one had always happened under the roofs of others. They wove the same patterns in their looms, and they received the same number of shillings for their webs. They sang the same songs, told the same tales, ate the same kind of broth from the same kind of bowls, and dressed in the same coarse goods of hodden grey. But they were unlike as three weavers could possibly be. The first insisted on weaving all his webs a certain length, regardless of the size of the men who must wear the mantle. Each web was supposed to be just long enough to make one mantle. The second carelessly wove his in any length that happened to be convenient, and stretched or cut it afterwards to fit whomsoever would take it. But the third, with great painstaking and care, measured first the man and then the web, by the inches and ells of his carefully notched yardstick. Now to each weaver was born a daughter, all on the same day, and they named them Hertha, Huberta, and Hildegard. On the night after the christening, as the three men sat smoking their pipes on the same stoop, the father of Hertha said,
"Do not think me puffed up with unseemly pride, good neighbours, but wonderful fortune hath befallen me and mine this day. Clotho, the good fairy of all the weavers, was present at my Hertha's christening, and left beside her cradle a gift, a tiny loom that from beam to shuttle is of purest gold. And she whispered to me in passing, 'Good fortune, Herthold! It is written in the stars that a royal prince shall seek to wed thy child.'"
But Herthold's news caused no astonishment to his neighbours. What had happened under the roof of one had happened under the roofs of all, and the same good fortune was written in the stars for each, and the same gift had been left by each child's cradle. So the three friends rejoiced together, and boasted jestingly among themselves of the three kings' sons who should some day sit down at their tables. But presently Hildgardmar, the father of Hildegard, said, "But there may be a slip twixt cup and lip. Mayhap our daughters cannot fulfil the required condition." At that they looked grave for a moment, for Clotho had added in passing, "One thing is necessary. She must weave upon this loom, I leave, a royal mantle for the prince's wearing. It must be ample and fair to look upon, rich cloth of gold, of princely size and texture. Many will come to claim it, but if it is woven rightly, the destined prince alone can wear it, and him it will fit in all faultlessness, as the falcon's feathers fit the falcon. But if it should not be ample and fine, meet for royal wearing, the prince will not deign to don it, and the maiden's heart shall break, as broke the shattered mirror of the Lady of Shalott."
"Oh, well," said Herthold, when the three had spoken in silence a little space, "I'll guard against that. I shall hide all knowledge of the magic loom from my daughter until she be grown. Then under mine own eye, by mine own measurements that I always use, shall she weave the goodly garment. In the meantime she shall learn all the arts which it become a princess to know, broidery and fair needlework, and songs upon a lute. But of the weaving she shall know not until she be grown. That I am determined upon. 'Tis sorry work her childish hands would make of it, if left to throw the shuttle at a maiden's fickle fancy."
But Hubert shook his head.
"Why stew about a trifle?" he exclaimed. "Forsooth, on such a tiny loom no web of any kind can be well woven. 'Tis but a toy that Clotho left the child to play with, and she shall weave her dreams and fancies on it at her own sweet will. I shall not interfere. What's written in the stars is written, and naught that I can do will change it. Away, friend Hildgardmar, with thy forebodings."
Hildgardmar said nothing in reply, but he thought much. He followed the example of the others, and early and late might have been heard the pounding of the three looms. For there was need to work harder than ever now, that little maidens may have teachers for all the arts becoming a princess, broidery and fair needlework, and songs upon the lute. While the looms pounded in the dwellings, the little maidens grew apace. They played together in the same garden, and learned from the same skilled teachers their daily lessons, and in their fondness for each other were as three sisters. One day Huberta said to the others, "Come with me, and I will show you a beautiful toy that Clotho left me at my christening. My father says she gave one to each of us, and that it is written in the stars that we are each to wed a prince if we can weave for him an ample cloak of cloth of gold. Already I have begun to weave mine." All silently, for fear of watchful eyes and forbidding voices, they stole into an inner room, and she showed them the loom of gold. But now no longer was it the tiny toy that had been left beside her cradle. It had grown with her growth. For every inch that had been added to her stature, an inch had been added to the looms. The warp was Clotho's gift, all thread of gold, and it, too, grew with the maiden's growth. But the thread the shuttle carried was of her own spinning, rainbow-hued and rose-coloured, from the airy dream fleece of her own sweet fancies. "See," she whispered, "I have begun the mantle for my prince's wearing." Seizing the shuttle as she had seen her father do so many times, she crossed the golden warp with the woof thread of a rosy daydream. Hertha and Hildegarde looked on in silent envy, not so much for the loom as for the mirror which hung beside it, wherein, as in the Lady of Shalott, moved the shadows of the world. The same pictures that flitted across hers flitted across Huberta's. "See," she cried again, pointing to the mirror, "that curly shepherd lad! Does not he look like a prince as he strides by, with his head high, and his blue eyes smiling upon all the world? He carries his crook like a royal sceptre, forsooth! Well, you may believe that I am always at my mirror, both at sunrise and sunset, to see him pass gaily by." "Yon long-haired page in crimson clad is more to my liking," said Hertha timidly. "Methinks he has a noble mien, as of one brought up in palaces. I wonder why my father has never said aught to me of Clotho's gift. I too should be at my weaving, for I am as old as thou, Huberta." "And I also," added Hildegarde. "Ask him," quoth Huberta. "Mayhap he hath forgot." So when Hertha reached home she went to her father Herthold, and said timidly, with downcast eyes and blushes, "Father, where is my loom, like Huberta's? I too would be weaving as it is written in the stars." But Herthold glowered upon her grimly. "Who told thee aught of that which is written in the stars?" he demanded so sternly that her heart quaked within her. "Hear me, never again must thou listen to such idle tales. When thou art a woman grown, thou mayst come to me, and I may talk to thee then of webs and weaving. What hast thou to do now with such things? Thou, a silly child? Bah! I am ashamed that ever a daughter of mine should think such foolishness." Hertha, shamed and abashed, stole away to weep that she had incurred her father's scorn. But next day, when they played in the garden, Huberta said, "Thy father is an old tyrant to forbid thee the use of Clotho's gift. He cannot love thee as mine does me, or he would not deny thee such a pleasure. Come, I will help thee to find it." So hand in hand they stole into an inner room, by a door that Herthold thought securely bolted, and there stood a loom like Huberta's, and over it a mirror in which the same shadows of the world were repeated in passing. And as Hertha picked up the shuttle to send the thread of a rosy daydream through the warp of gold, the long-haired page in crimson clad passed down the street outside, and she saw his image in the mirror. "How like a prince he bears himself," she murmured. "My father is indeed a tyrant to deny me the pleasure of looking out upon the world, and weaving sweet fancies about it. Henceforth I shall not obey him, but shall daily steal away in here, to weave in secret what he will not allow me to do openly." At the same time Hildegarde stood before her father, saying timidly, "Is it true, my father, what Huberta says is written in the stars? To-day, when I saw Huberta's loom, I pushed back the bolt which has always been barred the door leading into an inner room from mine, and there I found the loom of gold and a wonderful mirror. I fain would use them as Huberta does, but I have come to ask thee first if all be well." A very tender smile lighted the face of old Hildgardmar. Taking the hand of little Hildegarde in his, he led the way into the inner room. "I have often looked forward to this day, my little one," he exclaimed, "although I did not think thou wouldst come quite so soon with thy questions. It is indeed true what Huberta has told thee is written in the stars. On the right weaving of this weave depends the happiness of all thy future, and not only thine, but of those who may come after thee. 'Tis a dangerous gift the good Clotho left thee, for looking in the mirror thou wilt be tempted to weave thy web to fit the shifting figures that flit therein. But listen to thy father, who hath never yet deceived thee, and who has only thy good at heart. Keep always by thy side the sterling yardstick which I give thee, for it marks the inches and the ells to which the stature of a prince must measure. Not until the web doth fully equal it can it be safely taken from the loom."
Thou art so young, 'tis but a little mantle thou couldst weave this year at best, fit but to clothe the shoulders of yon curly shepherd lad." He pointed to the bright reflection passing in the mirror. "But 'tis a magic loom that lengthens with thy growth, and each year shall the web grow longer, until at last, a woman grown, thou can hold it up against the yardstick, and find that it doth measure to the last inch and ell the size demanded by a prince's noble stature. But thou wilt oft be dazzled by the mirror's sights, and youths will come to thee one by one, each begging, 'Give me the royal mantle, Hildegarde. I am the prince the stars have destined for thee.' And with honeyed words he'll show thee how the mantle in the loom is just the length to fit his shoulders. But let him not persuade you to cut it loose and give it him, as the young fingers will be fain to do. Weave on another year, and yet another, till thou, a woman grown, canst measure out a perfect web, more ample than these stripling youths could carry, but which will fit thy prince in faultlessness, as falcon's feathers fit the falcon."
Hildegarde, awed by his solemn words of warning, took the silver yardstick and hung it by the mirror, and standing before old Hildgardmar, with bowed head, said, "You may trust me, father. I will not cut the golden warp from out of the loom, until I, a woman grown, have woven such a web as thou thyself shalt say is worthy of a prince's wearing." So Hildgardmar left her with his blessing, and went back to his work. After that, the winter followed the autumn, and the summer the spring many times, and the children played in the garden, and learned their lessons of broidery and fair needlework, and songs upon the lute. And every day each stole away to the inner room, and threw the shuttle in and out among the threads of gold. Hertha worked always in this secret, peering ever in the mirror, lest perchance the long-haired page in crimson clad should slip by, and she not see him. For the sheen of his fair hair dazzled her to all other sights, and his face was all she thought of by day and dreamed of by night, so that she often forgot to ply her needle or finger her lute. He was only a page, but she called him prince in her thoughts, until she really believed him one. When she worked at the web she sang to herself, "It is for him, for him." Huberta laughed openly about her web, and her father often teased her about the one for whom it was intended, saying, when the village lads went by, "Is that thy prince?" or "Is it for this thou weavest?" But he never went with her into that inner room, so he never knew whether the weaving was done well or ill, and he never knew that she cut the web of one year's weaving, and gave it to the curly shepherd lad. He wore it with jaunty grace at first, and Huberta spent long hours at the mirror, watching to see him pass by all wrapped within its folds. But it grew tarnished after a while from his long tramps over the dirty moors after his flocks, and Huberta saw other figures in the mirror, which pleased her fancy, and she began another web. And now she gave to a student in cap and gown, and the next to a troubadour strolling past her window, and the next to a knight in armour who rode by one idle summer day. The years went by, she scattering her favours to whomsoever called her sweetheart with vows of devotion, and Hertha faithful to the page alone. Hildegarde worked on, true to her promise. But there came a time when a face shone across her mirror, so noble and fair that she started back in a flutter. "Oh, surely 'tis he," she whispered to her father. "His eyes are so blue they fill all my dreams." But old Hildgardmar answered her, "Does he measure up to the standard set by the sterling yardstick for a full-grown prince to be?" "No," she answered, "only to the measure of an ordinary man. But see how perfectly the mantle I have woven would fit him." "Nay, weave on then," he said kindly. "Thou hast not yet reached the best thou canst do. This is not the one written for thee in the stars." A long time after, a knight flashed across the mirror blue, a knight like Sir Launcelot. His broad clear brow in sunlight glowed, on burnished hooves his war horse trode, from underneath his helmet flowed his coal-black curls, as on he rode, as hero down to Camelot. So noble he was that she felt sure that he was the one destined to wear the mantle, and she went to her father, saying, "He has asked for the robe, and measuring by thy own sterling yardstick, it would fit him in faultlessness, as the falcon's feathers fit the falcon." Hildgardmar laid the yardstick against the web. "Nay," he said, "this is only the size of a knight. It lacks the handbreadth yet of the measure of a prince." Hildegarde hesitated, half pouting, till he said beseechingly, "I am an old man, knowing far more of the world and its ways than thou, my daughter. Have I ever deceived thee? Have I ever had aught but thy good at heart? Have patience a little longer. Another year, and thou wilt be able to fashion a still larger web." At last it came to pass, as it was written in the stars. A prince came riding by to ask for Hertha as his bride.
Old Herthold, taking her by the hand, said, "Now I will lead thee into the inner room, and teach thee how to use the fairy's sacred gift. With me for a teacher thou canst surely make no mistake." When they came into the inner room, there stood only the empty loom from which the golden warp had been clipped. "How now?" he demanded angrily. Hertha, braving his ill humour, said defiantly, "Thou art too late. Because I feared thy scorn of what thou wast pleased to call my childish foolishness, I wove in secret, and when my prince came by, long ago I gave it him. He stands outside at the casement." The astonished Herthold, turning in a rage, saw the long-haired page clad in the mantle which she had woven in secret. He tore it angrily from the youth, and demanded that she should give it to the prince, who waited to claim it. But the prince would have none of it. It was of too small a fashion to fit his royal shoulders, and had been defiled by the wearing of a common page. So with one look of disdain he rode away. Stripped of the robe her own fancy had woven around him, the page stood shorn before her. It was as if a veil had been torn from her eyes, and she no longer saw him as her fond dreams had painted him. She saw him in all his unworthiness, and the cloth of gold which was her maiden love, and the rose and daydreams she had woven into it to make the mantle of a high ideal, lay in tattered shreds at her feet. When she looked from the one to the other, and saw the mistake she had made, and the opportunity she had lost, she covered her face with her hands, and cried out to Herthold, "It is thy fault! Thou shouldst not have laughed my childish questions to scorn, and driven me to weave in ignorance and in secret." But all her upbraiding was too late. As it was written in the stars, her heart broke, as broke the shattered mirror of the Lady of Shalott. That same day came a prince to Hubert, asking for his daughter. He called her from the garden, saying gaily, "Bring forth the mantle now, Huberta. Surely it must be a goodly one, after all these years of weaving at thy own sweet will." She brought it forth, but when he saw it, he started back aghast at its pigmy size. When he demanded the reason, she confessed with tears that she had no more of the golden warp that was Clotho's sacred gift. She had squandered that maiden love in the bygone years, to make the mantle she had so thoughtlessly bestowed upon the shepherd lad and the troubadour, the student and the knight. This was all she had left to give. "Well," said her fatherling, "'tis only what many another has done in the wanton foolishness of youth. But perchance when the prince sees how fair thou art, and how sweetly thou dost sing to thy lute, he may overlook the paltriness of thy offering. Take it to him."
When she had laid it before him, he cast only one glance at it. So small it was, so meagre of gold thread, so unmeet for a true prince's wearing. Then he looked sorrowfully into the depths of her beautiful eyes, and turned away. The gaze burned into her very soul, and revealed to her all that she had lost for evermore. She cried out to her father with pitiful sobs that set his heartstrings in a quiver. "It is thy fault. Why didst thou not warn me what a precious gift was the gold warp Clotho gave me? Why didst thou say to me, Is this the lad, is that the lad? Till I looked only at the village churls, and wove my web to fit their unworthy shoulders, and forgot how high is the stature of a perfect prince." Then hiding her face, she fled away, and as it was written in the stars, her heart broke, as broke the shattered mirror of the Lady of Shalott. Then came the prince to Hildegard. All blushing and a flutter, she clipped the thread that held the golden web of her maiden love, through which ran all her happy girlish daydreams, and let him take it from her. Glancing shyly up, she saw that it fitted him in all faultlessness, as the falcon's feathers fit the falcon. Then old Hildgardmar, stretching out his hand, said, "Because even in childhood days thou ever kept in view the sterling yardstick as I bade thee, because no single strand of all the golden warp that Clotho gave thee was squandered on another, because thou waitedst till thy woman's fingers wrought the best that lay within thy woman's heart, all happiness shall thou be thine. Receive it as thy perfect crown." So with her father's blessing light upon her, she rode away beside the prince, and ever after all her life was crowned with happiness, as it had been written for her in the stars. The End. End of The Three Weavers by Annie Fellows Johnston.
Tinkling Cymbals by Helen Sherman Griffith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Tinkling Cymbals by Helen Sherman Griffith. It was in the spring of 1915 that Margaret Durant came back to her home in Greenfield, Iowa, from a visit to friends in the East, and brought with her a clear, shining flame of patriotism, with which she proceeded to fire the town. Margaret had always been a leader, the foremost in civic betterment, in government reform, and in the activities of her church and women's club. She was a born orator, and loved nothing better than haranguing and swaying a crowd. A fund was started for the purchase of an ambulance, which, Margaret insisted, must be driven by a Greenfield man, and she expressed sorrow on every occasion, particularly in the hearing of the mothers of young men, that she had no son to offer. The Red Cross rooms became the centre of Greenfield social activity, and the young people never dreamed of giving an entertainment for any purpose save to benefit the Red Cross, the British Relief, or the Lafayette Fund. This last became presently the object of Margaret's special activities, since her husband Paul, some 4 generations previously, had come of French blood. "So that it is almost like working for my own country," Margaret said proudly, and she glowed with gratification whenever the French were praised. So complete and self-sacrificing was her enthusiasm that she announced, as the spring advanced, her intention of taking no summer vacation, but to dedicate the money thus saved to the Lafayette Fund, and to work for that organization during the entire summer. Her friends were thrilled with admiration at Margaret's attitude, and some of them emulated her heroic example. To be sure, staying at home that summer was a popular form of self-denial, since a good many families, even in Greenfield, Iowa, were beginning to feel the pinch of war. One summer afternoon, Margaret strolled home from an animated meeting of the Lafayette Fund, exalted and tingling with emotion. She had addressed the meeting, and her speech had been declared the epitome of all that was splendid and noble. She had moved even herself to tears by her appeal for patriotism. She entered the house, still mentally enshrouded by intoxicating murmurs of "Isn't she wonderful?" "Doesn't she make you wish you were a man, to give yourself?" and so forth. Softly humming the Marseillaise, she mounted the steps to her own room, to remove her hat. She stopped short on the threshold with a sudden startled cry. Her husband was there, walking up and down the room, and also humming the Marseillaise. It was half an hour before his usual homecoming time, but that was not why Margaret cried out. Paul was dressed in khaki. He was walking up and down in front of the cheval glass, taking in the effect from different angles. He looked around, foolishly, when he heard his wife. "Just trying it on," he said lightly. "How do you like me?" "But, Paul, what does it mean?" "Just what you have guessed. I've signed up. I'm to drive the Greenfield ambulance," he added, with justifiable pride. Margaret stared, gasped, tottered. She would have fallen if she had not sat down suddenly. Paul stared too, astonished. "Why, old girl, I thought it was what you wanted. You said—" "Paul, you! It can't be! Why, you are all I have!" "That is one reason the more for my going. We have no son to send." "But, Paul, the war is so far away. It isn't as if we were at war." "Almost. France is the land of my ancestors. Your very words, Margaret." "I know, but—" "And the cause is so just." "But, Paul, I did not mean—" "Did not mean what?" Paul turned and faced her sternly. "Margaret, your eloquence has sent a good many young men to the front. I wonder—" He paused, and a new expression dawned in his eyes, an expression that Margaret could not bear, an accusation, a suspicion. Margaret cowered in her chair and hid her face. "Oh, Paul, not that, not that! Leave me a moment, please. I want time to grasp it." When she was alone she sat upright and faced the look she had seen in Paul's eyes. "I am a canting hypocrite. I see it now, plainly. I read it in Paul's eyes. But I will show him he's mistaken. God, is hypocrisy always so cruelly punished? Merciful God, have pity upon me." Rising to her feet, Margaret staggered to the door and called. The enthusiasm, the exultation, had faded from her face, leaving it pinched and grey. But in her eyes a new expression had been born, which lent a soft radiance to her features, the light of complete self-denial. Paul entered, gave one look, then knelt at his wife's feet. "Forgive me, my love, for misunderstanding you. The fault was mine. You've been afraid I would not make good, and were testing me. Ah, my love!" For one terrible moment Margaret hesitated. Then she whispered: "No, Paul, you were right at first. But love has conquered. Not our love, but a greater, nobler sentiment. Love of right and justice. Do you remember the verse? Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. I am not a tinkling cymbal, Paul. Oh, Paul, take me with you. I can be of some use over there. We will go together." Paul rose and embraced her. "My precious one, how Greenfield will honor you!" Margaret winced and hid her face in his breast. "No, Paul, no, no. Don't let them know. Let us go away quietly, in the night. Please, please, Paul, I could not bear any other way." Durant kissed her and said no more, and if he understood, he never let her know that he did. End of Tinkling Cymbals, by Helen Sherman Griffith. From Prairie Gold, Iowa Writers, 1917.
The Tree of Justice by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. The Tree of Justice. It was a warm, dark winter day, with the sou'west wind singing through Dallington Forest and the woods below the beacon. The children set out after dinner to find old Hobden, who had a 3 months' job in the rough at the back of Pound's Wood. He had promised to get them a dormouse in its nest. The bright leaf still clung to the beech coppice. The long chestnut leaves lay orange on the ground, and the rides were speckled with scarlet-lipped, sprouting acorns. They worked their way by their own short cuts to the edge of Pound's Wood, and heard a horse's feet just as they came to the beech where Ridley the keeper hangs up the vermin. The poor little fluffy bodies dangled from the branches, some perfectly good, but most of them dried to twisted strips. 3 more owls, said Dan, counting. 2 stoats, 4 jays, and a kestrel. That's 10 since last week. Ridley's a beast. In my time this sort of tree bore heavier fruit. Sir Richard Dalyngridge reined up his grey horse Swallow in the ride behind them. This is the Norman knight they met the year before in Puck of Pook's Hill. See young men at the Manor, the knights of the Joyous Venture, and old men at Pevensey in that book. What play do you make? He asked. Nothing, sir. We're looking for old Hobden, Dan replied. He promised to get us a sleeper. Sleeper? A dormouse, do you say? Yes, a dormouse, sir. I understand. I passed a woodman on the low grounds. Come. He wheeled up the ride again and pointed through an opening to the patch of beech stubs, chestnut, hazel, and birch that old Hobden would turn into firewood hot poles, pea-boughs, and house-faggots before spring. The old man was as busy as a beaver. Something laughed beneath a thorn, and Puck stole out, his finger on his lip. "Look," he whispered, "along between the spindle‐trees. Ridley has been there this half‐hour." The children followed his point, and saw Ridley the keeper in an old dry ditch, watching Hobden as a cat watches a mouse. "Huh!" cried Una. "Hobden always tends to his wires before breakfast. He puts his rabbits into the faggots he's allowed to take home. He'll tell us about 'em to‐morrow." "We had the same breed in my day," Sir Richard replied, and moved off quietly, Puck at his bridle, the children on either side, between the close‐trimmed beech‐stuff. "What did you do to them?" said Dan, as they repassed Ridley's terrible tree. "That!" Sir Richard jerked his head toward the dangling owls. "Not he," said Puck. "There was never enough brute Norman in you to hang a man for taking a buck." "I cannot abide to hear their widows screech. But why am I on horseback while you are afoot?" He dismounted lightly, tapped Swallow on the chest, so that the wise thing backed instead of turning in the narrow ride, and put himself at the head of the little procession. He walked as though all the woods belonged to him. "I have often told my friends," he went on, "that Red William the King was not the only Norman found dead in a forest while he hunted." "Do you mean William Rufus?" said Dan. "Yes," said Puck, kicking a clump of red toadstools off a dead log. "For example, there was a knight new from Normandy," Sir Richard went on, "to whom Henry our King granted a manor in Kent near by. He chose to hang his forester's son the day before a deer hunt that he gave to pleasure the King." "Now when would that be?" said Puck, and scratched an ear thoughtfully. "The summer of the year King Henry broke his brother Robert of Normandy at Tenchebray fight. Our ships were even then at Pevensey, loading for the war." "What happened to the knight?" Dan asked. "They found him pinned to an ash, 3 arrows through his leather coat. I should have worn mail that day." "And did you see him all bloody?" Dan continued. "Nay, I was with De Aquila at Pevensey, counting horseshoes, and arrow sheaves, and ale barrels into the holds of the ships. The army only waited for our King to lead them against Robert in Normandy, but he sent word to De Aquila that he would hunt with him here before he set out for France." "Why did the King want to hunt so particularly?" Una demanded. "If he had gone straight to France after the Kentish knight was killed, men would have said he feared being slain like the knight. It was his duty to show himself debonair to his English people, as it was De Aquila's duty to see that he took no harm while he did it, but it was a great burden. De Aquila, Hugh, and I ceased work on the ships and scoured all the Honour of the Eagle, all De Aquila's lands, to make a fit and, above all, a safe sport for our King. Look!" The ride twisted, and came out on the top of Pounds Hill Wood. Sir Richard pointed to the swells of beautiful, dappled Dallington that showed like a woodcock's breast up the valley. "Ye know the forest," said he. "You ought to see the bluebells there in spring," said Una. "I have seen," said Sir Richard, gazing, and stretched out his hand. Hugh's work and mine was first to move the deer gently from all parts into Dallington yonder, and there to hold them till the king came. Next we must choose some 300 beaters to drive the deer to the stands within bowshot of the king. Here was our trouble. In the mêlée of a deer drive, a Saxon peasant and a Norman king may come over close to each other. The conquered do not love their conquerors all at once. So we needed sure men, for whom their village or kindred would answer in life, cattle, and land, if any harm come to the king. You see? If one of the beaters shot the king, said Puck, Sir Richard wanted to be able to punish that man's village. Then the village would take care to send a good man. So it was. But lest our work should be too easy, the king had done such a dread justice over at Salehurst for the killing of the Kentish knight, 26 men he hanged, as I heard, that our folk were half mad with fear before we began. It is easier to dig out a badger gone to earth than a Saxon gone dumb sullen. And atop of their misery the old rumour waked that Harold the Saxon was alive and would bring them deliverance from us Normans. This has happened every autumn since Santlache fight. But King Harold was killed at Hastings, said Una. So it was said, and so it was believed by us Normans, but our Saxons always believed he would come again. That rumour did not make our work any more easy. Sir Richard strode on down the far slope of the wood, where the trees thin out. It was fascinating to watch how he managed his long spurs among the lumps of blackened ling. "But we did it," he said. "After all, a woman is as good as a man to beat the woods, and the mere word that deer are afoot makes cripples and crones young again." De Aquila laughed when Hugh told him over the list of beaters. Half were women, and many of the rest were clerks, Saxon and Norman priests. Hugh and I had not time to laugh for 8 days, till De Aquila, as Lord of Pevensey, met our king and led him to the first shooting stand, by the mill on the edge of the forest. Hugh and I, it was no work for hot heads or heavy hands, lay with our beaters on the skirts of Dallington to watch both them and the deer. When De Aquila's great horn blew, we went forward, a line half a league long. Oh, to see the fat clerks, their gowns tucked up, puffing and roaring, and the sober millers dusting the undergrowth with their staves, and, like as not, between them a Saxon wench, hand in hand with her man, shrilling like a kite as she ran, and leaping high through the fern, all for joy of the sport. Ah ho! Ah ho! Ho ha ha! So ha ha! Puck bellowed without warning, and Swallow bounded forward, ears cocked and nostrils cracking. Hull! Wal lul! Sir Richard answered in a high, clear shout. The two voices joined in swooping circles of sound, and a heron rose out of a red osier bed below them, circling as though he kept time to the outcry. Swallow quivered and swished his glorious tail. They stopped together on the same note. A hoarse shout answered them across the bare woods. "That's old Hobden," said Una. "Small blame to him. It is in his blood," said Puck. "Did your beaters cry so, Sir Richard?" "My faith, they forgot all else. Steady, Swallow, steady. They forgot where the king and his people waited to shoot. They followed the deer to the very edge of the open, till the first flight of wild arrows from the stands flew fair over them. I cried, 'We're shot! We're shot!' and a knot of young knights new from Normandy, that had strayed away from the great stand, turned about, and in mere sport loosed off at our line, shouting, 'Ware Santlache arrows! Ware Santlache arrows!' A jest, I grant you, but too sharp. One of our beaters answered in Saxon, 'Ware New Forest arrows! Ware Red William's arrow!' So I judged it time to end the jests, and when the boys saw my old mail gown, for to shoot with strangers I count the same as war, they ceased shooting. So that was smoothed over, and we gave our beaters ale to wash down their anger. They were excusable. They had sweated to show our guests good sport, and our reward was a flight of hunting arrows, which no man loves, and worse, a churl's gibe over hard fought, fair lost Hastings fight. So before the next beat, Hugh and I assembled, and called the beaters over by name to steady them. The greater part we knew, but among the Netherfield men I saw an old man in the dress of a pilgrim. The clerk of Netherfield said he was well known by repute for 20 years as a witless man that journeyed without rest to all the shrines of England. The old man sits, Saxon fashion, head between fists. We Normans rest the chin on the left palm. "Who answers for him?" said I. "If he fails in his duty, who will pay his fine?" "Who will pay my fine?" the pilgrim said. "I have asked that of all the saints in England these 40 years, less 3 months and 9 days. They have not answered." When he lifted his thin face, I saw he was one‐eyed, and frail as a rush. "Nay, but, Father," I said, "to whom hast thou commended thyself?" He shook his head, so I spoke in Saxon. "Whose man art thou?" "I think I have a writing from Rahere, the king's jester," said he after a while. "I am, as I suppose, Rahere's man." He pulled a writing from his scrip, and Hugh, coming up, read it. It set out that the pilgrim was Rahere's man, and that Rahere was the king's jester. There was Latin writ at the back. "What a plague conjuration's here!" said Hugh, turning it over. "Pum quum sum oce." "Magic?" "Black magic," said the clerk of Netherfield. He had been a monk at Battle. "They say Rahere is more of a priest than a fool, and more of a wizard than either. Here's Rahere's name writ, and there's Rahere's red coxcomb mark drawn below, for such as cannot read. He looked slyly at me. Then read it, said I, and show thy learning. He was a vain little man, and he gave it us after much mouthing. The charm, which I think is from Virgilius the sorcerer, says, when thou art once dead, and Minos, which is a heathen judge, has doomed thee, neither cunning, nor speechcraft, nor good works will restore thee. A terrible thing! It denies any mercy to a man's soul. Does it serve? Said the pilgrim, plucking at Hugh's cloak. O man of the king's blood, does it cover me? Hugh was of Earl Godwin's blood, and all Sussex knew it, though no Saxon dared call him kingly in a Norman's hearing. There can be but one king. It serves, said Hugh, but the day will be long and hot. Better rest here. We go forward now. No, I will keep with thee, my kinsman, he answered like a child. He was indeed childish through great age. The line had not moved a bowshot when De Aquilar's great horn blew for a halt, and soon young Fulk, false Fulk's son, yes, the imp that lit the straw in Pevensey Castle. See Old Men at Pevensey, in Puck of Pook's Hill, came thundering up a woodway. Uncle, said he, though he was a man grown, he called me uncle. Those young Norman fools who shot at you this morn are saying that your beaters cried treason against the king. It has come to Harry's long ears, and he bids you give account of it. There are heavy fines in his eye, but I am with you to the hilt, uncle. When the boy had fled back, Hugh said to me, it was Rahere's witless man that cried, where Red William's arrow, I heard him, and so did the clerk of Netherfield. Then Rahere must answer to the king for his man, said I. Keep him by you till I send. And I hastened down. The king was with De Aquilar in the grand stand above Welansford, down in the valley yonder. His court, knights and dames, lay glittering on the edge of the glade. I made my homage, and Henry took it coldly. How came your beaters to shout threats against me? Said he. The tale has grown, I answered. One old witless man cried out, where Red William's arrow, when the young knight shot at our line. We had 2 beaters hit. I will do justice on that man, he answered. Who is his master? He's Rahere's man, said I. Rahere's, said Henry. Has my fool a fool? I heard the bells jingle at the back of the stand, and a red leg waved over it, then a black one. So very slowly Rahere, the king's jester, straddled the edge of the planks, and looked down on us, rubbing his chin. loose knit, with cropped hair, and a sad priest's face under his coxcomb cap that he could twist like a strip of wet leather. His eyes were hollow set. "Nay, nay, brother," said he, "if I suffer you to keep your fool, you must e'en suffer me to keep mine." This he delivered slowly into the king's angry face. My faith, a king's jester must be bolder than lions. "Now we will judge the matter," said Rahere. "Let these two brave knights go hang my fool because he warned King Henry against running after Saxon deer through woods full of Saxons. Faith, brother, if thy brother, Red William, now among the saints as we hope, had been timely warned against a certain arrow in New Forest, one fool of us four would not be crowned Fool of England this morning. Therefore, hang the fool's fool, knights." Mark the fool's cunning. Rahere had himself given us order to hang the man. No king dare confirm a fool's command to such a great baron as De Aquila, and the helpless king knew it. "What? No hanging?" said Rahere, after a silence. "A God's gracious name, kill something, then. Go forward with the hunt." He splits his face ear to ear in a yawn like a fish pond. "Henry," says he, "the next time I sleep, do not pester me with thy fooleries." Then he throws himself out of sight behind the back of the stand. I have seen courage with mirth in De Aquila and Hugh, but stark mad courage of Rahere's sort I had never even guessed at. "What did the king say?" cried Dan. He had opened his mouth to speak, when young folk who had come into the stand with us laughed, and, boylike, once begun, could not check himself. He kneeled on the instant for pardon, but fell sideways, crying, "His legs! Oh, his long waving red legs as he went backward!" Like a storm breaking, our grave king laughed, stamped and reeled with laughter till the stand shook. So like a storm this strange thing passed. He wiped his eyes and signed to De Aquila to let the drive come on. When the deer broke, we were pleased that the king shot from the shelter of the stand, and did not ride out after the hurt beasts, as Red William would have done. Most vilely his knights and barons shot. De Aquila kept me beside him, and I saw no more of Hugh till evening. We two had a little hut of boughs by the camp, where I went to wash me before the great supper, and in the dusk I heard Hugh on the couch. "Wearied, Hugh?" said I. "A little," he says. "I have driven Saxon deer all day for a Norman king, and there is enough of Earl Godwin's blood left in me to sicken at the work. Wait a while with the torch." I waited then, and I thought I heard him sob. "Poor Hugh, was he so tired?" said Una. "Hobden says beating is hard work sometimes." I think this tale is getting like the woods," said Dan. "Darker and twistier every minute." Sir Richard had walked as he talked, and though the children thought they knew the woods well enough, they felt a little lost. "A dark tale enough," says Sir Richard, "but the end was not all black. When we had washed, we went to wait on the King at meat in the great pavilion. Just before the trumpets blew for the entry, all the guests upstanding, long Rahere comes posturing up to Hugh and strikes him with his bauble bladder. 'Here's a heavy heart for a joyous meal,' he says, 'but each man must have his black hour, or where would be the merit of laughing? Take a fool's advice and sit it out with my man. I'll make a jest to excuse you to the King, if he remember to ask for you. That's more than I would do for Archbishop Anselm.' Hugh looked at him heavy‐eyed. 'Rahere,' said he, 'the King's jester! O saints, what punishment for my King!' and smites his hands together. 'Go, go fight it out in the dark,' says Rahere, 'and thy Saxon saints reward thee for thy pity to my fool.' He pushed him from the pavilion, and Hugh lurched away like one drunk. 'But why?' said Una. 'I don't understand.' 'Ah, why indeed? Live you long enough, maiden, and you shall know the meaning of many whys.' Sir Richard smiled. 'I wondered too. But it was my duty to wait on the King at the high table, in all that glitter and stir. He spoke me his thanks for the sport I had helped show him, and he had learned from De Aquila enough of my folk and my castle in Normandy to graciously feign that he knew and had loved my brother there. This also is part of a king's work. Many great men sat at the high table, chosen by the King for their wits, not for their birth. I have forgotten their names and their faces. I only saw that one night. But Sir Richard turned in his stride. But Rahere, flaming in black and scarlet among our guests, the hollow of his dark cheek flushed with wine, long laughing Rahere, and the stricken sadness of his face when he was not twisting it about, Rahere I shall never forget. At the King's outgoing, De Aquila bade me follow him, with his great bishops and 2 great barons, to the little pavilion. We had devised jugglers and dancers for the court sport, but Henry loved to talk gravely to grave men, and De Aquila had told him of my travels to the world's end. We had a fire of apple wood, sweet as incense, and the curtains at the door being looped up, we could hear the music and see the light shining on mail and dresses. Rahere lay behind the King's chair. The questions he darted forth at me were as shrewd as the flames. I was telling of our fight with the apes, as we called them, at the world's end. See the Knights of the Joyous Venture, in Puck of Pook's Hill. "But where is the Saxon knight that went with you?" said Henry. "He must confirm these miracles." "He is busy," said Rahere, "confirming a new miracle." "Enough miracles for to‐day," said the king. "Rahere, you have saved your long neck. Fetch the Saxon knight." "Pest on it," said Rahere, "who would be a king's jester? I'll bring him, brother, if you'll see that none of your home‐brewed bishops taste my wine while I am away." So he jingled forth between the men‐at‐arms at the door. Henry had made many bishops in England without the Pope's leave. I know not the rights of the matter, but only Rahere dared jest about it. We waited on the king's next word. "I think Rahere is jealous of you," said he, smiling, to Nigel of Ely. He was one bishop, and William of Exeter the other. Wal Wist, the Saxons called him, laughed long. "Rahere is a priest at heart. Shall I make him a bishop, De Aquila?" says the king. "There might be worse," said our Lord of Pevensey. "Rahere would never do what Anselm has done." This Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, had gone off raging to the Pope at Rome because Henry would make bishops without his leave either. I know not the rights of it, but De Aquila did, and the king laughed. "Anselm means no harm. He should have been a monk, not a bishop," said the king. "I'll never quarrel with Anselm or his Pope till they quarrel with my England. If we can keep the king's peace till my son comes to rule, no man will likely quarrel with our England." "Amen," said De Aquila. "But the king's peace ends when the king dies." That is true. The king's peace dies with the king. The custom then is that all laws are outlaw, and men do what they will till the new king is chosen. "I will amend that," said the king hotly. "I will have it so that though king's son and grandson were all slain in one day, still the king's peace should hold over all England. What is a man that his mere death must upheave a people? We must have the law." "Truth," said William of Exeter, but that he would have said to any word of the king. The two great barons behind said nothing. This teaching was clean against their stomachs, for when the king's peace ends, the great barons go to war and increase their lands. At that instant we heard Rahere's voice returning in a scurril Saxon rhyme against William of Exeter. "Well wist, well wist, well lay his fortune, when that he fawned on the king for his crosier." And amid our laughter he burst in, with one arm round Hugh and one round the old pilgrim of Netherfield. "Here is your knight, brother," said he, "and for the better disport of the company, here is my fool. Hold up, Saxon Samson, the gates of Gaza are clean carried away." Hugh broke loose, white and sick, and staggered to my side. The old man blinked upon the company. We looked at the king, but he smiled. Rahere promised he would show me some sport after supper to cover his morning's offence, said he to De Aquila. So this is thy man, Rahere? Even so, said Rahere. My man he has been, and my protection he has taken, ever since I found him under the gallows at Stamford Bridge, telling the kites atop of it that he was Harold of England. There was a great silence upon these last strange words, and Hugh hid his face on my shoulder, woman fashion. It is most cruel true, he whispered to me. The old man proved it to me at the beat after you left, and again in our hut even now. It is Harold, my king. De Aquila crept forward. He walked about the man and swallowed. Bones of the saints, said he, staring. Many a stray shot goes too well home, said Rahere. The old man flinched as at an arrow. Why do you hurt me still? He said in Saxon. It was on some bones of some saints that I promised I would give my England to the great Duke. He turns on us all, crying shrilly, Thanes, he had caught me at Rouen a lifetime ago. If I had not promised, I should have lain there all my life. What else could I have done? I have lain in a strait prison all my life none the less. There is no need to throw stones at me. He guarded his face with his arms and shivered. Now his madness will strike him down, said Rahere. Cast out the evil spirit, one of you new bishops. Said William of Exeter, Harold was slain at Santlache fight. All the world knows it. I think this man must have forgotten, said Rahere. Be comforted, father. Thou wast well slain at Hastings 40 years gone, less 3 months and 9 days. Tell the king. The man uncovered his face. I thought they would stone me, he said. I did not know I spoke before a king. He came to his full towering height, no mean man, but frail beyond belief. The king turned to the tables and held him out his own cup of wine. The old man drank and beckoned behind him, and before all the Normans, my Hugh bore away the empty cup, Saxon fashion, upon the knee. It is Harold, said De Aquila. His own stiff-necked blood kneels to serve him. Be it so, said Henry. Sit then, thou that hast been Harold of England. The madman sat, and hard, dark Henry looked at him between half-shut eyes. We others stared like oxen, all but De Aquila, who watched Rahere as I have seen him watch a far sail on the sea. The wine and the warmth cast the old man into a dream. His white head bowed, his hands hung. His eye indeed was opened, but the mind was shut. When he stretched his feet, they were scurfed and road-cut like a slave's. Ah, Rahere, cried Hugh, why hast thou shown him thus? better have let him die than shame him and me." "Shame thee," said the king. "Would any baron of mine kneel to me if I were witless, discrowned, and alone, and Harold had my throne?" "No," said Rahere, "I am the sole fool that might do it, brother, unless—" he pointed at De Aquila, whom he had only met that day. "Yonder tough Norman crab kept me company. But, Sir Hugh, I did not mean to shame him. He hath been somewhat punished through maybe little fault of his own." "Yet he lied to my father the Conqueror," said the king, and the old man flinched in his sleep. "Maybe," said Rahere, "but thy brother Robert, whose throat we purpose soon to slit with our own hands—" "Hut!" said the king, laughing. "I'll keep Robert at my table for a life's guest when I catch him. Robert means no harm. It is all his cursed barons." "None the less," said Rahere, "Robert may say that thou hast not always spoken the stark truth to him about England. I should not hang too many men on that bough, brother." "And it is certain," said Hugh, "that," he pointed to the old man, "Harold was forced to make his promise to the great Duke." "Very strongly forced," said De Aquila. He had never any pride in the Duke William's dealings with Harold before Hastings. Yet, as he said, one cannot build a house all of straight sticks. "No matter how he was forced," said Henry. "England was promised to my father William by Edward the Confessor. Is it not so?" William of Exeter nodded. "Harold confirmed that promise to my father on the bones of the saints. Afterwards he broke his oath, and would have taken England by the strong hand." "Oh, la, la!" Rahere rolled up his eyes like a girl. "That ever England should be taken by the strong hand!" Seeing that Red William and Henry after him had each in just that fashion snatched England from Robert of Normandy, we others knew not where to look. But De Aquila saved us quickly. "Promise kept or promise broken," he said. "Harold came near enough to breaking us Normans at Santlache." "Was it so close a fight then?" said Henry. "A hair would have turned it either way," De Aquila answered. "His horse‐carls stood like rocks against rain. Where wast thou, Hugh, in it?" "Among Godwin's folk, beneath the Golden Dragon, till your front gave back, and we broke our ranks to follow," said Hugh. "But I bade you stand! I bade you stand! I knew it was all a deceit!" Harold had waked and leaned forward as one crying from the grave. "Ah, now we see how the traitor himself was betrayed," said William of Exeter, and looked for a smile from the king. "I made thee bishop to preach at my bidding," said Henry, and turning to Harold, "Tell us here how thy people fought us," said he. "Their sons serve me now against my brother Robert." The old man shook his head cunningly. "Na, na, na!" he cried. "I know better. Every time I tell my tale men stone me. But, thanes, I will tell you a greater thing. Listen." He told us how many paces it was from some Saxon saint's shrine to another shrine, and how many more back to the abbey of the battle. "Aye," said he, "I have trodden it too often to be out even 10 paces. I move very swiftly. Harold of Norway knows that, and so does Tostig, my brother. They lie at ease at Stamford Bridge, and from Stamford Bridge to the Battle Abbey it is. He muttered over many numbers and forgot us. Ay, said De Aquila, all in a muse. That man broke Harold of Norway at Stamford Bridge, and came near to breaking us at Santlache, all within 1 month. But how did he come alive from Santlache fight? Asked the king. Ask him. Hast thou heard it, Rahere? Never. He says he has been stoned too often for telling the tale. But he can count you off Saxon and Norman shrines till daylight, said Rahere, and the old man nodded proudly. My faith, said Henry after a while, I think even my father the great Duke would pity if he could see him. How if he does see? said Rahere. Hugh covered his face with his sound hand. Ah, why hast thou shamed him? He cried again to Rahere. No, no, says the old man, reaching to pluck at Rahere's cape. I am Rahere's man. None stone me now. And he played with the bells on the scollops of it. How if he had been brought to me when you found him? Said the king to Rahere. You would have held him prisoner again, as the great Duke did, Rahere answered. True, said our king, he is nothing except his name. Yet that name might have been used by stronger men to trouble my England. Yes, I must have made him my life's guest, as I shall make Robert. I knew it, said Rahere, but while this man wandered mad by the wayside, none cared what he called himself. I learnt to cease talking before the stones flew, says the old man, and Hugh groaned. Ye have heard, said Rahere, witless, landless, nameless, and but for my protection masterless. He can still make shift to bide his doom under the open sky. Then wherefore didst thou bring him here for a mock and a shame? Cried Hugh, beside himself with woe. A right mock and a just shame, said William of Exeter. Not to me, said Nigel of Ely. I see and I tremble, but I neither mock nor judge. Well spoken, Ely. Rahere falls into the pure fool again. I'll pray for thee when I turn monk. Thou hast given thy blessing on a war between two most Christian brothers. He meant the war forward twixt Henry and Robert of Normandy. I charge you, brother, he says, wheeling on the king, dost thou mock my fool? The king shook his head, and so then did smooth William of Exeter. De Aquila, dost thou mock him? Rahere jingled from one to another, and the old man smiled. By the bones of the saints, not I, said our Lord of Pevensey. I know how dooms near he broke us at Santlache. Sir Hugh, you are excused the question, but you, valiant, loyal, honourable, and devout barons, lords of man's justice in your own bounds, do you mock my fool? He shook his bauble in the very faces of those two barons whose names I have forgotten. Na, na, they said, and waved him back foolishly enough. He hies him across to staring, nodding Harold, and speaks from behind his chair. No man mocks thee. Who here judges this man? Henry of England, Nigel de Aquila, on your souls, swift with the answer, he cried. None answered. We were all, the king not least, overborne by that terrible scarlet and black wizard jester. Well for your souls, he said, wiping his brow. Next, shrill like a woman, oh, come to me! And Hugh ran forward to hold Harold, that had slidden down in the chair. Hearken, said Rahere, his arm round Harold's neck. The king, his bishops, the knights, all the world's crazy chessboard, neither mock nor judge thee. Take that comfort with thee, Harold of England. Hugh heaved the old man up, and he smiled. Good comfort, said Harold. Tell me again. I have been somewhat punished. Rahere hallooed it once more into his ear as the head rolled. We heard him sigh, and Nigel of Ely stood forth, praying aloud. Out! I will have no Norman, Harold said, as clearly as I speak now, and he refuged himself on Hugh's sound shoulder and stretched out, and lay all still. Dead, said Una, turning up a white face in the dusk. That was his good fortune, to die in the king's presence, and on the breast of the most gentlest, truest knight of his own house. Some of us envied him, said Sir Richard, and fell back to take Swallow's bridle. Turn left here, Puck called ahead of them from under an oak. They ducked down a narrow path through close ash plantation. The children hurried forward, but cutting a corner, charged full abreast into the thorn faggot that old Hobden was carrying home on his back. My, said he, have you scratched your face, Miss Una? Sorry, it's all right, said Una, rubbing her nose. How many rabbits did you get today? That's telling. The old man grinned as he rehoisted his faggot. I reckon Mus Ridley, he have got rheumatism along a line in the dick to see I didn't snap up any. Think o' that now. They laughed a good deal while he told them the tale. And just as he crawled away, I heard some one hollering to the hounds in our wood, said he. Didn't you hear? You must have been asleep, surely. Oh, what about the sleeper you promised to show us? Dan cried. Here he be, house and all. Hobden dived into the prickly heart of the faggot and took out a dormouse's wonderfully woven nest of grass and leaves. His blunt fingers parted it as if it had been precious lace, and tilting it toward the last of the light, he showed the little red furry chap curled up inside, his tail between his eyes that were shut for their winter sleep. Let's take him home. Don't breathe on him, said Una. It'll make him warm, and he'll wake up and die straight off, won't he, Hobby? That's a heap better by my reckoning than waking up and finding himself in a cage for life. No, we'll lay him into the bottom of this hedge. That's just right. No more trouble for him till come spring. And now we'll go home. End of The Tree of Justice by Rudyard Kipling.
The Weird Sisters by Raphael Holinshed, circa 1515 to 1573. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shortly after happened a strange and uncouth wonder, which afterward was the cause of much trouble in the realm of Scotland, as ye shall after hear. It fortuned as Macbeth and Banquo journeyed towards Forres, where the king then lay, they went sporting by the way together without other company save only themselves, passing through the woods and fields. When suddenly in the midst of a laund there met them 3 women in strange and wild apparel, resembling creatures of the elder world, whom when they attentively beheld, wondering much at the sight, the first of them spake and said, "All hail Macbeth, Thane of Glamis!" for he had lately entered into that office by the death of his father, Cinel. The second of them said, "Hail Macbeth, Thane of Cawdor!" But the third said, "All hail Macbeth, that hereafter shall be King of Scotland." Then Banquo, "What manner of women," saith he, "are you, that seem so little favourable unto me? Whereas to my fellow here, besides high offices, ye assign also the kingdom, appointing forth nothing for me at all." "Yes," saith the first of them, "we promise greater benefits unto thee than unto him. For he shall reign indeed, but with an unlucky end. Neither shall he leave any issue behind him to succeed in his place, when certainly thou indeed shalt not reign at all. But of thee those shall be born, which shall govern the Scottish kingdom by long order of continual descent." Herewith the foresaid women vanished immediately out of their sight. This was reputed at the time but some vain fantastical illusion by Macbeth and Banquo, insomuch that Banquo would call Macbeth in jest King of Scotland, and Macbeth again would call him in sport likewise Father of many kings. But afterwards the common opinion was that these women were either the weird sisters, that is, as ye would say, the goddesses of destiny, or else some nymphs or fairies, induced with knowledge of prophecies by their necromanical science, because everything came to pass as they had spoken. End of The Weird Sisters by Raphael Holinshed, circa 1515 to 1573.